Another episode of Virtual Legality Hangouts and Headlines Edition. I'm your host, Richard Hoeg, managing member of the Hoeg Law Business Law Firm of Northville, Michigan. And today is a crazy day here in Hangouts and Headlines. If you haven't seen, I suspect that you have, there has been a verdict in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, which I think to some of you that follow me on this channel is probably a relief, as we won't be covering Amber Heard and Johnny Depp much longer in this space. But at least as one big blowout episode, I've collected some of the most, let's call them interesting headlines arising out of this verdict. I'm going to go over some of them with you. Some of them, because this list is so long, I actually haven't been able to review in advance. So we'll probably be reading them together on the fly if we even get to all of the things that I have found and prepared and otherwise am set to talk with you about. So as we do here, in Hangouts and Headlines, it's 7 a.m. on the East Coast. I want everybody to say good morning. Tell me where you're from. I love hearing from where everybody is from. And I'm going to introduce a first-time guest here on the Hoeg Law YouTube channel. Ains, how are you doing this morning, man?
Good morning, everyone. I'm doing well, man. It's a little early for me. I'm not used to getting up this early on the weekdays, but I'm good. Good.
And folks, for those of you that aren't familiar with the Seasoned Gaming Bitcast, I don't know why. We talk video games every Sunday at 11 a.m. on Eastern, and it's a lot of fun. Ains is the boss, the number one, the man at the top of the totem pole over at Seasoned Gaming. Ains, why don't you tell folks about that channel a little bit while I set up a few things and click a few buttons and hit a few switches here.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, everyone. So I am the host of the Bitcast, which is our weekly gaming show that Rick and I are on with two others. That is every Sunday morning Eastern time that you can join us there live. Of course, the show goes out on audio services the next day, but Seasoned Gaming is just a gaming site that is founded from a bunch of people that basically have a passion about video games and gaming, and it has no monetization whatsoever. No ads, no clickbait, no paid promotions or anything like that. The whole goal was basically just a group of people. Many people have joined us now, so we have about 12 to 14 contributors that write about video games, talk about video games, and do it from a sense of passion, not just to make money. So if you enjoy gaming at all platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, PC, we cover everything over there from reviews to podcasts to articles and everything else. So would love for you to check it out. Other than that, handing it back to you, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. Ains is the best. I love being on the Bitcast every weekend. We love talking about video games that, leisure activity, but in the same kind of analytical vein that we talk about serious stuff all the time here in Virtual Legality and elsewhere. So if you like that kind of approach, heck, if you like it here, please do go check that out. Ains is the first video game personality I've had on here.
Yes.
When I started Headlines, it was always with the notion that we could do multiple different types of genres and topics. Obviously, that's a little opaque right now because every time we do a Headlines episode, it features the words Depp or Heard, but it is designed to be something that we can have all sorts of interesting conversations about. Ains is a part of that. Other folks that are on the list are a part of that. And we're going to be continuing to put together a list of folks that can come in here and talk about some of this stuff. We saw last week that we were going to talk to Martha Gill, who wrote an article in, I believe it was The Guardian, and The Guardian will return today, folks. You better believe it, on the death of Me Too coming out of the Amber Heard situation and how we have to believe her. And she was supposed to come on. She just had a scheduling conflict. I know people continue to ask about that. I don't actually know how best to display that information when it happens. I put it in the community tab. I tweeted it out. Some people want me to do a short, but I'm not sure you actually do want me to do a short. I've never done that before. I'm not sure how cool that would be or not. But in any event, Ains is here. We're expecting more guests to come today. This might well wind up being a supersized episode, which is what I said on Twitter, because we have so many fun things to talk about. I love all the different places that the fans are tuning in from. We have a lot of folks from Germany that pop in here, Ains. We got Netherlands.
Excellent.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of fun places. I'm always impressed by the Californians because it's just ridiculous early over there.
Yeah.
So yes. Any news on rescheduling with her? Honestly, this week has been so busy. I haven't been able to get back in touch with her. So I don't know whether that rescheduling is going to work out or not, but I'm going to reach back out to her. It's just a matter of getting through the trial, those were 12-hour streams every single day built into the middle of my day and having to work around those. Had so much fun with Legal Bites, and I'm so happy for her and all her success on that. And I think you might see a Legal Bites in the wild here on the channel today. But it was a massive, massive time commitment, right? I don't even want to count up how many hours I was on over there and then doing headlines here. So I have to get back in touch with Martha. I know folks have said she ran and things like that. That's not what we're doing here on this channel anyway. I wasn't going to debate her. I just wanted to hear exactly how she came to the conclusion she did. And every indication that she has given to me is that it was just a scheduling conflict. She got a better gig, which is no problem, right? I'm a YouTube channel. I think she got a BBC slot or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, all right, absolutely. go talk to those people. That makes total sense. And that's just the nature of the thing that happens all the time. But with that said, Ains, my understanding is you have not been following this every minute of every day. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's an understatement. Yes, I know very little about the case. I know obviously that as we talk, you keep me updated as briefly as possible, which is key moments, and then obviously the verdict yesterday, which is what you're here to talk about today. So
Absolutely.
I have no weight in the decision here. I'm more just curious and here to learn.
Well, we got a super chat from a video game location, so I should bring that up before we get into it. Elise Rose, always greeting me from Eorzea. I got paid today, so here's a little love from the Final Fantasy XIV community. Thank you so much, Elise. Also surprised, while I love Final Fantasy, it's not my favorite game series. That's a PS2 series called Dot Hack.
Oof. Deep dive.
Dot Hack. Well, what I like about that is that that's a narrative game that is based around the premise that an MMO has otherwise been corrupted. So you're still in the MMO space either way, Elise. But I absolutely love that super chat. Thank you so much. Good morning. And I figure what we should do, Ains, is talk a little bit about what this case was, just in case anybody doesn't know.
Sure.
Not extensively. And then we can talk about the verdict because, quite frankly, the journalistic outlets yesterday trying to describe what this verdict was did not cover themselves in glory. And I will have at least one major example that got corrected. We'll give them full credit for that. But my God in heaven, as you're watching it happen, and you know exactly what happened because you've watched every minute of the trial. Some of these were not great. But long story short, despite what you may have heard, this was not a domestic abuse or sexual violence, which we'll generally refer to as SV case. Here, it was a defamation case. It was an article that Amber Heard wrote in the December article of the Washington Post that basically was about, for the most part, trying to get some new laws and some new lobbying done in Washington. And as part of that, she said, I spoke out about SV. She said, 2 years ago, I was a victim, or she didn't even say victim. 2 years ago, I became a representative of domestic abuse, et cetera, et cetera. And Johnny Depp wound up suing over the implication that Johnny Depp was the abuser, which was patently obvious from the articles. Amber Heard countersues based on some statements that were made in 2020 by Johnny Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, and a number of statements basically saying that everything that she's accused him of is a hoax, give or take, right? Which leads us to yesterday's verdict. And you can see the tabs, folks, in case you're wondering how we've done some research for today. But this is what happened. Depp had 3 statements in that Washington Post article he claimed were defamatory, and the jury gave all of them to Johnny Depp. Said, yes, it's defamatory to say that she spoke out about SV. It's defamatory to say that she became a representative of DA. They even said that it was defamatory when she referred to the fact that she had the opportunity to observe how the institutions reacted to a man accused of abuse, which I thought was actually the weakest claim. I actually expected a no on this statement 3. They give all of these statements to Johnny Depp, and then they say that the compensation, the compensatory damages, the number that relates to what we think you have lost is $10 million. And then for punitive damages, I described it here as Heard punishment, they gave $5 million, which is reduced by Virginia law to $350,000. There's a cap on punitive damages because we always want people to be able to seek redress. We want them to be able to get the money that they've otherwise lost. That's the $10 million, according to this jury. But we want to, in general, as a policy proposition, and this will vary by jurisdiction, we want to limit how far punishment can go because this doesn't associate with anything that was actually lost. This is just designed to punish the loser in court. So 10 plus 5, the jury awarded Johnny Depp $15 million. Because of the reduction, it becomes $10.35 million. And that's the Depp verdict. But I told you that there was a countersuit from Amber Heard, which quite frankly, I thought was pretty darn weak. And that they didn't really actually establish that Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's lawyer, was actually acting at Johnny Depp's behest or even as his agent in this capacity. And yet the jury did give a small win to Amber Heard on this. So we see that the first statement is not defamatory. The second statement is, we're going to look at these statements in just a second. And the third statement was not defamatory. And they gave her $2 million in compensation, which is plucked from the air. Amber Heard had sued for $100 million. And that there is no punitive damages awarded. This should probably say Depp punishment, so I could be maximally clear here. So I apologize for that. But at the end of the day, Heard is to be punished, says the jury. Depp is not, but his lawyer stepped over the line on this particular statement. And what is that statement? Well, the statement that is okay, according to the jury, is Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. So one of the things you may not see properly reported here is that ultimately the jury said it was basically fine to say Amber Heard and her friends were committing a hoax without specificity, just in general, that there were lies and things floating around here. In the third statement, again, not finding defamation, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Again, generalizations on the hoax, totally fine, according to this jury, because by giving Johnny Depp the win on all of his defamation claims, they basically found that there was something hinky on Amber Heard's side of the story she was telling and what otherwise happened on the various nights in question. Now, what they give Amber Heard a win on is Adam Waldman saying the following. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And people have asked me, people have asked the other panelists, people have asked a lot of folks, including journalists, exactly why this happened the way it did. My best answer is that they did not find that, and this might be wrong in terms of burden of proof. We'll talk about that in a second. They did not find that Johnny Depp's team had proved this to be accurate, which is not actually their burden. But we know that the cops came. We know what the body camera footage showed. We know exactly when, if there was anything done in that apartment, it would have been done, which would have been after the second set of cops came. And there was no proof provided that Amber Heard's team, her people, called the second time to 911. So you could, if you're looking at this strictly technically, look at this situation and say, well, that probably isn't the way the hoax happened, even though we're okay with you generally calling what Amber Heard did a hoax. And if that sounds weird to you, it is. A number of my fellow attorney panelists think that this is effectively horse trading, that in order to get to a unanimous decision, someone was a little standoffish about the win that was going to be handed to Johnny Depp and effectively requested this. And that statement, too, is the easiest to do this on. You can see that kind of in the lack of punitive damages, that they really think Heard is the bad actor here, the jury does, and they don't think Johnny Depp was the bad actor. This effectively reads as, hey, the lawyer got a little weaselly, and so we do think that it's deserving of some compensation. Oh, let's not do that. And so that's really the story. Before we get into how people describe this, Ains, if this is the first time you've ever seen this, how's that description? Do you have any questions on what we just went over?
I think, as always, you do a very good job explaining stuff in detail. It's definitely one of those things you do extremely well. I saw someone else in the chat ask, so I'll just ask as well, because this is what confuses me. So there's $10 million in compensation towards Depp, excuse me. You have the cap in Virginia for the Heard punishment. That's kind of wild when you realize that from an outside.
And the jury isn't informed of that. The fun part about that is the jury isn't told that there's a cap. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So someone in the chat asked, so Depp gets awarded $10 million in compensation and obviously
Yep.
the punishment. But just from a single statement from a lawyer that was seemingly partially aggressive, or whatever word you want to use here.
Too specific is, I actually think, his downfall. But yeah.
Okay, so too specific. Heard gets awarded $2 million, which would be, about 20% or 10%, depending how you look at this, which seems a little much, is it not?
Well, I mean, I think you're supposed to be, if you're the jury, actually, these are two separate lawsuits, right? So they're not, they're done at the same time, but they don't actually relate. So the statements for the Depp side are the article in 2018, and the statements for the Heard side are effectively quotes given to, I think it's the Daily Mail in 2020. So they overlap, and it was useful for resource management for them to essentially be tried at the same time. But where does $2 million come from? Best guess, the only time that I can remember $2 million being used in the case is that this is what she got paid for Aquaman 2.
Gotcha.
And so it matches up in the jury's head for some kind of number. The jury also, there's nothing anywhere that ever said $10 million.
That was my next question.
Yeah. So Depp sues for 50. His experts basically harden around 40. He had a couple experts that really had $40 million as the number, but then you could add emotional damages to the top if you wanted that. And they come out essentially with at least a little bit of, we don't know what the number is. We didn't love your damages experts, and I don't blame them. The damages experts weren't strong. And so we're going to say it's $10 million and ultimately 10.35. Amber Heard, this was out of nowhere. This, yes, was a big surprise. You can go watch our reactions if you want when it comes in. But yeah, the best guess is that it's essentially getting someone that was a little reluctant in the jury room over the finish line. So that's our best guess. We may never know. Presumably some juror will realize that their story is very valuable in the very near term and will come out with a media agent and say some things about the jury. And those might be true. Those might be immediately refuted by other jury members that do the same thing. That's the fun in all of this. But I wanted to make sure, and I keep zooming in on that one, I want to make sure that we at least have a good handle on what this was and what happened, because we're also going to be talking about some articles that get the math wrong, some articles that want to talk about the cultural kind of milieu that this either encourages or kills or otherwise. And I wanted to make sure that we had the right starting place for this. So with that said, we're going to do some super chats as we do before we head into some of the headlines. And so we'll answer some questions. And if you have any questions for Ains, now is the best time to ask your video game related questions because we don't know how long we have Ains here. And he is a video game expert. Solange S. Amber plans on appealing the defamation case. I saw that. I would argue that everybody on the day of a verdict that they lose plans on appealing. We will see whether or not they decide to pursue that. That's an expensive process. It has a very low chance of success. Although there are certain legal things that happened here with respect to the jury instructions and the verdict form that you might be able to find success. But if you do appeal this, you can bet there'll be a counter appeal. And certainly Johnny Depp's team would bring up whether or not agency was properly treated as between Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp, because I think you've heard, if you watch Legal Bites or if you've otherwise talked to me in this space, I think that the countersuit probably should have been kicked out for lack of evidence in the record that Adam Waldman was acting as an agent of Johnny Depp. Elise Rose, you just made me love you more knowing what .hack is. I know games. I'm not faking that.
I responded to her and I said, Rick we're seasoned gaming for a reason. And there's also a reason that I asked you to join us is because you do know games. That's the whole point.
Yeah, no, I'm not faking that. I played .hack. I'd have to remember which level of schooling I was in when I played it. And I don't even want to admit these things because half of the panelists I'm with are like, oh man, I was in kindergarten. Yeah, I think it's a cool little series. And I think there's a sequel series that I never got a chance to play that I might pick up. I think it's on Switch. Dad, early in the morning, Papa Hoeg. Hello. Hoeg. Northville, Michigan. Very happy today. I know that was the verdict, give or take, that you were looking for, Dad. And I'm happy to hear it. So thank you so much for supporting the channel, Dad. I'll probably see you this evening. So thanks again. Podrig, if Depp gets into MCU, what role should he play? Well, so Depp and Disney still have an issue, right? Because one of the things that Depp was very adamant about in the trial was that he felt betrayed by Disney, right? You've got quotes there that say, I wouldn't go back to the Pirates franchise if it's for whatever it is, 1 million alpacas, whatever he said. If you haven't listened to Johnny Depp, Ains, he's an interesting cat. And so he and Disney would have to mend some fences in the first place. But in the MCU, I don't think I'm well versed enough in characters there. They've used all the ones that I know. So whoever they might add him as, I'm just unfamiliar with. Ains, you have any notion on that one?
No.
Right.
I am not a Marvel expert by any stretch.
Okay.
But
do you like DC?
I do like DC a little bit. I'm kind of a weird guy, man. I like darker stuff. So the darker, more serious takes are what I get into.
All right. Depp is a very short Superman. We'll see if that works out. Carly loves Big Bang German Hoeg fan club. Morning Hoeg. Let's get this so that we can see you. Morning Hoeg. The German news are 50-50. Thank you for the update. I will be honest, I was only able to go over some of the international news headlines because Google Translate takes a little while. It appears that the social movements don't use their high chance of discussion, but will take a wrong turn. Be interesting. I'm disappointed about them. I rather believe evidence than allegations. Shrug emoji. Yeah, absolutely. You should definitely following the facts. And I think some of these outlets are doing that. They're not going to be highlighted in this episode because we have too many that aren't to discuss. But it is interesting to see. I think there is a real schism between folks that look at this and say, yeah, that particular individual is probably lying, and worrying about what that could symbolize for the overall kind of momentum of whatever social movement they're backing. So I do think you have that that real tension that we will see writ large in where else, The Guardian. They have by far the biggest example of don't believe your lying eyes that we will go over today. But yeah, I think that at the end of the day, you've got journalists that are looking at this saying, why does everybody believe Johnny Depp over Amber Heard, and examining the case and the trial and the evidence? And you have others that say, no, that's not fair. Tammy Shea, do you think the $10 million awarded was a guesstimation by the jury? Yes. Thinking he was owed back his legal fees? No, I don't think it's legal fees. Again, since I'm on the record in many places saying I felt $7 million was the number because that was the divorce settlement. I think it's $7 million plus emotional damages to make it a round number. That would be my guess, but we may never know. Hopefully a juror can at least talk about what the process was for those numbers at some point. But yeah, I have no idea where they got $10 million. $10 million is pretty close to his legal fees, by the way. Almost certainly. JB, thoughts on Australia tapes, noticing they kept managing Amber Heard and talking about having a strong enough man to fly with her? Yeah, I was introduced to the Australia tapes for the first time yesterday. Ains, I don't have any idea how much you followed me on this, but I was trying to keep the facts that weren't introduced into court away from me so I could just evaluate things as the jury would see things. And so yesterday was a bit of a data dump on my head for all the other stuff that wasn't admitted for primarily hearsay reasons and other reasons why the rules of evidence don't allow in such things. And so there's a tape in Australia that is really the aftermath of one of the stories that Amber Heard said happened. And it is clear that the story Amber Heard told is wrong. Now, the specifics of why it's wrong, it is. It's clear that
shocker.
Well, it's clear that the aftermath tape is like that isn't people reacting to what was described. On that note, one of the things that was really impressive to me, also a little scary depending on what you want to do with your staff, is that Johnny Depp's staff seems enormously competent. It is fixers and folks running in and doing everything to keep the people apart and to clean up the place and to do these various things. And yes, they are managing Amber Heard very significantly. And we have another guest here on Hangouts and Headlines, the one, the only, the incomparable, the inimitable Legal Bites.
Hi.
How you doing, Alita?
Good. How are you, Rick?
I am doing well. I'd like to introduce you to one of my other bosses of streams I visit. Ains at the Season Gaming Bitcast every Sunday. These are the two heads of the channels that I'm on very, very often at this point in my life. So Alita Ains, Alita.
Nice to meet you,
Hi,
Alita.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Ains is not a lawyer.
No.
So, just to be entirely clear, he's a gaming personality and a very, very good one at that. And you haven't missed anything, Alita, except for the summary of what the verdict was.
Okay.
So
right. I'm
We
so
haven't even
sorry
got-
I'm late.
Oh, you don't have to be sorry. I'm going to be on for a while. It's 7:30 and I haven't touched any of the headlines. I have about 50 tabs. So no, we were just going over just for kind of math purposes. Now I will get back to this one, I promise. What was happening here, because we're going to have some articles that aren't great at it. So I just wanted to make
math.
Well, I've talked about how bad lawyer math is, right? Like it's always, you tell the client, look, you want your accountants, your financial people, or at bare minimum, a tax lawyer, looking at this waterfall or spreadsheet or whatever, because I didn't go to law school because I was awesome at math. So you have lawyer math everywhere. And then you have journalist math, which might be worse than lawyer math. So we will see. But yeah, this was just a summary. We just went over this. And then we also pulled out the statements, and in particular, the statement that was found to actually have the liability associated with it, with its specifics, right? I mean, people have asked the question, why this one? I think it's because of the specificity on that particular statement. Have you, after sleeping on it, have you come to any kind of understanding as to why that countersuit win on Statement 2 happened?
Sorry, one more time. I had a window pop up that had a bunch of sounds.
There are a bunch of pop-ups in all these things. No, I was just asking if after you slept on it, do you have any additional thoughts about why Statement 2 on the Heard side wound up getting a liability decision?
I think there are two possibilities that have kind of floated my way that make a bit of sense. Number one is as we suggested, the specificity of the time ordering of things.
Sure.
Which, if that is the case, I really, really hope. I mean, well, not that I hope, but if that's the case, I think that's getting very, very nitpicky about something in a way that is so small in reality. Like, for example, because remember the Statement 2, it talked about how he says that they called the cops, realized it didn't do the trick, roughed up the place, called the cops again, and you can come to the conclusion that it was a hoax, and then also come to the conclusion that ordering precisely is not exactly correct.
Yep.
But still say, okay, but the overall meaning behind the statement isn't so damaging, that it's like the ordering of these things, but rather that they had this overall hoax. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense to me. I mean, I and we talked about the concept of horse trading as well, and moving people over the finish line. My biggest problem here is if hoax is okay, right? If the overall generality is okay, then the specifics, I don't know, they don't make it worse than the overall generality. And finding malice here is interesting, right? Because some stuff did happen here. You found for Johnny Depp, so you think that the 21st didn't happen as Amber Heard described it. Amber Heard is going out to the press describing it like she did on the stand. So you're okay with this first sentence, and then you're not happy with the specifics. Is super interesting because you have to find malice. And Adam Waldman would appear to be like, here's what I think happened based on the interviews that I've done. It's actually based on looking at things. He got it wrong. Let's say that the jury's right. He got it wrong. Did he do it intentionally? Doesn't seem like it. This is all things that occurred on May 21st, give or take. So yeah, I agree with you. I think it really is ultimately real politic here.
I think so.
But
And the other theory that has kind of floated my way that seems to make some sense is this idea that it was her and her friends. So
sure.
they whether it was just Amber or whether it was Amber and her friends could be a bit of a question based on the evidence that came out, because all of them in their depositions alleged that they were no longer friends with her. There's sort of some shaded circumstances around that allegation, and whether or not they are actually still friends or not is you could believe one way or another, I suppose. But it is helpful to suggest to the jury that, or I should say, it is helpful for Amber Heard's team to suggest to the jury that they were no longer friends, because it wasn't her friends that did this thing. It was maybe Amber, and maybe they were all wronged by her as well. They were all duped by her as well. So that's another possibility, is to say, okay, yeah, I believe that there was this overall hoax, but to say that her friends were in on it too, is maybe a bit of a stretch.
I hear you. Like in terms of like the actual psychology of it. What's weird about that, right, is if you drag the friends in and say, well, then aren't you really making a decision based on whether he defamed her friends? And they're not parties. That's not what we're supposed to be looking at here.
Yeah, exactly. that's the counterpoint to that, right? Is that they are not parties to it, so we're not worried about them being defamed. We're
not here, not in this moment. Yeah,
right. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think that those both make sense. Timing, horse trading, friends brought in when maybe the friends were seen as at least relative innocence here, and there certainly wasn't anything introduced in trial that was like, these are bad actors. Basically, all the videos seemed like they were being dragged into this against their will. So yeah, no, I think all those make sense. All those make sense. So let's hit a few more super chats before we get going with headlines, just to try to keep ahead of things. JB, thoughts on the Australia tapes? I answered this one. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're interested in more of my thoughts on the Australia tapes, there's a section you can go into at Legal Bites. Check out our channel, like and subscribe. Yesterday, when that video is up, you can get our reactions to it, and during the pauses in the beginning and the end, I say that it doesn't match up with Amber's story at all. Most definitely. So thank you for the super chat. Scott plays as a communication student with a minor in journalism. I'm quite excited to hear your opinion on these articles. We have some doozies. Get excited. It's going to be 8 o'clock before I even get to the first one, so I'm going to be here forever. Tauzochi, hello chat, hello Hoeg, and hello seasoned one, my big brother and yours, Ainsley.
Mr. Tao, one of our regular patrons over at Season Game. Good morning, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you for the super chat. Anne Marie McNamara, Hoeg, you're the best. You're the best, Anne Marie. Thanks for addressing this topic. I'm happy to do so. If you didn't think I was going to have a big blowout headlines when we finally got a verdict, well, then you would think that the show only existed for like 14 days, which it has. Yeah, thank you so much for the support. Secret McSwirl, you don't have to super chat. You can just contact me. You're modding. Would the lawyers know the result after the judge called them up? I don't know what the judge showed them. I don't think that was on camera. Did you see that, Alita?
I would doubt it, because usually the process is that everybody finds out at the same time.
Usually
the attorneys don't get any kind of insider information usually.
Wow, and we have 4,000 subscribers here at 7:35 Eastern. So please do, let people know we're having this conversation. We'll be here for a while, I think. I doubt that the judge said anything, showed them anything specific. The question continues. Amber Heard didn't look happy when they came back a second time. The way this worked, in my opinion, is that Johnny Depp's case was stronger. Even Amber Heard knew that, or at least knew the feeling in the room when the case ends. And so when it comes back and says, jurors, if you're going to find a defamatory statement, you have to fill in the damages. Amber Heard going back kind of quietly is almost all of us, I think, thought that Johnny Depp won at that point. So I don't think that Amber Heard thought any differently. And as it turns out, she was right, but she wasn't expecting to at least get a little win. So, she got that going for her. Thank you, Secret McSquirrel. Zach Frisch, drink up me hearties, yo ho. Absolutely. That's right. Yeah. L Wolf Tax Lady, what, if any, rolling on the floor laughing emoji, is your opinion of Kingdom Hearts? All right. So, Ains, do you have any experience with the Kingdom Hearts franchise? Because I feel like I've talked about Kingdom Hearts a little bit.
I do. If I'm being completely honest, I am not a big fan. It is one of those franchises that just isn't for me. We talk about those all the time, right? It's just not my type of game. But obviously, I know many people who adore that franchise. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ains, you were saying? Kingdom Hearts. I'm going to try to get Alita into. Alita's a big Disney fan.
I am. It's true. I now know enough that it is not Kingdom of Hearts. It's Kingdom Hearts.
Correct.
He did say Kingdom of Hearts yesterday, which was adorable.
That's great.
I was also reading quickly, and after a certain number of hours streaming, it's just things start to get a little bit blurry.
Sure.
Yep. No, I think I will start to read these things like they're robotic communications. There's no doubt there. I like Kingdom Hearts. I think it could be better. I hope Kingdom Hearts 4 is better. That's my feelings on that. Mimer82, I reckon the second Waldman was found because the theory of trying to get him in trouble with the cops. I think without the mention of the second 911 call, I think they would have said no on all of her counters. I think you could be right. Right. The one thing that people pointed out to us, which honestly, I think the entire panel had kind of not even kind of considered, is that the body cam footage can be used against the end of that statement because they didn't see anything, which is great for Johnny Depp, but bad for the second half of the specificity of that statement. It's very true. Apple Pie, Rick Hoeg is a fake gamer is not the take I expected to run into today. Is somebody saying that in chat, Apple Pie?
No, I think it was based on your comment. We joked about you actually, being a real gamer.
Yes, the dot hack. Yeah. I think there was a test going around that was like, which games have you played of these famous series? And like someone at IGN said, 97, whatever. I looked at it and I said, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's 100 out of 100.
Yep. I did the same thing. Yep.
Britt Cormier, I am pretty sure the $2 million was someone saying, how much did she get paid for her biggest role? I think that's right. That is really the edge of her range, as we can see from her performance on the stand, but she gave it the old college try. Yeah, $2 million. The only reference is to what she made in Aquaman 2, right? Alita, that's the only reference I know.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's Aquaman 2. Let's give her something that relates to what her biggest moneymaker was.
Yeah.
Noor H, good morning. Waldman's statement did not match the evidence shown to the jury. The second 911 call wasn't shown. That's true, too. As for the $10 million, is roughly half of the Pirates' $22 million. Yeah, I still like $7 million for the divorce proceedings plus emotional damages to a round number. That's how I'm going to think about it until a juror disabuses me of this. I think you've got all sorts of different ways you can come at $10 million because I don't think anyone ever said $10 million in that courtroom. Wolf of Darkness, hello, Hoeg. Is it possible Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal will be finalized this year? I heard everything is going smoothly for it. Thank you. I like Ains laughing. Yeah, we get both sides of the chat here. We have a wonderfully eclectic community here at Virtual Legality. Is it possible? Yeah, it is possible. Would I bet anything at all on it? I would not. I like Q1 next year. I really do. But it is possible. Microsoft is a big company with a lot of ability to grease wheels, and they might just grease those wheels at the FTC and the EU and everywhere else. But I wouldn't bet on it. Loosest could have Amber Heard's team use the BPD diagnosis to say that Amber Heard truly believed what she testified, so it wasn't knowingly false. I thought that was the direction that we might go. Saying this as my best friend has BPD and encounters similar issues in remembering events. From Final Fantasy X, Virginia. Love it. Love that location. So I think the answer to that is yes. There could have been a way to do this defense where you have doctors talking about Amber Heard's psychology and arriving at an explanation for why there are competing stories of the various events. They didn't decide to go that way. That was one of the biggest surprises of the case. Is to present her as angelic and innocent and going forward full stop against Johnny Depp's version of the world. That was not something that was expected by me at all.
Well, they were fighting the diagnosis from the beginning, though.
Sure did.
So it seems like it seems like that was not something that they wanted to go along with. It would have been possibly a winning strategy, but they didn't want to go for it for whatever reason, maybe because the client didn't want them to.
Well, and you're playing a secondary game there, right? It could have been a winning strategy for this courtroom situation at all. But if you've got memory and psychology issues, if you're trying to have a career afterwards, that could impact that. I mean, there's all sorts of things that go into what strategy you're going to run because this is not a game that ends yesterday. Not for Amber Heard as a person, not for Johnny Depp as a person. So, yeah. They came out with their doctor and said, she's fine. And then she testified. Kane Reed, what is your favorite game of all time? That is Star Control 2 today. We've talked about that in a couple of streams right now. Mine is Mass Effect 2. Also, any guesses to what the... Yep, okay, all right. Also, any guesses as to what the next game dev acquisition will be? I think Square is going to potentially shop itself around. We know EA is. It's going to be one at that level, I think. But I can't promise you it's going to stay in-house. I don't know that it's be Microsoft or Sony or anybody like that. I think you got Apple and Amazon and Netflix and others creeping around the edges. So, I would expect one big tech company to join. Ains, what is your favorite game of all time?
I'll throw two. So Halo CE is kind of my nostalgic favorite.
You'll throw two.
I'm throwing two. And The Witcher 3. I've always got to say The Witcher 3.
The Witcher 3 is fantastic.
I also love that he said Mass Effect 2 because obviously you and I have some fun history with the Mass Effect series.
We do, because Mass Effect 2 is the worst of the Mass Effects, unfortunately. But that's okay. Alita, what is your favorite video game of all time?
Well, I haven't played nearly as many as
I know you have a limited library of video game experiences, but you can still have a favorite.
I do love playing Super Smash Brothers with Mr. Bytes.
That's a great game.
I somehow mash the right buttons and have a tendency to win, which is just hilarious because when we played It Takes Two, right?
Yeah,
that's the one that came out recently with the puppets, not puppets, like sock puppets kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's been a few months. We set it aside for a bit. But it was one of those things that it became very, very clear to us who was the real gamer and who was very much not the real gamer.
Was Mr. Bytes carrying you a bit? Is that what you're trying to say?
A little bit. It's one of those that the story that you are kind of watching and playing through kind of plays out in real life in some ways that you're the
bickering couple.
A little bit. You got frustrations and those kind of things that come up, and then you're we've got to talk through these things.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, no, it's actually funny. I love It Takes Two, but they bicker throughout every level. And it's interesting that way. That's a fun thing to think of you and Mr. Bytes playing. That's a great game. It's
one of those that we said recently that we need to go back to and maybe even restart from the beginning. Sure. But other than that, I really liked Zelda Breath of the Wild. So that was a lot of fun.
I think so. Ains, what an excellent choice from Alita, my guest on this channel, wouldn't you say?
Great game. I'm going to leave it there to keep you moving.
Ains has an annoyingly anti Breath of the Wild stance that we dig up every episode of season game because nobody has his stance, as far as I can tell, on that game. See, this is the fun we have. Come on to the big cast. Go subscribe to Season Gaming right now. There's 4,000 of you. Make Ains' day. Go over there. It's linked in. I think it's linked in the description. It'll be under Bitcast. Check that out. See, I love these game questions. I love them. Stephen Parker, thank you so much for the super chat and the support. And by the way, folks, since we're going to be doing an hour of super chat to start, now that I don't have to bounce immediately over to the Legal Bytes channel to cover the trial, I will be taking time after these finish to do timestamps on when we start the headlines that we do read. I know people have asked about that. I'm also looking at an editor to pop out the headlines themselves into a Just the Headlines playlist, because I know some of you don't like hanging out as much or just want to get to the meat of these things a little bit more often.
Not to interrupt you, Rick, but there's a lot of comments saying Breath of the Wild is severely overrated. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
I see those too. I'll be the first to admit I am nowhere near critic level on video gaming. So I have only just really begun to sort of dip my toe into proper video gaming.
You don't have to back down from
gaming.
No, you are in the far firmer ground here, believe me.
You do not have to back down in front of all this madness.
I mean, because I do have to explain that for the longest. I mean, I grew up with my brothers playing Nintendo 64.
Great.
007 and Mario Kart. Those were the games of our childhood, really. And then after we all grew up and they moved out before me, they're all a bit older. There were no brothers to be playing around me anymore. So I was mostly backseat gaming even then. And then I met Mr. Bytes, and he's a very big gamer, and has been for a very long time. And so he's sort of pulled me back into it. He bought me the Switch that's behind me there.
Nice.
That was a nice birthday gift one year. And so sort of have been making my way slowly in there, but I still mostly enjoy watching him and telling him where to throw the Molotov cocktails.
That checks out.
Awesome.
That checks out. Well, I love it. I love all this wonderful Breath of the Wild conversation. Meryl Vandenherk. All right, Ains. What are the best 2 DC movies in your opinion, and why are they Joker and Dark Knight?
Oh man, on the spot.
I told you we get this stuff here, Ains.
Yeah, so I'd probably have to say Dark Knight is one of the two.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Joker's a very good movie. I liked it a lot. If I had to pick 2, I'd probably say Dark Knight and Man of Steel. I really, really like Man of Steel. I'm one of those that stand up for that movie. I think it was a great interpretation of Superman. So
I'll stand up for Man of Steel with you. I was going to ask you to defend, like, I don't know, like Justice League or something, but that would
I'm not going to do that.
Mean.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Mira's role in Zack Snyder's Justice League. We'll get this back on Amber Heard. Sarah D, best way to start the day. Morning, Hoeg. Morning, Sarah. Thank you so much. Stephen Parker, speculation on what the jurors are thinking today. At least a few of them went and decided to look at what the heck happened in the world because they were trying to be good juror citizens and didn't follow all this from afar. So they're looking at things and saying, wow, somebody listened to the Australia tapes, said, huh. So no, I think they're probably feeling pretty good about it, especially as the media stuff comes out. Either way they went on this, there was going to be this big bifurcation that we will eventually talk about, people, I promise. Casey Spinks, good morning, Rick. Elaine was just interviewed on the Today Show. She was interesting and spoke with appeal that will be filed. Hearts emoji, your coverage. Interesting. Yeah, I did see the articles that went by yesterday that said Amber Heard plans to appeal. I did also say earlier in this show that a lot of people plan to appeal when they have a losing verdict against them and then, see exactly what their chances are and how expensive it will be, etc. But that's interesting. I will have to follow up on that interview. I have no doubt that Elaine does a good interview. I don't know that Elaine is like a great trial presence. Well, I do know that she is not, but I think she gives a good interview. Yeah. Dad, second super chat. It's not 8 a.m. yet. We're gonna be good. I love you. I will miss these days of coverage, says Dad. My first love is video games. My favorite series of all time was the Infocom text-only games. Best of those was Planetfall, which Ian Runkle of the Bailey, check out his channel. He just crossed 200,000 subscribers. I'm so happy for him. That we talked about Planetfall and decided not to spoil this game from the early 80s. So if you're interested in Infocom text games, do check out Planetfall. It is one of the more impactful story beats in video game history. Thanks, Dad. Wendy's Cafe, can you try to explain what's going on with the ACLU? I heard some grumblings about them going after Johnny Depp, just unsure how much that's based in fact versus fiction. Good morning, all of you. Smiley face emoji. Yeah, long story short is you saw the ACLU general counsel testify by deposition in this court case. As part of that, the company had to put together some documentation. He had to review these things. He had to spend some time getting ready to be deposed. And the ACLU decided that time and effort was worth $80,000 some odd dollars. And is bringing a court action against the Johnny Depp team to get that $80,000 back. Johnny Depp's team does owe a third party that's not a party to the litigation, like reasonable costs to defray the expense of putting things together. The number that's asked from the ACLU seems ludicrous on its face, just looking at the thing. And that'll proceed probably behind the scenes looking at that. ACLU also put out an article that I didn't cover because it's not verdict related about essentially why they're going to continue backstopping Amber Heard. So you might want to check that one out. That was interesting. Oima, is this my Morrowind buddy from the Bitcast? You said one dude on there loved Morrowind like me, LOL.
So me and Travis both love Morrowind. It's our favorite Elder Scrolls game, both of us, and him and I have talked about that pretty extensively. Yeah. Good stuff.
Crazy Cat Queen, question for Ains. No video game experience since Pac-Man. Best gaming system for a newbie dipping her toes in video games for the first time in 40 years, aka easy to use cat emoji, video game emoji.
Wow. That's tough. I would say, Rick, I don't know what you think, but one thing I really love about the modern Xbox ecosystem is how they support basically 20 years of games very, very easily. So you can buy a Series S or Series X and really anything from their 20-year history almost works pretty much simply on that system. Plus Game Pass is amazing and has, you can pretty much download new games anytime you want. So that would probably be my recommendation. But I mean, honestly, gaming is so much easier to get into now than it's ever been. And there's so many countless games that you can really kind of go anywhere. So
Yeah, no, I think that's a great answer. My recommendation usually on a question like this right now is the Xbox Series S, as in Sam. It's a really cool little box, and if you get a couple of months of Game Pass with it, you'll get a good feeling for video games, both indie and AAA in the modern era. And if for some reason it just doesn't connect with you, you didn't spend an inordinate amount of money finding out that video games aren't for you. So I really like the Series S. I love it, actually. It's a magic little box. But you can't go wrong. All the platform holders are kicking butt this generation. Caleb Foth, question on a 1 to 10 scale. How likely are you to convert to Pastafarianism? 0. We have a heaven full of strippers and beer volcanoes. We also offer a 100% God back guarantee.
A flying spaghetti monster super chat. That's amazing.
Oh, we get them all, Ains. Get ready.
I love it.
Carly loves Big Bang, German Hoeg fan club. My thoughts on $2 million is a mix of the body cam footage and message to victims that Ben Rottenborn mentioned. In other words, playing safe for actual victims makes sense. It does make sense. I sincerely hope not. Ben Rottenborn really did cross lines saying, look at something other than the evidence before you and the messages that you will send out into the world. Doesn't make it impossible for the jury to have taken that up, but I would be not super thrilled if they did. Not Beaven. Morning, Hoeg. Morning, Not Beaven. Just wanted to show some appreciation for H&H. Could the $2 million have been an attempt to get a juror on the side, or maybe they didn't want to implicate Amber Heard's friends? Hi, Ains and Alita. Oh, they got 2 A's. It's A+ here.
A&A for H&H.
A&A for H&H.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I think you heard Alita kind of say this, the implication of the friends. We've talked about the horse trading. I think these are very good theories about how that happens the way it does. Oh, sure. Yeah, I talk about that. Sorry. Distracted.
Happens to me all the time.
Brandon Hills, 4,000 viewers and 663 likes. Smash that like button. You can hit it delicately. I don't want any keyboard damage to happen or mouse damage while you are selecting like for this program that you're enjoying. But if you would do that, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah. Well, we are at 1.1 now, but I think we could probably get a little bit higher even still.
Let's see here. Tammy Shea, my guess is that the jury had issues with under the direction of a lawyer portion of the statement, as it would be hard to believe a lawyer would partake in that. Is that part of the statement? Oh, under the direction of a lawyer. Yeah, good flag. Good flag, Tammy Shea.
That's an even better one because I don't think there was really any evidence of that.
No, not under. Well, we know that she calls a lawyer that night because she says that. And again, it's like, even if it didn't happen exactly this way, there are pieces of this everywhere. And him putting it together wrong is not actual malice to me. But here we are. So yeah, no, Amber definitely says she calls a lawyer almost immediately when she finds out that Io called the police, I think. So that's what you do, by the way. Oftentimes you do call the lawyer when you've got a law enforcement action. I have no problem with Amber Heard's description of calling a lawyer immediately. But she does say that. She does testify to that.
Keep in mind, though, because this is Amber's counterclaims, the burden is also on Amber to disprove that.
I talked about that. So that's where I think the jury gets tripped up, because I think that there's not enough maybe for Adam Waldman to have said this exactly, but I think they flipped the burden. I think they said that Depp didn't prove that it happened this way, and he doesn't have to. She has to prove it didn't happen that way, and I don't think she did that. So I think the countersuit and the suit being so similar in concept and thinking about burdens the way you were, I honestly think can easily screw you up thinking about this. And I think that they held the burden in the wrong direction to get to a ruling on this. If we're just like looking at it from a technical lawyer's perspective.
Right.
And we are going to do our first article in 4 minutes because I just can't get ahead of these super chats because you guys are awesome this morning. Obviously, a lot of energy from the verdict. But I thought I could get in front of them. I cannot. I have the Alita problem, as I call it. Lightning 65. MSM is doubling down. Yeah, we got some articles to that effect. Thoughts on Amber joining the media, maybe as a liberal news anchor or joining The View? I think Amber is going to potentially have a future. We've got a couple articles that talk about her being maybe a more effective activist and actor in the future. I don't know. I don't know what direction is going to go. I think there are more than enough outlets and possibilities that are essentially going to ignore this ruling as the efforts of a misogynistic jury. So I think Amber Heard will will have a landing spot. What that is,
Yeah.
I cannot say.
I don't know if that's going to help their causes, though. We'll see.
Which causes? You mean the social movements?
Yeah.
It's interesting to see people double down in favor of this particular person, because as much as the internet is a bad, terrible place, and there's some bad, terrible stuff out there, basically everyone doesn't agree on basically anything now, and there's just a huge groundswell of like, yeah, Johnny Depp's version of the world is the more accurate one. Carly loves Big Bang. Is that Indy?
It was.
Hey, he's just excited to be on my channel. Or she is. I'm sorry. Carly loves Big Bang, German Hoeg fan club. I am more of a K-drama girl for relaxing after work and not a gamer. The only PC game I ever finished in love was Matahari. Do you know that? Opinions? Halo emoji. I think I know that from Reputation, if I'm thinking of the right game. Halo emoji, I think, is apt. Skip and Kelly S. Elaine was on the Today Show 15 minutes ago. She said a lot of the evidence was suppressed in this trial compared to the UK trial. Is that true? She also said Amber won the UK. Amber was not in the UK trial. The trial was Johnny Depp versus The Sun. Amber was a witness. So Amber didn't win anything in the UK trial, but that's fine. Was it suppressed? Hearsay rules of evidence kept some stuff that they wanted to bring in out, and it did it in both directions. So this is the kind of thing that the losing side says. I'm just going to be honest there. The Duchess of Dutchness, what, if any, will we do now that the trial is done? I feel like I have to say goodbye to my new relatives. We'll still be here. Headlines, hangouts, they're not going anywhere here. Virtual Legality is going to come back in its original prime form. I know a lot of video game folks on this channel are excited about that. Alita is still going to be doing awesome stuff. She has a list of about 50 cases that people have recommended to Mike cover. You'll see probably more collaborations across the various lawyers on YouTube. And I can be seen every Sunday at 11 on the Bitcast. Check it out. Link below. Gio Rio, hi, Ains and Hoeg. Nice to see you two on a Thursday together. It's not Sunday at all. Looking forward to the state of play. Any reactions after in a stream or Sunday? Video game emoji, blue heart emoji, and I think old school controller emoji for you, Ains.
Yeah. Oh, just for me?
I think that's you. Yeah, these are identifying emojis. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see Gio, man. He always joins us on Bitcast. Very generous. Thank you. So we are, I won't take this stream up. We are doing our best to coordinate reactions and upcoming Bitcast with the coming game shows, Summer Game Fest and Xbox and Bethesda and everything else. So we are trying to coordinate that as we speak.
It's herding cats in there, I can promise you, in those DMs. And I've been very, very bad to respond to them because I've been doing other things like every single day. So we're going to get it, though. And State of Play should be interesting. Come on, Final Fantasy. Let's do it. But we'll see. We'll see. Thanks, Gio. ADC 2003-2996. What say you to articles critical of people who have no horse in the race following the trial? I need a good repost. Articles critical of people who aren't otherwise following the trial. I don't know. Those aren't appearing in the articles. We have some categories that I'm talking about here, but I haven't
or perhaps
seen those yet. Yeah.
Or the other possible meaning to this could be that they're saying that that there are articles that are critical of independent people that are independently analyzing this case from a bit more
like
of an.
Us? Nobody would criticize us.
Who would do that?
That doesn't appear in half the articles. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. Let's see. Is there anybody defending us? Well, you got the really awesome Los Angeles Times piece on Emily Baker, which we covered a couple of episodes ago, which is very nice about the notion of independent media covering things. Because frankly, Los Angeles has to be a little bit more on the bleeding edge, I think, to even understand what's happening there. And so the LA Times did a good job. And you might see a face here on this channel right now referenced in that article. No, it's not mine. The celebrity is on the bottom there. Yeah, you can check out those articles. I'll keep an eye out for them. I didn't want this space to be entirely meta about what we're doing here on YouTube. So I don't cover every time they're referenced. Bonkers B, I think it can be false because why rough up and call the police twice, then not cooperate? And malice maybe from Waldman throwing the article to her. Definitely not malice. Don't listen to Elaine on that. The legal term of malice is knowing falsity or reckless disregard for truthfulness. So that's all we care about with respect to malice. Not if he snarls, not if he makes a face. That Elaine is lying there, honestly. And I probably would have objected. You can hear me respond to it immediately. It's like, what the hell? When she says it in her closing argument. So that's not malice, but you might be right. To the jurors, that's all they heard. All right. So I will try to keep up with these super chats in the background while we also talk about some actual substantive stuff, because we've done this for an hour. We have hung out for an hour. We're going to be hanging out a lot. I think we might go for a while today. But I do want to cover some of this stuff. And I also want to make fun of Fox a little bit. Not Fox. And I do say in this space that I follow Fox and Vox. I like to get a triangulated approach as to what's happening. But here's what Vox went out with initially after the verdict was put in. They say Johnny Depp won his defamation trial against Amber Heard. Good so far. And Amber Heard lost her countersuit. That's not accurate. Amber Heard won her countersuit on one statement, but I think the right way to think about that is she won. And then in a stunning finish to the celebrity trial that has riveted the nation, Depp was awarded $17 million in damages, amended by the judge to $320,000. This is just amazing. This is absolutely just amazing. And more amazing, of course, is that the headline to this article that is linked is Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and their $50 million defamation suit explained. And that's what Vox likes to do to talk about their articles. They like to tell you that they're going to explain them for you. This tweet is god-awful. So we talked about this. This is one of the reasons why I brought this up at front. It's 10.35 to Johnny, 2 million to Amber. I don't actually mind if you net those and say it's something like 8.35 to Johnny. None of this makes any sense. Okay.
I often like to say math is magic and science is sorcery. It would seem that the Fox believes the same.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's, and to their credit, let's credit them. They come out a little while later and say, oopsie, that wasn't what happened at all. And so they get the number right after a little bit. I do want to talk about their article just a touch. I believe, if I understand what they did here, they have just been updating one article called this as it happens and adding the new updates to the top. It's not immediately obvious that that's what's happening, but I do believe that's what's occurred. They cover the actual correct numbers here at the top after an update late last night. They then summarize, and then you get a few of the things that we will be seeing all over the place in the articles that we are going to look at. And I'm not going to do a deep dive into every single one like we do when we pick one article. We are going to talk about the Guardian article about the ocean of misogyny the most. So get ready for that. But we're mostly going to be talking about just things that I've plucked out here as interesting. So Vox says this was a murky, perplexing trial. While it was technically a defamation trial over a newspaper article with Depp suing Heard, at its center was one big conflict. Amber Heard said Johnny Depp abused her. Depp said Heard abused him. So what's the truth? And that's already summarizing things a little bit too much, because Heard's abuse of Depp, as Ben Rottenborn rightly pointed out, it doesn't matter if Amber Heard took an axe to his finger in this particular case. Not sure that's the best argument, but it doesn't matter technically on a legal level. This entire paragraph is roughly correct. It's a defamation suit about domestic abuse. It is. Strikingly, for our post-Me Too world, both the jury and the loudest voices on the internet overwhelmingly sided with Depp. That is despite the fact that Depp already lost one version of this case in the UK. So we talk about rhetoric, we talk about argument, and one of the problems that we have right now is that, one, this article author, and we'll see this in a lot of these stories, clearly doesn't care that the jury decided something and isn't giving a lot of credence to the fact that the jury's facts and evidence was more limited than ours should have been. Then you followed up with the sentence that says that's despite the fact that Depp already lost one version of the case in the UK. And I think they just don't realize that they did this, but they're implying that the jury knew that. When, if there's one thing that you could tell throughout this case, it was that the Heard side wasn't allowed to say that Johnny Depp lost that case. Now, they got it in various ways. They brought in hashtags that say Johnny Depp is a wife beater on the day the case ended. They got those two facts admitted at the same time, and things like that. But overall, the jury wasn't allowed to be told what that case is. Why? It's a different jurisdiction. It's different laws. It's different statements. Amber Heard, even though Elaine apparently is going on the Today Show saying Amber Heard won in the UK, Amber Heard was not a party to that case. And so it doesn't actually have any probative value, the win or the loss, to this particular instance. And then you get Vox tripling down, quadrupling down. While there's compelling evidence that violence came from both people in this marriage, it's far from clear that Heard was the primary aggressor. And I want to give Vox the benefit of the doubt because I like giving people the benefit of the doubt, regardless of whether you feel it's deserved here. I think this is a function of the way they're writing this article. Because if we scroll down, and we're not going to go through everything else, their overall explanation, like while the trial is going on, is how there is all this compelling evidence that Johnny Depp committed violence. Now, I don't think that was borne out in the trial. 7 Virginians sitting in a room agree with me on that supposition. But like the ship of state, like giant bureaucratic organizations, you've committed. This is the way you're going to write this article. Basically, you're going to back up what you've written in the rest of this, whatever it is now, 20,000 words that we're not going to go through in its entirety. So while I think you should reflect on what it is that a jury actually did, it's not terribly surprising when they say, well, there's compelling evidence. Then you say, well, why did this happen? If there's compelling evidence, Vox, you're explaining this to me. Why did this occur? Depp has a stronger public profile. They start the next paragraph with, okay. So we find ourselves in the bucket we found ourselves in before, which is fanboys and girls of Johnny Depp are the ones that are moving this needle, and that is why it happened. Then we get Heard's statement, which we're going to look at in just a minute, and we get back to exactly what was said about his popularity, right? Edward Scissorhands, Donnie Brasco, Pirates of the Caribbean. For a while, at least, he was one of those people who are so bankable that they seem to be able to get away with anything. A white man who is also a true A-list sex symbol. So now you have the demographics introduced. We've seen that before. We will see it again. So you have your fanboy, your fangirl. Also, he has demographics that allow him to get through this. They point out that Rolling Stone said he was on the downside of his career and that Heard was just beginning to approach the point of becoming a household name. All this is to say that when those two figures met and throughout their marriage, Johnny Depp was a known quantity and Amber Heard was very much not. Then you get all these summaries. I don't think I grabbed much here except to point out that they do reference that this was all in the time before Trump, which I just like. That's a Vox little flourish. I don't know that has anything to do with anything here. And then this is the doubling down. This is where we start to get into the parts where I think that this is just summaries of where the trial happened. There is compelling evidence that Depp acted violently towards Heard. In the UK trial, Heard submitted witness testimony, contemporaneous text messages, emails, and diary entries and photographs of her bruises. Taken together, they demonstrated a clear pattern of abuse, most often when Depp was under the influence of drugs or alcohol. You can be your own judge on this.
Can you scroll up just a tiny bit again?
Okay, yes. What do you want?
I'm still right there. I'm still kind of hanging on to this little subtitle here. Is this a case of mutual abuse, or is it Darvo, or is it something entirely different, Vox?
Yes, they don't provide the opportunity for it to be not abuse. Did he do it? Did he maybe have a reason for doing it? But he did it. So we're going to go with those questions. And we see that from The Guardian as well. So you're right. You're right. You know, that's not a terribly great summary of this. But yeah, they're all in on Johnny Depp did these things. And so that's they lack the ability to go in a different direction. While the details are too extensive to catalog. It's like, yeah, okay. All right. And then they go over
the mountains of evidence are so big you can't even see them.
It is the mountains of evidence stuff, right? And speaking of mountains of evidence, that is a hell of a segue, Alita. We are going to talk about.
I knew.
Yeah. No, we are going to talk about the statements that the parties made yesterday, and we are going to talk about a few Twitter takes. Again, these are mostly headlines. This is designed to talk about actual journalists talking about these things, but I do have some Twitter takes from some journalists and some tweets that effectively act as headlines for at least a certain portion of the audience of these articles that are, interestingly enough, one of the things you can note on Twitter is that what they go out with is often more biased, more outrage-filled, more clickbaity than the actual headlines they wind up using. It's like there's different groups at these companies that are doing different things to try to attract their audiences, which of course makes sense. But it does mean that the Twitter versions of trying to get you to click on that headline are often a little bit far. So I told you that Vox corrected, which is good. You want to see this correction. People make mistakes. People don't usually make mistakes that look like this necessarily. I don't even know how this happened. I don't even know where 20 comes from.
You can't even like blame that on like bias or something like that. It's just
not bias.
Incorrect math.
No.
really incorrect math.
This is horrible news. If this is the only thing you saw and you're like, oh, I understand what happened yesterday, you're going to be horribly misinformed about what happened. But they do correct it. Yesterday, though, was a day of statements. Even before the verdict comes in, we get a statement from Amber Heard's side of things. Your presence shows where your priorities are. Johnny Depp plays guitar in the UK while Amber Heard waits for a verdict in Virginia. Depp is taking his snickering and lack of seriousness on tour.
Oh,
Amber Heard spokesperson. And this is Instagram. And you saw this go out. I think it was when the verdict was called. So the way this worked yesterday was the judge said that you would get at least an hour from the top of the next hour. And I think the verdict was called in something close to the half-hour mark of what would that have been, like 1:30 or so Eastern yesterday. And so that means you go to the 2 o'clock and then it's another hour. So we had about 90 minutes and then we had more time because the verdict wasn't actually filled out properly. And this goes out immediately to say Johnny Depp is in England. And it's like, okay, all right, that's fine. This doesn't play terribly well after you lose every bit of the defamation case, though. And so we get a few more statements, including one from Amber Heard, which goes out minutes after the verdict is read, and that some people feel themselves is potentially defamatory. And I went over this on Legal Bites channel. We're going to go over it right now because this is a headline in and of itself.
Let's do it with fresh eyes.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it why I don't think it's defamatory, even though you can definitely tell it has some of the same language propensities that we saw in the Washington Post article in 2018, which is an interesting thing to have because you just lost a $10 million defamation suit using this kind of stylistic language. So what does Amber Heard say? The disappointment I feel today is beyond words. And that's not defamatory. That's a statement of her state of being. And honestly, I would feel very disappointed if I lost a suit like this as well. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband. So that's a statement that is about power. It's an opinion statement, and opinions in the United States can't be subject to defamation because you have to have proved that what was said was false, and opinions basically can't be false. And so right now in that first paragraph, we got a couple of things jumping out. She once again reaffirms her mountain of evidence. We heard that in audio recordings. We heard that from her on the stand. I'm just going to be frank with you. I didn't see a mountain of evidence. I watched this for 6 weeks, 7 weeks in calendar time. We talked about it over the verdict. I've now seen at least some of the extra stuff. I don't see a mountain of evidence there. And Alita, if you didn't hear, we did get a super chat that suggested that Elaine went out and said essentially that one of the reasons that they didn't win the case was because their evidence was suppressed. So it appears that their appeal might at least be based on some version of over erroneous hearsay rulings or something like that.
An abuse of discretion is what they're going to have to get past. And that is a very difficult actual mountain to climb.
Yeah. You got to convince the appeals court that the trial judge screwed up so massively that it changed the entire verdict of the case. Good luck. I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. Okay, still fine on the defamation standpoint. It is a setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. And I guess if there's going to be a defamation claim on this, it would be this last sentence, right? Because we're good so far on everything through even the setback to the clock. She did speak up and speak out, and we don't have a reference to abuse like we did in the Washington Post article. This last sentence is suggestive of Johnny Depp committed violence against me, and it's close to what she just lost.
Actually, thinking back on it, okay, so it sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. So what she's talking about is an idea of violence against women. The implication behind that, though.
Yeah, no, I think it's I dismissed it pretty quickly yesterday. I would continue to dismiss it because I don't think anything's going to happen on this statement. But it's adding in the abuse component. It's adding in the violence component because as long as you say, look, I spoke up and I was shamed and humiliated. First, that's accurate. Second of all, you're not adding that abuse part, because where you get in trouble in the Washington Post article is when you say, 2 years ago, I became a representative of what? Domestic abuse. And here it's, I lost this case, and it sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. By the same rules that the Washington Post article just came in on, it's effectively the same kind of implied statement.
The timing of it is also very interesting because it technically came out before the jury verdict came out.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it before the jury verdict came out. I wasn't looking at Amber Heard's Twitter, I have to admit.
I'm pretty sure it was when the jury came in and we expected a verdict, and then the judge said, well, actually there's this form that you need to fill out. So we didn't actually know exactly what they had come up with yet. And then folks said, hey, Amber's got a statement already on the verdict. And it was right after that then we got to find out the official verdict.
Really? Okay.
If I remember correctly from yesterday.
Well, when I looked at it yesterday and I popped it out, it said like 2 minutes ago, but that was after the full verdict. She could have done it to put it up and taken it down, or it could have just been inaccurate, or my memory is not flawless. But
it was a long day yesterday.
It was a long day. That's what I remember, is it happening almost instantaneously after the real verdict. But I could be wrong. So yeah, this last sentence is the closest I think you come. Then you get, I believe Johnny's attorney succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of freedom of speech and ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK. Here we have, again, Elaine and Amber going out with they won in the UK. That wasn't the case that featured them. I'm sad I lost this case, but I am sadder still that I have seemed to have lost a right I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly. And we will see that as a theme that's been picked up in certain of the articles about women losing the right to freedom of speech. That has been picked up by certain of the journalists here. And that's interesting, of course. But if there is a sentence that's defamatory, it's the last sentence of this second paragraph. I don't think that it is. But remember, I'm the guy that thought that the Washington Post sentences had a struggle with implication. So here we are. It's similar in nature to the Washington Post. Then we have Johnny Depp making statements. I don't know if I can actually make this bigger for y'all. There we go. 6 years ago, my life, the life of my children, the lives of those closest to me, and also the lives of the people who for many, many years have supported and believed in me were forever changed. All in the blink of an eye. False, very serious, and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. It had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond, and it had a seismic impact on my life and my career. And 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I am truly humbled. My decision to pursue this case, knowing very well the height of the legal hurdles that I would be facing and the inevitable worldwide spectacle into my life, was only made after considerable thought. From the very beginning, the goal of bringing this case was to reveal the truth regardless of the outcome. Speaking the truth was something that I owed to my children and to all those who have remained steadfast in their support of me. I feel at peace knowing I have finally accomplished that. I am and have been overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and the colossal support and kindness from around the world. I hope that my quest to have the truth be told will have helped others, men or women, who have found themselves in my situation, and those supporting them never give up. I also hope that the position will now return to innocent until proven guilty, both within the courts and in the media. I wish to acknowledge the noble work of the judge, the jurors, the court staff, and the sheriffs who have sacrificed their own time to get to this point, and to my diligent and unwavering legal team who did an extraordinary job in helping me to share the truth. The best is yet to come, and a new chapter has finally begun. Veritas numquam perit, truth never perishes. I think I said veritas because I have an old school Latin background in the teaching that I have received. Most of us would say veritas there. I'm not trying to be pretentious. Johnny Depp, UK, June 1st, I guess, in European parlance. So yeah, Johnny Depp goes out there in a very Johnny Depp way, apparently written on an actual typewriter. I do like this particular bit about men or women. I think that's the real crux of the issue, is that it should be applied neutrally. Justice is supposed to be blind across demographics, including gender. And I think people that are looking at this as a positive thing are looking at it from that framework. Alita Ains, did you have any thoughts on both of these statements from Amber and Johnny at this point?
They're about what I would expect from both of them.
Yeah, Amber's a little attacking, came out, the system is all out of order, and Johnny's a little poetic and introspective.
Exactly on both.
Yeah, well, at least those seem sincere then. So yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of take Amber has and her team has on actually appealing these decisions. We also got one from Adam Waldman, who just tweeted, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," which is a Martin Luther King quote, which is an interesting choice from Adam Waldman on this particular front. But I mean, you know what he's talking about as that verdict comes in. You see it's 350 on Instagram. So you have various of the players here going out with statements. As I mentioned, you also get Amber Heard at least a bit, setting the framework for what some of these journalists are going to take up as the way that they perceive this particular case, either on their own or with Amber Heard's help. And certainly one of the questions that we've asked in headlines, we get asked constantly, is exactly how much Amber Heard's PR team is helping to contour these articles. And that will continue to be a question as we see some of these notions effectively mirrored. Then we get, I promised Ains we'd get some interesting video game takes. I'm not going to make this a big thing here in this episode, but we do have, Jeff Grubb saying effectively they just like Pirates of the Caribbean more than they like women. We have Arthur Keys, not surprising, but ugh. And he says he's going to block anybody that's pro-Depp that comes into his threads. And we have from I believe this is the BBC News, a description that this is a stunning loss, defying many legal experts' predictions, but not all, Alita, not all.
Not all. Definitely not all. I would just like to say that I predicted it from the beginning of this trial.
Yeah, you did. I was the voice that says, Alita, it's a defamation case against a public figure.
I said, yep.
You did basically say, yup. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'm on the record. I'm on tape on opening statement day saying, that's a tough case. That is a tough case to win. And yet here we are, because in many parts, it became a referendum on, do you believe Johnny Depp or do you believe Amber Heard? And Amber Heard did that. That was her strategy. It was a losing one. The BBC says it made all the more surprising as it follows a resolute win for Heard in Depp's case in London 2 years ago. Journalists, Heard is not a party to the UK case. Okay. All right. So we can start there. She was not a party. The same evidence did not come in. I am sure you're going to get a lot more UK reflections from at least some corners about how that differed so much from what we just saw here in a jury scenario. But that's the background of the statements here. We're going to get into more articles here. I have to hit some super chats for fear of getting too far behind at this point in time. But we do have the New York Post coming, the Guardian, we have the Independent, we have Gawker, we have Rolling Stone, we have The Root, we have Vice, we have a lot more. So if you're interested in this, hang out with us. We're having a day talking about all these headlines. Otherwise, now is a great time to say, Ains Season Gaming, Bitcast, like and subscribe over there. Such great content, mostly on Sundays at 11. They've got just this really awesome intellectual guy that they put in the bottom right corner. He's there pretty often. Go like and subscribe over there. Alita, I don't think even needs any introduction in this space. Legal Bites Media, quintupling in size, covering Johnny Depp and Amber Heard so well. Like and subscribe over there. I am sure I will be on that channel more, just not every day for 12 hours. So go check out that channel. Absolutely.
Much more reasonable amount of time.
We'll work on something. Absolutely. Let's see. Oh, I hit the wrong button there, as I often do. That happens a lot. Cosmina Horatio, hello, guys. I will miss most of this live stream because of work meetings, but I'm so glad that you're doing this. I already had to educate 3 people on what the verdict actually was, and it's barely midday here. Yeah, that can happen. I'm sorry about that. We'll do this. Maybe I'll even edit out that just brief description of what the verdict is. I think I did it in like 5 minutes. Maybe we'll put that up. We'll just get all this stuff out of whatever length of time this stream winds up being. Elise Rose, Kingdom Hearts 3 broke my heart. Crying emoji. Justice for Kyrie. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 was one of my most disappointing games of that year. I'm not going to lie. So hopefully Kingdom Hearts 4 brings back awesomeness. Byron Kadum. Amber Heard wore the same dress she had on when she filed for the TRO in 2016. Did she? Is that true, Alita? Do we know this?
It looks like it. She was definitely wearing a black dress that is similar to the one that she was wearing before.
Oh, this is what you were answering when you were talking about LBDs.
Little black dress. Yeah, I don't know if it was exactly the same one.
Okay.
I will also note without any kind of shame or judgment that she is a different size now than she was during the TRO.
Sure.
So I don't know if that would be the same dress because it looked like that one previously fit her quite snugly. Not to say that it didn't fit well, it fit quite well. But I don't know if that would be the same dress now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Trevor Matthews, read the 10 million. Didn't a Heard witness, might have been an agent or accountant, say she had earned that much over her entire Hollywood career? I don't know. She's got like 1.6 from The Stand. She's got 1 from Aquaman, 2 from Aquaman 2. I don't know where the rest of that money comes from, but it is like a decade of experience. So they might have. Anita Labus from Vilnius, watching you while I study for my exams. Question: what are your thoughts on the Lego games?
Labus means hello in Lithuanian.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Alita knows our Lithuanian.
Labas Nita.
Whenever she goes into it, she's much better at pronouncing it. There's no question. What are your thoughts on the Lego games? Lego Batman, Star Wars, Harry Potter, etc. I absolutely love the Skywalker Saga Lego game that came out a month ago that I haven't played enough of because I was doing something else. Yeah, Ains, how do you feel about Lego games?
Yeah, man, they're great. We've talked about Star Wars Saga quite a bit over on SG. So yeah, they're great games, man. Especially if you have kids and people you can play with in the house. They're awesome.
Yeah, and Skywalker Saga has a lot of exploration, which I know my daughters really like. Alita, you ever play Lego games?
I have not.
Oh,
but I'm totally open to it. I
think they would totally work for especially a more casual player. And I'm not trying to impugn your gaming streak cred.
I absolutely am more of a casual player.
In some corners of the internet, that would have been like a terrible utterance I just said to you.
How rude!
So, yeah, I know. But no, check them out. Yeah, absolutely. We could talk offline on ones that you might be interested in. Saul Music, better give Johnny Depp $8 million, which Amber Heard can pay as a sugar daddy loan. I don't think she has that sugar daddy anymore. Then $50 million he'll never see. Yeah, I think Elon and her are on the outs. But it was interesting to see the Elon Musk checks flying around. Wendy's Cafe. I watched an interesting video night done by a DV therapist about Amber Heard. The channel name is Live Abuse Free. If you want to look it up. What a great recommendation. I will put that on my list of things to look at. Thank you, Wendy's Cafe. Stuart Hillier, Amber Heard will remember yesterday as the day she almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Thanks to you and Alita and LawTube for your coverage. Really insightful. Yeah, people were waiting for that one. Sarah Stroven, but do you know these emojis? Oh, you are killing me right now. I don't know. No, let's see. We got... I don't know, like Moncala board, some kind of nut, cell phone, and
Virgo.
Okay, Virgo. The star sign. I love your morning show. Thanks for helping me get ready for work. Awesome live streams too, Alita. Yes, because I say the emojis like I'm on the circle. People sometimes just send the wackiest emojis that they can find and ask me to say them all in a row. So I'm pretty poor at that. But I do love to try. And it's always interesting to me to see like the kind of emojis that people can go and find out there. So, I tried to get people to give me a meerkat and folks tried to put it together with like a cat and like a squirrel and things. But yeah, meerkats, I love. They're my animal. Met29, PC game Neverhood, all claymation, so good. Old school, I like it. Neverhood's a lot of fun. Jen Manning, I too am the unpopular opinion on Breath of the Wild. Ains doesn't need support. Love Zelda games. Did not like that one. Link's Awakening is my favorite. Tongue out, happy emoji.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen.
Ains is just happy about all the people coming out to support him on this one. Lloyd Cases, my gaming history starts from Turrican 2, and it came from the desert. Full motion video 90s games. Let's fight off those ants together. So it's so hard to choose a favorite, but Crusader Kings 2 for my history itch. Crusader Kings is a fantastic series.
It's a true story. Turrican 2. So Carl, who is our tech lead over at Season Gaming, his favorite game ever is Turrican 2. True story.
There you go.
I also got correction from the chat that was not a Virgo sign. That was Aries, because a Virgo zodiac sign looks like an M with an extra flourish, according to Meryl Vandenherk.
At least I have someone to blame, because I wouldn't have guessed the star sign at all. So there you go.
I'm a Virgo.
At least I got. Oh, okay. At least I got somewhere close-ish in the universe.
You got
of
star
symbols.
sign. You get all the credit to me. Carly loves Big Bang. German Hoeg fan club. Ains, love your Superman comment. Best DCEU for me.
Yeah, I got to keep Man of Steel.
But you know, but of course,
Yeah.
Aquaman was the biggest and the best one of all time.
Yes,
as
yes.
we now know.
Some of the agents got a little flourishy with describing the success of Aquaman.
Oh, good.
Including many times they remembered to say it was the highest grossing DC movie. Other times they might have said the best movie ever made and the highest grossing movie ever made and things like that. It's like, well, yeah, the agents were really interesting to listen to because like you totally understand how agents get cast and portrayed the way they do in movies and television. It's like, yep, seems to have nailed it. Ray Atkinson, Trouble with Tribbles, Star Trek Online was sentenced inhuman. Yes, Trouble with Tribbles is a Star Trek episode. Star Trek Online is a thing. I can't otherwise decode that one, but thank you for the support.
Yeah, I know the episode, but I don't know what he's referring to otherwise.
Wendy's Cafe, there is no way in heck that they'll find an unbiased jury now if an appeal ever gets them back into court. Everyone in the world, including children, has now seen this trial. It would be a problem. There's no question. Grunage, Alita, try the Book of Unwritten Tales. Great game.
All right.
Book of Unwritten Tales is good. So that's a good recommendation. I will say if Alita is going to get into adventure games, she's going to try The Longest Journey first. Longest Journey is my favorite adventure game ever made. And
maybe I would finish it before Mr. Bice finished his Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yes, I have no doubt. Yeah, I have no doubt that is in fact the case. But no, The Longest Journey is my recommended adventure game. I'm actually thinking about potentially, if I ever get into it, streaming that one because it deserves more coverage. Carly loves Big Bang. German Hoeg fan club. Didn't Team Amber say she just wants to move on and be left alone? They did. The appeal seems to contradict that. Again, it seems she can play the game forever. Okay, but in fairness, a $10 million liability is also something that you don't love in terms of moving on. So if she thinks she has a legitimate appeals case, it is set up to allow for legitimate appeals. Nine Realms Publishing. Since we are talking impactful stories in video games, have you played Spec Ops: The Line? I have. And if so, which ending did you choose to not feel like as much as a bad person by the end? I honestly can't remember. If I actually didn't even remember there was a choice at the end of Spec Ops: The Line. It is haunting. It is a haunting game. I wish the gameplay were a little bit more solid because it's kind of generic to me. But it is a wonderful kind of discussion of both choice in games, kind of like BioShock, and the nature of the conflicts that are so often depicted in video games. So I do recommend it. But I can't honestly tell you what I did at the end. I didn't remember there was a choice at all.
Very similar to you. Yeah, very similar.
Themos Politis, Depp as an aged Guybrush Threepwood in a new franchise. Keep up the good work. From Rapture in the North Atlantic. So I tell people to tell me where they're sending from, and I get these video game locations. Yeah. No, Guybrush Threepwood would be, honestly, if they decided to make an entirely meta Lego movie-esque Monkey Island, casting Johnny Depp as Guybrush, who's a funny pirate, Alita, if you're not familiar with the character, would be perfect.
Very true.
Love it.
Zach Frisch, Morrowind, first mission, deliver this package. Child, me, don't think I will.
It's the best part of Morrowind. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, Morrowind and its creepy mushrooms and its giant-legged thingies. Go walk in whatever direction you choose and see if you ever advance the story. That's the nature of the Elder Scrolls, though, right? I mean, like, go do whatever you like. Go be a Viking, go wander in the plains. That's what those games are good at.
Yeah.
Carly loves Big Bang, German Hoeg fan club. Game question. My hubby plays for 15 years. Only Morrowind. 15 years. I gifted him Skyrim, but he returned. Any idea for a new game that could really excite him? Okay, first of all, I just love this description. Only plays Morrowind. I tried to give him the newest Elder Scrolls. He said, that's not Morrowind. Yeah, well, unfortunately, one of the reasons why Ains and Travis have Morrowind so high on their list is because it's a bit unusual and unique, and some of the edges have been sanded off of the Elder Scrolls. That's just the truth. Morrowind is weird and wild and not terribly handholdy. So any idea for a new game that would excite him that is weird like that? Elden Ring?
Maybe. Yeah, a lot harder.
Elden Ring's very, very hard, but it's weird. It's exploratory. It doesn't hold your hand.
Yeah, you can just go explore. Yeah, it's true. I mean,
Yeah.
I recommend it. I mean,
I know that Ains recommends it. That I do. I think it's going to be his game of the year 2022. How about Elden Ring? Give that a shot. Tao Zochi. Oh, maybe an It Take Two stream with Hoeg and Mrs. Hoeglaw. Sounds nice. Mrs. Hoeglaw is not too keen on visiting the social media space publicly. Actually, the fact that she's joined the chat and now converses so much there is honestly a little bit of a surprise. So we'll see. We'll see. And It Takes Two stream would be very cool. Fee in the Shed. Morning. Is there anywhere I can download TR3 for play on PS4? I need a bit of old school piracy. What is TR3?
TR3. I don't know. I'm looking.
All right, Ains is going to try to look in the background here to what TR3 would be as a PS4 game, maybe.
Talking about Tomb Raider 3?
Could be Tomb Raider, old school pirate fee. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Tomb Raider 3. I don't know if that's backwards compatible or not. It's one of those things. Backwards compatibility on the PlayStation is a little it's iffy. It kind of like sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. So it's hard.
No, the PlayStation. Let's see if chat has any ideas on TR3. Oh, this is very nice. Mrs. Hoeglaw appreciates it. And then we seem to be saying Tomb Raider 3 is the best guess here so far as I can see.
Okay.
As Ains says, Sony is a crapshoot when playing older games. There's no question. Magnus Prime, have you ever played Star Trek Online? I did, and if so, what are your thoughts? It was a little clunky for me. I do love Star Trek, but I really almost always don't have enough time for an MMO. So if I were to pop back into MMOs writ large, it would almost certainly be Final Fantasy 14. I love Final Fantasy. I think that game's well designed. I like my time in it. So that's what I would be most likely to do. But you will note, I've said in other streams, I don't play that right now. I just don't have the capacity for that kind of time suck right this second. What, if any, I finished my BSN fall 2020 and joked I got my degree during COVID. I just finished first term of grad school and can say I finished my first term of grad school during the DVH trial. Watched it all with you guys. I love the milestone markers for your life. I have a tendency to frame things as to when Star Wars came out. So, I love it. Absolutely. Rebecca Fitzgerald, if you're considering supporting a charity on stream, Able Gamers seems like a perfect fit for you. Yeah, I think we have some plans potentially in that vein, but I don't want to say anything at all until they get further down. But I appreciate the support. Absolutely. Nicholas Starro, Half-Life 2, not trying to only use the crowbar. That's nice. Daft Digit, if you're a console gamer, you're not a real gamer. We don't do that here.
No.
Real gamers all over the place. I got people that play mobile games that are harder than anything I've ever played. So you got mobile gamers, you got PC gamers, you got console gamers. We can all live in peace and happiness.
Yep. Also,
my PC can't run much. Zaxxy's, what is the mechanism for getting paid damages? Oh, you got to get the court to enforce things. So whether or not she's good for it, you got to either put a lien on accounts and assets. There's a whole thing, which is why you heard the judge say we're coming back. I believe it was June 24th. We're going to talk about objections, mechanisms, things like that. Chances are the panelists that I was talking to yesterday think that they will probably try to net out the two suits so that they owed money is effectively $8.35 million to Johnny Depp, which makes all the sense in the world. But sometimes the parties don't make sense, and there isn't an automatic set-off provision there. So that's interesting in and of itself. Christy Metz, did you notice Amber wore the same or very similar dress for the TRO and verdict? That's what I've been told. I find that not coincidental. Dr. Curry defined Amber to perfection. Dr. Curry certainly laid the groundwork for what we saw in the testimony that Amber provided, the mirroring, and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's what was the biggest damning thing against Amber's psychologist, Dr. Hughes. is that she goes up there and says, nope, Dr. Curry is completely wrong. There are no issues at all here. And then you hear Amber Heard testify. Elise Rose watched Stranger Things 4 over the weekend. Love Eddie. Great addition. Stranger Things 4. I love that show so much. I'm watching it a second time right now. I'm thinking about doing a postmortem, potentially with my daughter, who wouldn't be on frame, but would do the first thing on the internet she's ever done, because we are always careful with that kind of stuff. But I love Stranger Things 4. Thank you for the super chat. Ains, I know you enjoyed it.
It's amazing. Amazing. Yeah, one of my favorite shows in recent years.
Yep, me too. Lulu, perjury for Amber and pals? Bad precedent. If not, we've talked about it on Legal Bites. Perjury, very, very unlikely. Hard to prove intentional falsity, period. Certainly hard to prove in what amounts to kind of a he said, she said environment, even if you don't believe Amber and you do believe Johnny Depp. So probably not any perjury stuff. Linda back in Canberra, I feel sorry for Amber because it was a terrible unforced error, probably due to her personality problems. She has a baby. I wonder whether she might have a future playing beautiful female villains. Honestly, you could work that into the typecasting. I don't know if she would want to do it. But yeah, there are certainly personality difficulties that popped up. And I have said from the start, I would love to see her get help for some of the things we saw represented in the trial. 100%. Daft Digit, panel, have you ever played Tribes? Heart, love that game. Yeah, I played Tribes way back in the day. How old is Tribes?
It's back there. Yeah, I saw a few other people talking about it as well.
About Tribes?
Yeah.
Man, I haven't even thought of that name in a while.
Me neither.
I played it back in the day. I don't remember even much about it. Sorry about that. It was a fun kind of fast moving like team arena type game. ADC 2003 2996. Alita correct, and I meant repost. Well, thank you, Alita. Always saving me when I read these chats wrong. Lego Man 3. Oh, he has trouble with the snap. The ball is free. Michigan State's Jalen Watts Jackson, and he scores. On the last play of the game, incredible. Green heart emoji, white heart emoji. You know what? I appreciate that you paid me to have to do the call from the end of that game. But the joke's on you. My cable went out for that. And if you want a surprise person, we're punting to win the game. Cable goes out. Cable comes back, and you're in the end zone. I believe I dropped the controller in a dramatic style like a sitcom. It was so unexpected. But congratulations on that win years ago. I hope it keeps you buoyed for life. Rudy Jones question, do trial verdicts affect expert witness billable rates? Does a loss impact their credibility? P.S. Thanks for your rational, respectful commentary throughout the trial. Hoeg and Alita equals the dynamic duo. I will tell Alita that when she returns. Yes, expert witnesses command different rates for the credibility that they have. And so they will, of course, have on their CV the success rates that they have in court, etc. So it does impact it. It's not like a bright line linear rule like that. So yeah, some of the experts that you saw, Dr. Spiegel, I don't think you'll ever see again in that kind of context because he was so awful. But yeah, it always impacts things. They want to be able to use you to win. Carol Flaw, I'm Norwegian. Hello, Norway. It's surprising how accurate the opinion piece in our biggest newspaper, VG, is. It almost could have been written by one of you. Title, he was believed, she lied. You know, I don't actually have a headline like that here to present to you. So that's awesome. It's good to see that that's how that's being reported, because that was what happened. You don't have to believe Johnny Depp. He was believed. That's what the jury decided. So that's good reporting. Vala Law. Amber's claim the jury may hold Waldman to a higher standard on malice because as a lawyer himself, he should get the details right. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they didn't even tie Waldman to Depp in my estimation in the record. So it's a weird kind of countersuit win. But I think we can justify it. Nine Realms Publishing is someone who has done a lot of freelance industry journalism. I'd love to hang on one of these streams sometime. Okay, DM me. Yeah, we could chat about it. Absolutely. Steph Jack UK, Elaine on TV saying appeal will be based on how he had his shot in the UK. Shrug emoji, eyes rolling emoji. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. She also accused the jury of following SM campaigns, and this damages all women. Angry emoji. Very angry emoji. Yeah, we've seen that in journalists. We've seen some of these things say, well, they weren't sequestered. And it obviously got very big in the public. So the jury must have been influenced by social media campaigns, etc., where there's no evidence of that whatsoever right now. But that's interesting. So they're gonna argue hearsay. They're gonna argue something like precluded by the UK case. That's a loser. And they're going to argue that the jury was impacted and a ruling should have been made to sequester them. Okay. All right. That makes sense. I don't think any of those are winners, but it makes sense. Drew Bradley, have you ever played the Red Alert series? Absolutely, comrade. I'm not a PC gamer, PS5, but Red Alert 3 stays on my all-time favorites as I used to watch my dad play it. That's an awesome story. I love those stories. Ains, you like Red Alert?
Yeah, man. Played it a lot. It was one of the first games, like Red Alert and Command & Conquer, I would play over an IP address modem with a friend of mine way back when you had to connect directly. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Command & Conquer. Command & Conquer was cool. Had a little music. You had your thing. You had like the little video broadcast and the television changing channel. Good stuff.
Awesome.
I love that. Ali asks, let's hope the petition to review the misconduct of the UK trial gets enough attention to get the appeal overturned. It's on change.org. There's many things that change.org can potentially do in terms of politics or getting people's attention. Probably can't change a ruling in the UK justice system, but we'll see. Lightning 65, we should watch Elaine's interview if possible. So rule on this channel is I don't use video clips because they're too easy to kind of get grabbed by the Google robots. But I will check it out later on. And if I have further comments on it, I'll probably add them to the top of one of these. Maxime, for statement 2, in my opinion, it's the conspiracy element with the lawyer and publicist that's the problem. It goes from Amber Heard as a liar to a James Bond villain. I think that is a perfectly reasonable way to read an issue into that statement. Thank you, Maxine. Nadia, her mountain was a molehill. Emoji. It was. It's good. KBL, Amber's First Amendment argument is funny. She won a defamation claim too. Is she against her own countersuit and verdict in her favor? It's the First Amendment cloaking themselves in the flag argument, which I did call in advance of their closing, is an unusual one. It generally speaks to me of we don't have much better to use. Amy Harrell, Elaine on the Today Show said this AM, JD's team demonized her and a lot of evidence didn't get in. She said Amber can't pay JD, and that sounds like a personal problem. But it'll be interesting to see where the appeals go. Andrew Stewart, have you seen the Vice article? It's wild. Yeah. So if we look at the tabs, it's up there somewhere at the far right end here. We'll see what we get to today. But I have in fact seen the Vice article. 448 Claire, what will happen if Amber Heard continues her rhetoric? Can something be done by Johnny's team to put a stop to it? Potentially. When you're the winner of a defamation suit, you can potentially go and seek for the court to enjoin someone from saying things because they've demonstrated this aptitude for doing this. We don't know what that will look like. She's not prevented right this second. The Law Patrol. I still can't wrap my head around Elaine saying that Amber will appeal and has excellent grounds to do so. That's the lawyer's job. If the lawyer is going to say we will appeal, they will also say we have excellent grounds to do so. You won't find that without the other. But yeah, I don't think she has excellent grounds to do so. Lightning 65, Elaine is staking her career on this. Rottenborn should run. Yeah, Rottenborn seems the superior attorney. There's no question. Jafer, Jen, thank you, Hoeg and Alita, for your clear and unbiased approach to this trial. I'm more informed because of you all. LawTube continues its good work in the future. I'll be here for it. Much love. If LawTube does that. Yeah, we're going to continue talking about this stuff. Virtual Legality is going to hit its 4th anniversary this November. So we've been doing this for a while. It is fit within everything else that I do so far. We haven't done headlines before as a permanent show, but we think we can fit that in as well. And I love doing this. I love having these conversations. So thank you so much, Jen. Ash Lockhart, Amber could make all her money back by starring in Liar Liar 2 and use her own loss as the comedy. People would pay to see her lose it in a movie. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Amber's definitely going to go quiet, I think, for a while and see what she can otherwise land. I think there is a landing place for her, but we'll see what it looks like. David, sad that Johnny Depp hasn't gotten his wish of fairness. Read the MSM. Yeah, we'll take a look at some articles. Some are good, though. I mean, it's significantly more even-minded than it was before the trial. I will tell you that in terms of finding stuff to bring up before you all. Even the thumbnail article, which actually isn't what I'm going to discuss here, is just very neutral about what happened. Jazzy Parents, good evening. Glad to catch your stream. Scales of Justice, clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. Thank you, Jazzy Parents. Holly 11, did you see Elaine's interview on the Today Show? No, I was doing this. I was here. Saying they left out so much evidence from the UK, they plan to appeal and that AH is broke. We knew she was broke. I think someone actually edited one of those websites yesterday that says like the net worth estimation of somebody and changed it to -8 million, which, while probably not fully accurate, is amusing based on the trial verdict yesterday. Disney gal Elaine just got on Good Morning America saying the trial set. I think that's Black women's rights, and it's set back women's rights. And I said Black because we've got an article that suggests that. We'll see if we cover that one. And it's a travesty. Eyes down, sad emoji.
So let me ask you a question, Rick.
Sure.
Which it sounds like a few people are curious about. If she's broke, right? If Amber Heard is literally broke,
yep,
and she now owes Johnny Depp $8 million, there's the appeal process, everything you've talked about, of course. What happens there?
Yeah, so there's attachment that you can have. Some of a judicial decision might be dischargeable in bankruptcy. You'd actually have to dive into those kinds of things. It's a debt, right? If you imagine you signed a contract with somebody and you owed them $8 million, sure. It's a debt. Yeah. And then you have certain things that the law allows you to do because we don't have debtor's prison and we don't like people to just, die forever on these kinds of things. But a lot of civil judgments aren't recovered. A lot of them are effectively symbolic. Okay. And so Amber Heard is out there and she'll probably try to discharge it if she ultimately loses. And I know you can't get punitive damages discharged in almost every instance because those are punishments by the law. And this is actually an intentional tort. Like this is actually something that was deliberately done to harm another. So those can come into play with how bankruptcy works. I cannot pretend to be an expert on that kind of stuff. Gotcha. But then the court has the ability to go say, okay, well then we can take your house and we can seize these assets and we can do these various things. And house is one of those where you get to keep a residency usually. And there's all sorts of different rules. And there's also the power to garnish wages so that they can say, okay, on the next thing, 10% goes over here into this column. But we knew that she was not going to be what we might otherwise call, a deep pocket or a defendant that is actually collectible. And so them having Elaine go out there to Good Morning America and say she doesn't have any money is not a surprise, but it doesn't really change anything for how this court case went. Gotcha. We'll see where it goes. Johnny Depp was really doing this to get a W, which he got emphatically on the defamation claim. Hey, Alita.
Hey.
Zhang Chong, Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 or Final Fantasy 16. I would take either, honestly. Remake Part 2, of course, was announced. Remake was announced as a project that would allow us to get more parts quicker, and that was 3 years ago. with no reference to anything. So Square Enix is going to continue doing Square Enix. That is who they are. But I think 16 is closer, so I will take the one that I can play sooner. So I will take news on 16. Kate Ellis. Oh, by the way, some very nice things were said about you, Alita. Presentation on Legal Bites, and you're putting up with me over there.
Are you kidding me? You're one of my favorite people in the world.
It was nice to meet you. I'm just joking. It was absolutely very nice things. Kate Ellis,
thank you.
Amber's little black dress. She wore the same black dress for the TRO and UK verdict and made an Instagram post about wearing the same thing twice. 100% wore the dress again yesterday for the verdict.
I didn't know about that Instagram post, but
it's just her thing. She wears a black dress to a verdict, and she unfortunately has a little too much experience with our legal system. Well, with various legal systems. Hi, guys. She's appealing. Really, Amber is awful. Oh, she's appealing the case. I was like, I don't think she's very appealing at all. Oh, okay. She is appealing. Right. It looks like she is going to appeal, at least as Elaine goes out there to the national press. We did get one super chat that talked about the Elaine interview, Alita, that suggested it was going to be on the evidence going in, the jury not being sequestered, and some kind of preclusion based on the UK case. Good luck with that. Daft Digit, wish the Skull and Crossbones theme played after the verdict. Pirates? Wish the Pirates theme? Brian Lane, Bitcast is the best gaming podcast out there. Smiley face emoji. That's right. You can check it out in a link in the description below. I'm on there every Sunday, so please come on by.
Thank you, Brian.
Wendy's Cafe, my gaming history starts with Othello and Space Invaders. I'm kind of dating myself here, LOL. I have a tiny little arcade machine of Space Invaders because I used to play it in an arcade at like a pizza place. So you're not dating yourself to me. Space Invaders, very, very cool. Othello, also cool. Not a video game. Well, they had video game versions. Maybe that's what you're referring to. Adam Winslow, Hoeg, anyone tell you that you look a bit like Bentley from Sly Cooper? That is one smart turtle. I will accept this. It's probably because of the hat. Bentley's smart. Apple Pie, accept my love for knowing Chrono Trigger. I need to play Radical Dreamers now that it's out in English. Wonder how Cross will look after that. Video game emoji. Yes, the Chrono Cross remaster release is not awesome. But Radical Dreamers is cool to see in English. Nadia, why didn't Rottenborn make a statement? So that's an interesting part of this, that Amber Heard's team deliberately made comments that said they weren't making comments, which is fine, but they specifically didn't have a release at all. That's a bit surprising in a case of this profile, because you can at least go out even as a losing party and rail against the dying of the light, right? Like that's what you usually see. And Rottenborn kind of has that already as his demeanor. So it's a surprise that we didn't see that. Alita, do you have any thoughts on them just going to ground and running out in their cars?
I was fully expecting to see a statement from their side also. I mean, at the very least to say like this is a tough day, but we're going to keep fighting or something, like something along the lines of like, Amber nonetheless is a voice for all of the domestic violence survivors out there or something. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Mostly what we saw from Elaine this morning. Maybe they already knew they had a Good Morning America interview lined up, and that's what they wanted their platform to be. I don't know, but it was weird because these guys seem to like the limelight. They're going out there with statements all the time, and I would have expected them to make a statement yesterday. Rainy Day 15 for Crisis Staff Fund. First super chat had to go to H&H. Rainy Day, your first super chat. That is awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sir Elspeth, if anyone played Valdo and Marie as a child, I would love any recommendation of something similar that exists now. I miss it. Cries in Obscure. Valdo and Marie.
You got me. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Yeah, that's rare, by the way. For me and Hoeg not to know a game is rare.
Valdo and Marie as a child.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll have to look it up and get back to him. I'll get back to him in the regular chat.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Check it out, please, Ains. Ains is the man in the chair here, looking up old video games. I love it. Jonas Sunling, Alita, how many belly rubs have your doggo received today?
I don't know. And I'm also seeing in the chat that my mic is being weird.
I changed it. Yeah, it was. You sounded underwater. I fixed it. I think I fixed it.
Sound better now. Yep.
I do. Okay. Yeah. For whatever reason, when I first hopped on, it switched to coming out of my laptop instead of the mic, and all weird things are happening.
Somebody fixed it. I hit some buttons.
Yes, I would say that it has been definitely more than 10 belly rubs. Blah, 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 blah.
That's good.
Belly
You
rubs.
read the threat below. I like that. Yeah.
I did.
Indy gets belly rubs like sometimes on camera. So Indy seems taken care of.
Oh yeah, she definitely is.
Sharkov 2814 Legal Bites and Hoeglaw present It Takes Two. I'd watch it. You see, I want our collaborative relationship to continue, and I'm just not sure whether that's a great idea or not. And I want to welcome to the stream the one, the only Nate the lawyer.
Hey,
Nate, how you doing post verdict day here?
Hey, I'm relaxing. It still like yesterday didn't happen. I don't know if it's almost like it's unreal.
Well, I think the long-term nature of the case, I think in the back of my head is like, well, verdict's never coming. Well, this is just how we live now. We're just going to spend 12 hours a day streaming these things and talking about them, and that's just your life. And so verdict, and then it's like, oh, okay.
It's weird. It's like I went back this morning and was just looking at some of the earlier coverage of myself, even Legal Bites, and I went back to like the day one of the coverage because I was like, you know what, let me see what we were saying, and just watching through that, seeing how pessimistic we all were, except Alita.
I was just gonna say all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And just looking at it and going back, because I went back and I was like, I wouldn't have changed anything. I like looking at the case from the beginning. I still think the same thing today. I just wouldn't have thought that he would have won. But now going through, but then that's what trials are for, right? You go through all the evidence, and now at the end, it's like it's almost obvious that he should have won. So it just shows you just the progression of when evidence is actually presented, how it can actually change your opinion. Because right now, I think this was a just verdict, and I think the evidence just showed. And I think everyone's talking about the implications on society in general, but I think the implications of this verdict essentially is that yes, they both won a defamatory claim, but essentially this jury said she lied about saying she was sexually assaulted, and she knowingly lied about that. She lied about being a domestic violence abuse victim, and she knowingly lied about that. I think those two facts are damning to her career. I think her career is over. I think her career is over because just the implication of, just like Justice Smollett lying about a racial hate crime, and I think that is essentially what this jury said Amber Heard did. She lied about being sexually assaulted by her husband. And I think
there are significant factions out there, Nate, that are willing to just toss the jury verdict and say the jury is misogynistic or otherwise influenced. I mean, I that's what I'm seeing. So, I mean, I think that there are sections out there that just won't abide the verdict at all. So I think Heard can find a place for herself within those enclaves. That's my feeling right now.
Well, remember when Justice Smollett, when BLM came out and backed Justice Smollett? I kind of think of it like that, okay. Yeah, there's gonna be people who back anybody, right? There's even Hitler supporters out there. But I think when you're talking about the entertainment business, it's like, is an actor somebody who I'm gonna hire? Are they gonna hurt the movie or help the movie? And I honestly think there's no project that you can have Amber Heard in that her being in that project will hurt the project. It just I can't see Warner Brothers and Disney doing that to themselves.
The big studios, no, but like at least the smaller ones they don't have necessarily a marketing budget. You throw Amber Heard in there, and people want to see the train wreck. I think that's going to be a possibility for her, at least in the near term. You know what movie will work? Justice Smollett, Amber Heard movie. The combo,
that would work, right? Yeah, combo. You have if they're both in the movie.
yeah, that could work. And Ains just texted me to let me know that he actually has to do some work.
Oh man!
So first of all, I wanted to say thank you for dropping in on us. I know you were worried about the lawyers here railing about law, but hopefully you had a fun time in your first visit on Hangouts and Headlines here. Yeah, and we talk every Sunday, folks. I mentioned it before, Season Gaming Bitcast. We have wonderful conversations, a little less about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, a little bit more about some of the other things that the Super Chats are asking about. But I'm so thankful, Ains, for you dropping in this morning. And I hope you do so again, especially if we do headlines that are related to something more in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a lot of fun. Chat's been amazing. And it was a pleasure meeting you, Alita. Sorry I couldn't stay longer.
So nice
2 hours.
You got real work to do, so we understand.
Sorry I didn't get to talk with you more. Yes, sadly my day job calls. So I will go do that, but I hope to talk to you again soon, and take care. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I want to make it very clear too. I pledged to pay the $8 million for Amber Heard. I pledged it, and I will do it. I pledged it.
Are you sure you want to pledge that? That's a lot of money, Nate.
Hey, it's just like if I paid it, right? I pledged it. So
it's already done.
Consider it done. I pledged.
It's already done. Well, that's fantastic news then.
I love Amber Heard. So yes. I think at the end of the day, this is the reason why she lost, because I don't think it was the big exaggerations. I think that was a part of it. But then it came down to like you pledged it. You didn't, like you're lying to us about everything, like everything.
Right. And taking every instance. It's every chance to stretch or otherwise confound the truth. I think that it's the mountain of evidence, but not in the direction that she thinks.
Yeah.
All right. So like I said, to this chat, I don't think we're going to risk that collaborative relationship with bickering and It Takes Two, but you never know. Stitches 1110. Asura's Wrath is an emotional roller coaster, if not repetitive gameplay wise. I actually really like that one. So maybe they'll let me play it on my PlayStation again someday. Jason Wharf, does anyone play Fortnite? I do. I will admit I reluctantly got sucked in 700 solo wins later. Wow, man, you could carry me on some Fortnite games. Yeah, no, I often like to go in there. It's one of those that I consider to be very zen. A lot of work that we do, even streaming, honestly, is very kind of intellectually and mentally rigorous. And so Fortnite is, oh, what do I have to do? Okay, I have to go pick up 6 flowers and eat some mushrooms, which sounds bad in the context of this case, but they're fine. They give you shields in Fortnite, and visit these 4 spots and do these kinds of things to see if I can earn Doctor Strange, which I failed to do. Sorry, everybody.
I was gonna quote those Australia tapes from yesterday, and maybe it's better if I don't out of context.
Yes, no, what is it? Just pop in everything that you've ever heard of.
Only have all of these other things.
Clicking Kiwi, my hype brain went off. Longest Journey is amazing, but old Longest Journey is the best. My favorite game of all time is Dreamfall Chapters, and people could just start with that one, in my opinion. After Dreamfall, they will want to go back. Clinging Kiwi, you are speaking my language. I love Dreamfall. I love Dreamfall Chapters. I love Ragnar Tornquist. And The Longest Journey is just one of my favorite games ever made. Really, really meant something to me as a narrative in video games. So, yeah, absolutely. We could start Alita with Dreamfall Chapters. We really have to get her into adventure games first. We'll talk on it. We'll talk on it.
Yeah. We'll set up a whole plan.
Trust me, when
we'll have a video game intake plan for Alita.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you go to this. It's a little bit more complex. Laura the nurse. Did you see Bredehoft is on Today with Savannah Guthrie? In shock that an attorney is on a press tour for her client the morning after substantial judgment against her. I am not in shock about that. Kind of gross, in my opinion. Love your content. Yeah, I didn't see it because I was here in this space, but I am getting super chats and other chats that are telling me what was said. I do not think that the grounds that she has referenced for appeal are particularly strong. It does not surprise me that Amber Heard's team is currently planning an appeal.
Oh, yeah. That if they didn't, I would be shocked.
Winged Paragon, like games with a good story, highly recommend Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, it's an MMO. Don't let that put you off. Some of the best storytelling I've experienced in my 20 plus years of playing video games. Yeah. I hear that. I hear all of that about Final Fantasy XIV. The problem that I have is I get stuck in the middle of the original game, and that's like 200 hours in, and then I have something else I'm going to do. And I really like Final Fantasy XIV, but like most people say, the game really starts at hour whatever. And I haven't actually gotten there for the most part, but I will play it when I have the time. I really like Final Fantasy XIV. You do not have to convince me. Roxanne wins. Trimming headlines would make videos very shareable. Yes, the current plan is to have an editor grab the headlines and make a just the headlines playlist. A lot of people have asked for that. I don't know why people don't just like random asides about Final Fantasy XIV and anything else that randomly comes up in the super chat. I love hanging out. But I'm joking. Obviously, when we cover the headlines directly, that's more substantive analytical work. So I totally understand doing that. And I do have a bunch of headlines lined up. I'm just going to do this for as long as we keep chatting today, because this is just a special day after the verdict.
Hey, did you guys watch the interview, the Elaine interview?
I have not. I was literally here, and I don't do video clips on the channel.
Oh no, I didn't know if you guys had watched it earlier.
No, I just heard about it. I will definitely watch it after this, and I feel like I've gotten the contours of what was said from like triangulating off the 7 different chats that have been talking about it. But I will definitely check it out because I'm very interested. But no, I think I was already started here whenever that interview was, because I started at 7. The Evil Genius, been good to watch you guys through this because the legal commentary made it understandable to people like me who don't know the legal systems. Greetings from Alamigo. More Final Fantasy. Yeah, well, thank you so much for the support. That's what we like to do here. Hopefully educate, hopefully inform, hopefully do it in an entertaining way. That's the fun of all this to me. I didn't want to speak for everybody, but I think it's fun for all of us.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Why else would we do it, right?
Hey, we like each other. Wendy's Cafe, go play Lunch Lady. You can do it as a single player, but it's much better to play with a group of 4. It's just a silly little game where you try to steal 10 pages while avoiding getting whacked by the ugly lunch lady. LOL. All right, I will check that one out, Wendy's Cafe. Zach Frisch might interest you. Got offered a job at Sony PlayStation 6 months ago to update the PS Store, which is rough. Granted, Zach. But they lowball their developers so much that even though I wanted to, I would have lost half my salary. Ooh. Sometimes that happens in video games because it's a rock star type profession, right? Oh, I work at Blizzard. I work at Activision. I work at Sony. I work at Xbox. I'm very sorry to hear it. But I do hear that story more often than I would like in the world of video games and other things in that vein. When you're talking about making media and things that people otherwise like, you get that story a lot. I am very sorry to hear it. And we've covered Sony lawsuits here. We've covered various aspects of Sony marketing in virtual legality. So that's a bummer, but it's cool that you got offered the job. Getting offered the job is a win in of itself, right? Thank you so much for the super chat. We're going to get back to articles in maybe 5 minutes. Jen K just got an Oculus 2. Any recommendations? I have Star Wars Galaxy. Any recommendations for what I presume is the Quest 2? I love Job Simulator and Vacation Simulator. Those are a ton of fun. What else do I play? Star Wars, I love Darth Vader. That's a really cool thing in virtual reality. I have to try not to say virtual legality all the time when I say that phrase. Beat Saber, if you haven't tried it, is great, both for fun and exercise. Beat Saber is an awesome VR game, very popular. You use like lightsabers and hit blocks to music. And I will think on it further. But virtual reality has a lot of cool stuff. If you like puzzles, The Room is very cool. So I would check out all those things. Errol Bayer, I think Depp would play a better LeChuck than a Guybrush. Also, Alita should play Monkey Island. Monkey Island is a fantastic game. So I do recommend that one as well, Alita.
I will note it.
Adventure games. It's a comedy.
All right.
Daft Digit, I was only kidding about the console gamer thing. I know. I know. I was just joking back. In the Aussie recordings, they talked about Amber Heard being treated with quetiapine. That's medicine for people with bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. Eyebrow raised emoji. Emoji. You mentioned a lot of different drugs, so it's a good pickup. I didn't went right by me as they mentioned some of the things there. Maria Ungaro, thank you for the super sticker. Lyric, my son is the gamer, not me, but I whoop him at Mario 3 every time we play on the NES. Wink emoji. Love the H&H streams. Vulcan peace sign emoji. Thank you so much, Lyric. I very much appreciate it.
It's like me on Street Fighter 2. Whenever I get challenged here at the house, I'm like, oh, I can play any game. Okay, try this one.
And Alita, if you have to step out, absolutely. I just want to say, check out Legal Bites Media. Go over, like, and subscribe to that channel. She's going to be covering much more than just Depp versus Heard. That channel is so much more than just this case. She's going to have so much cool stuff over there. And Alita, if you could drop back into the channel, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going so slowly through my tabs. I might be here until I die, but I love having these conversations.
Well, I will happily be back as soon as I take care of a couple things. And because I mean, it's you've been hanging out on my channel. It's only fair for me to return the favor and come hang out with you and talk about some headlines and some games and learn about what I should be playing.
Yes, no, I think chat has a mission now to tell Alita what video games she should be playing. So I think that they will continue on that course for a little while. So get out of here for a little bit, and if we see you again, we'll still be talking, I think.
Awesome. Thanks, Rick. Then I will 100% be back.
All right. See ya.
Later. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here too. It's 9:15. I want to go. Let me go see if I can make some real money in the real world. But I'll
you're going to go practice some law, Nate?
No, I'm not. I'm actually going to go. I got to meet with my editor. We have a video that we do. I don't know what your process.
Tell people about your channel.
Oh, sure. So every morning I get with my editor and we find out what headlines we want to look at or whatever. Then we do a little research. Then I go through and shoot the videos, and then he edits them up. But my channel is just like all these other legal channels. I pick stories and we break them down, and we do. It's because that's what it is. That's what I do. We break down stuff. So
I love it. All right, absolutely. Go get to work, 100%, and we'll go through super chats and we'll get to a headline very soon, people. I promise.
But I will say this. One thing I do love about our community, because no matter what you call it, this community is this. So a friend of mine had reached out to me and we were talking, and he was like, it's wild because just like if he doesn't talk, like he loves the law too, but he can't talk to anybody about it outside of work. It's like when he goes home, most of his friends aren't lawyers, but we're in a position where we can actually talk to other legal professionals about stuff and get challenged. And, and that I think is the best part of our community, right? It's the fact that fans love to see us go deep dive this stuff. It's like, just imagine you're doing the thing that you love to do and you get rewarded for it, and it's a fantastic thing. So I want to say again, thank you for having me on. Thank you for the chat for being so great, and I'll be back around later. You know me, I love to do the circuit, so I'm going everywhere.
Yeah, no, pop into places. Absolutely, Nate. It's great to see you.
Take care. I'll see you soon.
All righty. All right, you all are stuck with me now. So we're going to do some super chats. Morning, Hoeg. Is Dr. Curry a gamer? Any plans to have her on your show? I have no idea if Dr. Curry is a gamer. Is there a reason to believe that she is? Interesting. Yeah, I could extend an invite. Why not? Joel Thomas, question: Streets of Rage or Street Fighter? I think I like Streets of Rage better. I like that kind of linear advancement adventure game style more than just the pure fighting game. Elise Rose, I will send 20 a month for a Final Fantasy 14 sub if I need to. It's not the money, it's the time. I think my wife sometimes asks me, what can I do for you or whatever when I'm working? And it's always, I need more time. So it's not that with respect to Final Fantasy 14. I really appreciate it though. I will try to get back into it. I know a number of people are really excited. Final Fantasy 14 people. I'm also seeing a bunch of purple hearts in the chat. That suggests to me that there might be an Emily D. Baker sighting in there. So keep your eyes out for wild Emily D. Bakers potentially coming into the space. Emily, if you don't know, is one of the very best lawyers online. We did cover her in her Los Angeles Times piece last week. She crossed, if you can believe this number, 600,000 subscribers yesterday, and it couldn't happen to a better, more boisterous, more intelligent, educational, informational, and entertaining personality on YouTube. It is my great honor to know her and to be able to talk with her online about all of her many, many earned and deserved successes. So if she is in here, see, I'm allowed to say super nice things when you're not just looking at me, Emily. So how are you doing? I am so happy for you and just the craziness of your channel.
It's crazy. I'm suited and booted because I've been doing legacy media since 6 o'clock this morning. So
I was gonna say you look more it's all framed and it's like oh I should put my Sky News Network interviewing hat on here. Ms. Baker, so you're on this YouTube. Can you tell us about that platform? Yeah.
The YouTubes, people do streaming there, right?
Yes.
No, I started at 6 a.m. with radio in Boston and have done TV in New York and LA, TV yesterday on Sky News. Actually, it's just been, there's stuff later today, but I had a minute and I saw you talking about the headlines. The headlines after the trial have been wild. I love the way you break it down. No one breaks it down the way that you do. I love your perspective on breaking down headlines. I giggled that your dad thought my LA Times piece was a pup piece. It was. Sometimes I'm a YouTuber. Fluff my ego.
Well, and I think what did I actually say? I said, well, sometimes puff pieces are nice. This headline show can get a little nihilistic when we just start taking apart all these articles that are completely not paying attention to anything. And so I thought they did a really good job with your stuff.
I think, and the rhetoric this morning has been, what does this mean for the Me Too movement? What does this mean for the Me Too movement? I'm like, look, the Me Too movement, and I'm not a spokesperson. I just watched it all go down. As a woman who's been sexually harassed in the workplace, I watched this and I was like, hey, this movement is about people in power taking advantage of this power. This trial is about domestic violence within a relationship and showing that you never know what happens behind closed doors and there is no boundaries for domestic violence. And so it's not the same. I think that Amber Heard's legal team is trying to make it the same.
They sure are.
Not the same.
Yeah. No, that closing argument was, I think, while it doesn't matter as a motion, I thought the Depp motion was entirely appropriate to say, well, my God,
they should have
evaluated things
at the time.
Oh, they should have objected at the time. Sure.
But it was not good argument. And did you have a chance to see Elaine Bredehoft on the news this morning?
I was already doing this. I've gotten a number of chats on it. Did you get a chance to see it?
I got a chance to see a clip. I don't know if that was the whole interview. Okay. That's your show tomorrow, is you just break down her interview. But she said they're planning on appeal and so much evidence was kept out. And I'm like, Elaine, you argued the standard of defamation wrong. There was improper argument in your closing. And we know from the Depp proffer that witnesses were kept out. We know from the Depp depositions that evidence was kept out on both sides.
Of course. Yeah, that's always the way it is, right? Yeah, so I mean, you can see that. I also saw that they're running a lack of sequester argument at the jury. So I mean, that's another thing.
Told the jury. They told the jury hashtag Johnny Depp. They told the jury hashtag Amber Heard. Amber Heard in her closing, her counsel elicited in her rebuttal, how have you been harassed online? And she's like, they're making memes of me online. Her lawyers elicited all of that.
They did.
Making mad in the morning.
This is the compliment or concern I get from the various people that drop in. Say, you're talking about stuff that puts me in a bad mood.
Oh, I'm not. I don't mind being mad occasionally. It's like the Hulk. You got to stay a little bit mad if you're a lawyer.
I'm always angry. Yeah, no, I think that I don't think that there's a lot of success chances there on that, but it's no surprise that
I think that sorry, that was me. That was me. I was trying to pop out the chat. Sorry. That was
not at all.
Sorry. But yes,
I already have to deal with listening to me in my own head. It's,
I'm sorry. Sorry, chat. That was completely that was a boomer move. I apologize. We are professionals here on my channel. That's my WAP. I
do that all the time. I try to remember to hit the mute button and I fail.
Yeah, so what were you talking about this morning? Because I got to just pop in. I know you were.
Well, the truth is we haven't. Super Chat's been amazing. The chat's been amazing. We've had one of my video game buddies on. We've had Alita on. We've had Nate on. So we've mostly been talking. We've mostly been doing a hangout
of hangouts today.
Yeah, a lot of hangouts. And then, I've talked to people about that. I said, well, the plan is to pull out the headlines with an editor because people do like those as well. So we're going to do a just the headlines kind of playlist. This has only existed for like 3 weeks.
I know, but I think it's such a fantastic segment. I really, really like this segment. I love the way that you break down headlines, and it always, I tend to take things at face value first and then have to think through them. So I love watching how you linearly kind of go through it and your kind of critical thinking thought process. It's fantastic.
That is super nice of you to say, Emily. I really appreciate it. And you're always welcome here to talk about whatever you want, whether it's the headlines or not. But
after this case, no, if you're doing super chats, I don't want to interrupt. I just wanted to come in and say hello. I saw you guys talking about Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry popped into my chat yesterday. I almost died.
The real Dr. Curry? Wow.
She's commented on a few of my tweets.
Really? No way.
I almost died. We need to have Dr. Curry on. We need to have Dr. Curry on with a panel talking about what it's like to be an expert in a case like this with such a high profile.
Yes. And also, whether that was her Moscow Mule or not. I mean, we need to get to the bottom.
We need to get to the bottom. Moscow Mules are freaking delicious. We need to get to the bottom of that. And she put a pin on it for me. I was doing this on last week's podcast. She really, when she said, I went to his house for dinner to interview, but I've never worked with someone homebound by fame. I was like, that's a really powerful use of homebound because it gives all of us an image of what that is. And that's really what we learned about Johnny Depp in this case, is that his fame is disruptive. He can't just go out to dinner without it becoming a huge issue. And he seems to be introverted enough that he doesn't want to be a thing. When he wants to go out and get a dinner, he doesn't want to disrupt other patrons and the staff and everything. And he can't do that. And so he made his world his penthouse, and Amber Heard moved all his friends in, and then his world became much smaller.
Yeah, no, and it dovetails so nicely with his testimony, right? She's an amazing expert. And I said on my streams or on Legal Bites' streams that the experts are just kind of shouting at each other, test things. And it's like, I can't really tell completely. But Dr. Curry's so much more personable and seems to care so much more about explaining what's happening that it's hard to not believe her more, period, than Dr. Hughes.
The experts for Team Depp were amazing. And I was sitting there on stream going, do you have a book? I need your life story. Like Richard Marx with the deal maker of Hollywood. I'm like, tell me sorry, curse jar early, apologies. Tell me.
You got a lot of money in the curse jar, Emily. You're okay.
Tell me everything about your life. Like, how did you save the merch deals from Star Wars? And what was that like? Like the stories this man must have. And I felt that way for a lot of them. The only person I really felt that way about with Team Heard was their forensic Doogie Howser, who then did all the hashtag stuff. And I was like, come on. And at the beginning, Dr. Hughes had a very impressive resume and then started talking about this isn't a memory test. And I'm like, that's exactly what it is. You're an expert witness.
Yeah, she has an amazing CV. And it's interesting because you can almost pick up on a certain amount of resentfulness that Dr. Curry is being so well received, especially when she comes back up.
When she came back on rebuttal, there was nothing but bitterness. It was, and you know what? That's the game of the battle of the experts. There's a battle of the experts in cases like this, and they just have so much money that we're really seeing what money can buy you. That's the other thing I think when people are trying to make this case about Me Too. First of all, I think it denies male victims of domestic violence because that's clearly what the jury believed. Well, the jury believed that Amber Heard wasn't a victim of domestic violence. You don't know what they believed about Johnny Depp, but it kind of denies domestic violence, but it also it also doesn't have the conversation about what happens if your name gets dragged through the mud like this and you don't have tens of millions of dollars to fight it out in court. Like, there's a real conversation about how we deal with defamation in the online age, because this case only happens because of money, and a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth, right? When you think about it, I got a lot of questions, how much did this cost in legal expenses? And it's like, tens of millions of dollars.
Well, Amber leaked on the stand that she'd already spent $6 million in this,
which presumably is before the trial.
Presumably before the trial.
So, I mean, these numbers are insane. And you got Elaine Bredehoft going off on Good Morning America and saying that, or Today, or whichever she was on, and saying that she's broke. It's like, yeah, she's broke. She owes a huge amount of money to her lawyers and now to Johnny Depp.
It's exactly what Tasha K said after she lost that $4 million judgment to Cardi B. She was like, come get it, because I don't have it. So, but does that also make people defamation proof? Because it's like, what are you going to do to me? There's no money to take. So what are you going to do? It's an interesting conversation, I think, about money in the U.S. justice system. And hopefully we'll get to that conversation at some point about defamation and protecting your name. But for celebrities, I don't know. We've had 2 celebrities win recently, Cardi B and Johnny Depp. I wonder if the media is like, oh, we need to pay attention. And when is the Washington Post op-ed coming down?
It's a great question, right? Or at least, yeah, I mean, it should come down. It should. It's now been stated in a Virginian court as defamatory.
And it's essentially in its entirety, based on all accounts, not just the headline.
Well, I thought they would have to swap the headline. I mean, my bet was that it would be statement 1 and not 2 and 3. So I was wrong on that.
That was my bet too.
Yeah. So yeah, you'd think that they'd just pull it down quietly, but then they're not yet. I think you could still go look it up.
And if they don't pull it down, when does that become actual malice, that they now know that it's false? Does it become a republication by leaving it up?
I think so. I think there's got to be a point in time. I'm sure there's a precedent somewhere in the dark, dusty bins of some legal service that says, if you know it, if defamation, everybody knows what happened yesterday. If you know it, you have a reasonable amount of time to remove it.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do about the print version, realistically. But the online version,
should you be expected to, because they're not reprinting it.
Right.
But with the online version, I would like to see them take it down. And what we saw, and late night last night when I finished up stuff, I was seeing a few of the other Runkle and Rob were talking about this case, and the chat was asking about an injunction, because I had brought it up on my stream.
Okay.
Because Cardi B's lawyers got an injunction against Tasha K for very specific statements that were found in the trial to be defamatory. And that ended up being stipulated to. And if you ever want to do a late night stream on my channel, I will read those out. You can't read them on your channel. They have all the words in them. Like, all the things that were said are in them. I even edited some of them on my channel. I was like, oh, I don't know if I can say
that. Goes beyond cursey.
Yeah.
To the lands beyond.
It's a lot of the P word for kitty was in that. And I was like, there's lawyers who went to law school and have had very, very big careers. And they were talking about hashtag, herpes B with a space and without a space in this injunction. And they had to go through and define all these things. You cannot say these things. And I'm just wondering if we'll see Depp's lawyers saying, look, these are the statements that are defamatory, and these are the things that you can no longer say. Because I don't think it's a prior injunction on speech if you've already been proven to be defamatory.
Well, let me ask you this, actually, because this is a good segue. First of all, this chat person, Jatu, says that there is an editor's note on it now, which it would be at least interesting to see. I haven't been able to pull that up yet, but I do know a number of folks are asking me about whether or not, in particular,
let's talk about this.
Earlier,
I haven't talked about this yet.
It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously isn't the same hole as the Washington Post hole.
I don't know. Again, I think she's trying to couch it, but she said what this verdict means for women, is it a setback? It sets back the clock to a time when women who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. So she's saying, I spoke up. She is, but she's saying in the context, she's saying, I did this and I'm being shamed. and then saying it sets back an idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. The jury found that there wasn't violence against you, though.
Yeah, they give or take, they did, right? I mean, like it's a defamation suit, so you maybe can hang your hat on it, but it's the same as the Washington Post. So I said that overall, I didn't find this statement to be defamatory, and I still realistically don't. But
I think you could argue an implication.
Yep.
I think it's difficult, but she is talking about an idea, not to her. And I think she's talking in context about, in some of this, she's talking about her own mockery on social media and the way people mocked her testimony, which I didn't care for either.
No.
I thought that some of it, but again, the internet's not going to be nice. The internet does what the internet does. But I also think that when people see violence, I have not seen violence mocked. People didn't believe her, and that's what they were mocking, is what they perceive to be her lies. So I don't know. I think everything she does right now is going to be microscoped because people want her to be in jail, and they want her to be, handcuffed for perjury and marched away to the stocks. I don't think that is going to happen, nor should it.
Right. I get a lot of those comments too. What more can happen to Amber?
Yeah, do more. It's like, enough. She's lost. It's done. Emphatically. There's a quote in Real Housewives from Heather Dubrow when she's saying, at some point when everyone says you're dead, just lay down. Like, just stop. We're all telling you to stop. Just stop. And I don't know if she appeals, if she will just stop.
Yeah, it's so hard to say. Like, people are asking me that. It's like, well, it's normal for you to come out and say, we're thinking about appealing. We've got a very good case to do so. I think there's then at least a moment of reflection. What does this cost? What are our chances of success? Actually having that conversation and deciding. Amber Heard does seem to be the type of person that would want to just take it to the very end of things. So I think you still are likely potentially to see an appeal. I don't think there's a great chance of success there, but I think there will be a reevaluation period.
I think it'll be interesting. And I wonder if they will appeal just to have the public documents out there of everything they think that they weren't allowed to show the public, again, we think you're wrong. And this is why we think you're wrong. This is what you didn't see. But that brings it back and forth because there was a lot that didn't come in on Depp's side either.
That's true. I just listened to tapes from Australia yesterday and various other things of that ilk. Once I was allowed to, after the case was fully
once
presented.
You were free from jury duty.
Yes, once I was free from jury duty. Well, I put in my vote on Friday. I said I think they win on statement 1. I don't think it matters what happens to 2 and 3 after that. So I said that. I did say the countersuit was dead. So
I also thought the countersuit was dead. When I parsed it, I think it shows how much weight they put on the police officer's testimony. Because when the second group of police officers came, they saw no damage to property. They saw no wine. They smelled no wine. And so I think they said, no, this statement's not true. I'm sure it was a compromise, but I think it also shows they really were parsing the witness testimony.
Yeah, it looks like they went right through it because it's just so hard for us to look at 1 and 3. You could say it's a hoax. We don't have any problem with that. But if you start describing the hoax, we start to have a problem. It's like, logically, I don't know that jury. I don't know that it changes things when you get it slightly wrong. Because Adam Waldman clearly had stuff to base that around. It's like, oh, she did call her lawyer. The cops were there twice. He just didn't get it right. So I would look at that and say, show me malice there on that one. In
I had questions about malice. Like, how would he know? I think they assumed that Depp would have called him, but Depp wasn't there. So how would Depp know? Depp had left.
And how does Depp have malice, right? Where is your malice coming from on what is like, I'm willing to accept, jury, that you say that's not how it happened. But 1, burden's on Amber on that side of the case. And then 2, not malice. That's where if you're going to bring an appeal, Elaine, we got to talk about your definition of malice that you threw at the jury.
So her misstating the law was probably there was a lot that put me over the edge with Elaine. Also, when she went today on, I think she was on today, haircut, Mike was working, voice still grates. Like, she annoyed me in opening, and I could not get over it the whole case. Send Ben Rottenborn. Yeah. Send Rottenborn to do the media appearances. He had the linear opening, and I think of the team, he is the more likable.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's not a tough bar to clear against Elaine, I don't think. And I'm sure she's fine in depositions and everything else. But
I bet she sends the meanest you suck emails. I bet if you're not turning over discovery, you are eviscerated over email by Elaine, which is why I think she doesn't go to trial a lot. She
just makes you feel bad. Counsel, as we discussed, you
I
are a
hate
terrible
those.
human being.
I hate everything about those emails. It's what I didn't ever want to deal with in civil. It doesn't happen a lot in criminal because you're in court so much. Somebody's like, hey, could you just get me that again? Yeah, I can. Hey, can you memorialize it in an email that you're sending it? Yeah, I can. It's a very different way of dealing other than, as we previously discussed, I'm going to have to ask for sanctions because you are not fulfilling. It's like,
you can hear the huffing in the email. Yeah, I know. I get one of the questions we get a lot also is like, is opposing counsel friends? And like, they can be. You have the same job and you can be friends with opposing counsel. You can also hate opposing counsel within an inch of their lives because it's like any other job or industry that you're in. Some of them are cool and some of them are not.
I don't think there's a lot of love lost between these opposing counsel because I heard from the court watchers that after Dr. Spiegel testified that he saw Barry the platypus. No, he didn't. After Dr. Spiegel,
did you see the tape of the Doofenshmirtz guy doing the voice?
I loved it so much. It was my favorite meme of the trial. Meme the hell out of the people who were paid to be there. Go for it. They knew what they were signing up for.
Sure.
But after he talked about eating candy being a narcissistic trait and Team Depp all picked up candy and put it in their mouth while smiling as he was testifying, apparently the next day, Ben Chu went and put a pile of like candy on opposing counsel's desk.
I heard that. Yeah, he's got a snarky streak, the judge might say. I liked him doing
those
it.
moments.
He did some questioning with an alpaca in his pocket, didn't he?
Apparently so. Apparently he had a stuffed alpaca with him. I don't think there's love lost between these parties. We saw at the end something that I really didn't like from Johnny Depp, where we saw him kind of motioning to one of the lawyers, like, come on, during one of the court breaks. And he was turned sideways, looking at the other side, and Ben Chu's like putting his hand on his shoulder. I'm like, they are making it personal about you. You cannot rise to that. And it has to be hard after 6 years, but you can't rise to that. And you saw them getting under Johnny Depp's skin for sure.
Wow, definitely. And I thought that there were places there definitely where I thought Johnny Depp smirked and snickered a little bit and was like, oh, not right there. Not with what wherever we're talking about at that moment in time. You got to be careful with those responses. But if anything seems clear from that verdict, especially the punitive damage awards, it's like, no, they think Amber's the bad actor.
They're saying it was to Amber's sister. It was to Whitney. I couldn't tell who it was to. So Chad, he looked like he was turning to opposing counsel table. I didn't know Whitney was there. So there we go. And I'm not surprised by that. But again, you can't let them get under your skin. And there were moments early on in the trial where I'm like, the jury might be very turned off by his behavior because it is a little flippant when we're talking about very serious things to Ben Rottenborn. But then Ben Rottenborn's trying to make sexts that were sent literal. And I'm like, come on. But then when Amber Heard testifies, it all gets washed away. It was a great
I forgot about that. People ask me for what my favorite moment is. Ben Rottenborn reading a sext into the record earnestly as if it's a threat.
It was one of my favorite moments of this entire trial because I'm like, oh, he's not doing that. He's trying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we lost you, Emily, a little bit. It's a good face, though. Hopefully she pops back in just a second. I got Kurt here. Hey,
I have weather in Middle Tennessee.
Okay.
And I apologize for having weather, but today has been one of those days when the weather has changed so much that I'm going to start looking for the warnings because it's stormy, then sunny, then stormy again. It's like, no.
It's funny, every time I've had to drive through Middle Tennessee, I feel like I've been avoiding a thunderstorm or a tornado. So.
I love living in Middle Tennessee. It is beautiful. And I'm a big weather nerd. I mean, is that super nerdy? I'm a weather nerd. I like it. We have a little like in-home weather system that we get to track. The kids enjoy it. It's fun. So
that is cool.
Yep.
No, that is cool. No, I like Tennessee too. Yeah, we sometimes drive down to the south.
Have you been to the Parthenon?
No.
Yes. The Parthenon's epic.
Yes.
Oh. Well,
I have a kid who is a very big Greek history geek. So he walked us around the Parthenon and was pointing out who all the carvings were of. And there is an actual 40-foot gold Athena in the replica of the Parthenon that was also used in the Percy Jackson movie. It's right.
My daughter would definitely love that then.
Next time you are here, let me know and we will go. It's right near Vanderbilt. And then one of our favorite places to eat is nearby, but there is a game board cafe that has like food, coffee that they'll put booze in, plus booze, and every game board you can imagine. So you can go and just play any kind of board game you want. And next door is the greatest hot dog place called I Dream of Weenie. And they will put anything on a hot dog and it's so good.
All right. Well, that sounds like a fun trip. So I can't promise you I won't take you up on it, Emily.
Yep. Don't threaten me with a good time. I'll drag you to the Taco Bell on Broadway.
Oh, yes. I saw pictures. I want to go.
Yes. The Taco Bell on Broadway has live music and boozy Taco Bell slushies. Do you see a theme here in Nashville? It's like they add booze to this. They add booze to that. There are booze over here.
Don't challenge me. I'll take you to the Taco Bell. I was like, sure.
I did a live event in Nashville with some very influencers, other YouTubers and podcasters. And at the end of our kind of tour of me being in my 40s, being like, can we do a tour of Nashville and see the historical buildings? And we can go whiskey tasting. And at the end, they're like, where are we going? I'm like, Taco Bell. They're like, what? I'm like, we're going to Taco Bell. Just wait. And there was a little, a young man with just his guitar singing Garth Brooks flawlessly. We had the most fun having a sing along in the Taco Bell. It's great. I've never seen a Taco Bell with a stage and live music.
The stage is a first, that's for sure.
All right. Well, you convinced. I really did like going through Tennessee. So maybe that'll be a fun family trip. God knows I need to leave this seat from time to time.
When I tell you that I have not sat this much since law school.
That's true.
Since law school.
I went and told my wife, it's like, I worked in big law for, a long time, more than a decade. I said, I think I'm working harder now. It's
big law where you're afraid to drink water because you might have to go to the bathroom and that doesn't count towards billables. That big law.
Well, yeah, there's a reason I left and formed my own firm. Okay. So
we all have reasons why we left.
Yes,
I mean, it's definitely been more fun to get to control my own destiny, but these have been long days. I mean, You kind of feel like you're at the end of a 6-week trial, at the end of the 6-week trial. And I didn't even have to do the trial. I just got to make kind of sometimes snarky comments about the trial.
Speaking of controlling your destiny, this is a good opportunity to congratulate you, Emily, on your rapid success. I mean, because it's been phenomenal and it's been incredibly inspirational. I think you peaked out around 350,000 live viewers, which is unbelievably insane, but well-deserved.
Thank you.
You have 600,000 subscribers, which equally is insane, but well-deserved.
All of it's insane. No, all of it's insane. It's okay to just be like, it's insane. We peaked at 359K yesterday, which was insane. And I saw, concurrent, peak concurrent for quite a while.
I know.
It's bananas numbers. It's just, and it's been, I'm getting DMs from people being like, oh my God, my news here was talking about the purple-haired lawyer on YouTube. So now I'm not even, people are just taking the content and clipping it and being like, she said this. And I was like, okay.
Yes, you're now the voice of authority, which is nice.
Good at branding.
I mean, the purple hair started as a joke on a live stream. Like, what do we do when we hit 100K?
I was there. Yes. I remember that.
It's like, dye your hair purple. I'm like, I'll dye my hair purple. I want purple hair. And now, it's been memorialized that this is my signature. And now we're purple forever.
You are purple forever.
Well, you could do worse, right?
You got the hearts in the hair.
You could do worse.
Everything else. It's so awesome.
But
it's been fun.
But I don't want you to undercut yourself too much, because I watch your content from time to time, and I really do it. Your energy in particular is the one thing I really like, because I don't know where you get it from, that you always seem so effervescent and full of energy, especially with these long days and long trials. You have to tell me the secret.
I've been like this since I was a kid. One of our oldest family friends had seen my LA Times article and was like, we would pick you up from school and you would not stop talking until we dropped you at your house. Like, this is, I just think, untreated ADHD. That I have enjoyed doing this since I was a kid. When I was in high school, I did Model UN, which I love.
Model UN kicks ass.
I did Model UN too.
Of course you did, because you are my nerd people. Yep. So I liked doing General Assembly because it was like 300, 400 people. And even in high school, I was like, I enjoy an audience of this size. So it was fun. And people were like, why do you want to talk in front of that many people? I'm like, because they can't go anywhere. So I really enjoyed it.
I won a Mall UN one time representing Switzerland, which I thought was pretty ironic.
That's pretty amazing. It's a good accomplishment. I mean, so it's just, I really like what I talk about, and pop culture really is a lot of fun. And so that's kind of why I narrowed my coverage down to pop culture, because it's what I enjoy talking about anyway. I'm watching Housewives anyway. I would have been watching this trial anyway. I picked the things I would be nerdy about that my husband doesn't want to hear me go on about forever. And that's what I cover on my channel.
It's actually it's pretty funny, because I think structurally that's pretty similar to mine. I'm a transaction lawyer, as you know, and it was how can I talk about this stuff that's serious and interesting, and I think people is worth knowing about through what you're already interested in, right? I mean, like, that's half the pitch. It's like, you're already interested in why the hell Spider-Man isn't going to be in the MCU anymore. Let's talk about that. You're already interested in, no, he is. That was years ago. This was years ago.
Okay, you're just like, I mean, we just finally I'm not going to spoil the last Spider-Man movie. I've not cried so much since maybe Endgame. Like,
oh, no kidding.
I cried so much during that movie. I loved it. I loved the direction they've gone with Spider-Man.
My youngest daughter turns to me after the end of that movie and says, "Why did you make us watch that? That was sad."
My youngest too. My 10-year-old was just like, he was just like, I am so upset. I'm like, I know, buddy. He's like, it's so, but not every movie ends on a high note. And I think that's important too. I love the direction they've gone with Spider-Man in the MCU, but I also really like Doctor Strange.
Yeah, Doctor Strange was weird. I like that a lot, watching that one. But no, that was years ago. But the notion was, okay, so you're talking about this, and some of the journalists are getting it wrong, and I can tell you exactly what a negotiation, this is a cold step while you're negotiating. There's a big pile of money, and so I did videos on that, and like that's the kind of thing that I thought would work well. What are you interested in? So it's it's Real Housewives, it's Spider-Man and the contract situation, it's all that kind of thing. I think that's a great way to reach people, and you do it the best of all of us. So I think it's awesome, Emily.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's the best. I leaned into what I liked, and I realized I was talking at Vid Summit last year when I was sitting down writing. I'm like, when did I start looking for my law nerds? And no, he needs famously not legal eagle merch first.
I took that off. Did I talk to you about this? I took that off my Twitter profile because like people were like harassing me because I was so obviously like politically against him. It's like, I've been on legal.
It's just such a joke. It was such a joke.
It was such a joke. With legal.
Yes.
It was from that thread.
Yes. It was. Anyway, it was funny. But when I was doing that talk, I was talking about the people I would pick as jurors on my criminal cases, because I was always like, look, all I want is for them to listen with an open mind. At the end of the day, my goal as a prosecutor is to just please listen to me with an open mind. So I was looking for jurors that I thought would like me and not be put off by me. If they're put off by me and voir dire, and I am not for everybody, I get that. If they're put off by me and voir dire, they need to go. Engineers and I don't always mix. I'm too casual for them. But if somebody walked in with like a People magazine, I was like, oh, my people. And so I was always kind of looking for a community that was interested in learning and understanding, but also kind of loved the chisme and the gossipy side of pop culture too. So that's always kind of been who my people are. And that's where the law nerd community kind of grew of, we can do both, and we can do it in a way that's respectful and not kind of degrading and still have a good time. And then that's why I started covering kind of influencer culture with the Toddy Westbrook lawsuits, and pop culture with like Kanye West and the music industry contracts. I was just fascinated to see that work, and to see the contracts that, he leaked onto the internet that we normally don't get to see. It's the behind baseball of it all.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Yeah, no, if I could have seen that whole Pirates contract, I would have loved it.
Oh my God, I would have loved it. I would have loved it. It's like, show us the rest of it.
So the entire thing in the record? Or?
No.
I think, it wasn't admitted as evidence, was it? It was just, shown to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what can you do? It was still interesting to see, because it's funny to see them frame it as a $25 million contract. I was like, well, when you guarantee the first $10 million in merch, it's a $35 million contract. It's that's the fun part. I loved getting the ACLU deposition. He's like, oh, how are you guys thinking about this? How do you structure it?
Was one of the most, I think that was one of the most powerful witnesses in this trial. The ACLU testimony, though it's easy to overlook because it's kind of dry and it's kind of lawyerly and it's a video depo, I think it was the bombshell testimony of this trial. I really do.
You get into the weeds as to how the thing was created.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I buy that. And the ACLU didn't look good. And the ACLU looks like it's actually lying to you when they're like, oh, pledged is the same. You're like, what in the heck are you talking about?
Miss Heard, I do not use those words synonymously. My question, Miss Heard, great moments trying to pin her down to what you just said. And witnesses get squirrely sometimes, not often, not squirrely like Amber Heard was. She wouldn't even agree with things she had previously said in her own testimony. It was wild.
Yeah. Certainly the last day of testimony, that was, I mean, that's as Hollywood as you can actually get on one of these, with her breaking down on cross in the
immediately
rebuttal of all things.
Immediately. Just mess. It was a mess. She lost this case for herself, in the immortal words of Gunnar Stahl.
She did.
Yeah.
She did. I think it was clear that there was a presentation of the world she could have made where you would basically not know what happened and have to hold against defamation.
Mm-hmm.
And she she's a total innocent and Johnny the tyrant monster king, and that never really rang with everything else.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, I do want to hit a few super chats. Emily, you're welcome to hang out here. I know you've got
unfortunately,
like 85 more interviews.
I do have to bounce because I have one more at 9, but I just wanted to come in and say hello and say good morning and see what you were breaking down, and encourage everyone in here. You guys should be subscribed. So
if you're gonna have another breakdown on your channel, I hope maybe we can join you on your channel because your energy is great and your chat is a lot of fun too.
Our chat is a lot of fun. I am actually taking a little bit of time this weekend.
Fair enough.
Because I have a concert to go to, and
nice. Can we ask who?
Well, there's only one concert I would travel for in times like these, and that is the Dave Matthews Band.
In the morning.
So we are heading to see my main man, Dave. I have a love of Dave's, and I cannot wait to just go hang with some of my friends that do not internet because of their jobs. So it's fun to get to be on the DL.
It'll be interesting to see who's more popular on the show, Dave Matthews or you.
Oh, Dave Matthews. Obviously, Dave Matthews. Actually, Stefan Lassard, he's the bassist, and he is literally my favorite. His bass playing gives me chills every single concert. So,
hearing you fan up is one of my favorite
things. But you're famous now. Maybe you wind up backstage or something. Who knows?
Not famous. It's the internet. It's not real. Though,
all right, well, not famous person.
I've got to go
on the rest of your television interviews today. No, thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate it. Congratulations on the channel. Go check out Emily D. Baker. She's the best. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff. So many of you already are. And thanks for coming in.
I'm waving with my hands. Sorry, we lost the camera. Bye, guys. It's great to see you.
Bye.
See you, Emily. All right, Kurt. So I want to hit a couple of these. We got let's see if I can bring this up. I don't think I can. So we've gotten some awesome super chats already. They're in the queue. I apologize. But I know I said 40 minutes ago, we do another headline in 5 minutes.
I still want to play some games with you, Richard. I'm serious.
Yeah. Play some games. Well, we got I think we'll have a lot of game super chats here. We can talk about them now as well. So yeah, I'm going to do some games. I just have to get past the trial. Bob St. Clair, Skyrim and Fallout 4 in VR are awesome. Yeah, I can imagine them being that. I don't have them in VR, but I can see them working. Don Hinton, can you review the EWCVs? That would be great. I don't know what that is, Don. I'm sorry. It might have been in context to what we were talking about with before. I've got Evil Within, potentially. I got Entertainment Weekly, potentially. Probably not either correct. Dan C., any chance of getting Charlotte Proudman on here or Legal Bites could make for a lively debate. It is too easy to say things on socials and hide behind blue ticks without being challenged in a meaningful way. I have an open door policy. If any of these authors, many of which have contacted me, want to come in here and explain their perspective, I promise a free and open place to do that. That is what I want on this channel is for you to be able to say your piece. I'm not going to debate you or fight you to the death on these things. I might ask questions about how you arrived at that. I think that's part of the conversation. But everybody is welcome here because that's critical thinking. It's not just assuming Rick is right when he goes through these things. It's talking to all sorts of perspectives. So absolutely.
Here, by the way.
Sure. Wrath G, imagine people in the jury reading these news and wondering, did we miss something? Yeah, absolutely. Right. Wendy's Cafe. My favorite games of all time so far are the Myst and Riven series. Great puzzle games. Very zen. Have you played the Myst that's done in first-person graphics engine now, so you get to walk around everywhere?
Ooh, I have not. That sounds promising, though.
I think it's still on Game Pass if you have Game Pass. It's excellent. Bailey Allison Dubs, Ohio. Is that a buck nut? Is that what that is? A Buckeye nut? Smiley face with a tongue out emoji. OHIO. Love you, Buckeyes. KBL, that win years ago, MSU beat U of M this year too. Everybody's having fun with me today. Yes, congratulations on your victory this year, Michigan State. Nadia Jamil, thank you so much for the super chat. That is very generous of you. Thank you. Karma2543, old school MMORPG PvP gamer for Asheron's Call and the Dark Age of Camelot. Any good subscription sandbox PvP MMORPGs out that don't have pay-to-win style payments? PvP based? I don't know. I don't tend to play those. Maybe Guild Wars 2? I don't know. Anybody in the chat, let them know if you have any ideas for that. Severe expletive. Remember, Amber Heard said she couldn't abuse because she's smaller. Crying, laughing emoji. Yeah, well, her psychologist went out there with that too. Heather K, do you think the PlayStation gamers will ever get to play Starfield or the Elder Scrolls 6? Or am I going to have to break down and get an Xbox next year? Crying emoji, gaming controller emoji. I think there's every chance that you'll either have to play it on the Xbox or the PC now that they own Bethesda and ZeniMax. Susan Gigney, Elaine on the Today Show, absolutely appalling Aussie here. I'm going to check out all those interviews after the fact. I don't do video clips here. We might do screenshots. I'll break down some transcript stuff if it's useful, potentially do headlines tomorrow with that. We will see. Uberman, greatest game of all time is Super Mario Brothers 3. Perfect controls, endlessly replayable. Much love to you, Hoeg, and all of LawTube. Super Mario 3 is awesome. Also features prominently at the end of the classic movie, The Wizard. Adria Theobald, thank you so much for the super sticker, and I love the logo. Wendy's Cafe. So here's a couple questions. Elaine is appearing on TV shows today spreading misinformation. Can she be held accountable for this? And was she absent for the trial we all just watched? She might have been checked out for portions of the trial. She might have blacked out in certain things that happened to her during the trial. I think she'd probably like to forget like the 7 objections in a row. But can she be held accountable? No. I mean, that's the thing about the weirdness of the Waldman statements is that a lawyer is allowed to go out there and zealously advocate for their client. She's saying they have a strong appeal argument because of these reasons that, if they are existent, could be a strong appeal argument.
Did she give any specifics of on what her basis of her appeal?
Well, kind of. Again, I haven't seen these interviews, so we've gotten super chats that suggest that they have concerns that the jury wasn't sequestered and was otherwise listening to social media. They have concerns about what was objected to and sustained and prevented from coming into evidence. Unlikely. They want to use the UK case to be preclusive in some fashion that I didn't understand.
Oh, they want to go for some sort of estoppel. Yeah, I don't really see that argument working. Not for at least the reasons that Amber Heard wasn't a party to the UK action.
Then they continue to state that wrongly. Elaine's actually out there saying Amber won in the UK, and it's like, a lawyer shouldn't be saying something like that.
I think that they might have some possibilities for the second and third statement from Johnny Depp. I don't really see anything right now for the first statement. I think Johnny Depp has. I on my own channel last night, and I'm editing it down as we speak in the background. Oh, nice. But I think he has 3 or 4 grounds of appeal for the verdict against him.
Okay, interesting. Is one of them the definition of malice thrown at the jury in the closing argument?
Not that, but the fact that there's just not. Well, the idea is that the statements aren't sufficiently different from reality to be defamatory. In fact, so there's no damages. That he doesn't have malice because. Johnny Depp doesn't have any malice, so it can't flow down. His knowledge can't flow up, and he had too much knowledge to be malicious. He can't qualify as an agent as a matter of law under the relevant Virginia law. And I'm trying to remember what else there was. But yeah, those are the best. The agency is probably the best argument.
Well, apparently,
in my view,
said Johnny Depp was guilty of 12 counts. So she's using the UK case. Yeah, defamation gets weird with the two competing results there, but the Virginia jury did not find that to be the case. Thank you very much, Wendy's Cafe. Carly loves Big Bang German Hope Fan Club. If you want the 5-minute interview with Elaine on Twitter, if you want live comment, it sounds like a mix of desperation and justification. Your opinion, I will watch it. I've always had a policy, no clips on this channel unless I get absolute permission. So I won't be doing a clip of that interview here. But I will be looking at it after the fact. Anthony, looks like Waldman is about to do something on his IG post. He's making a lot of hints. Tagged you in a tweet about it, Hoeg. I will check that out. Thank you so much. Rachel Chen, Elaine, jury was influenced by social media. Also, Elaine, literally bringing the Twitter into the court. Emoji. You're absolutely right, Rachel. Face in the crowd, sorry if answered, is the MSM holding the notion of her as a victim because they backed her so loudly from day one and just want to control the narrative? To some extent. It's true believers. You can tell that.
Scope of the agency was the fourth issue. Okay. So, like, on top of the fact that he can't be an agent of a matter of law, which is a separate issue, there's a fourth issue, which even assuming he could be an agent as a matter of law, the scope of the agency, there's no real evidence to show that he's within the scope of the agency. So there's this idea between things being speculative and being inferred. Like, how far can you go between the difference between inference when it becomes speculation? So to my mind, there's so little evidence that you can't even draw inferences. So there's a fourth ground of appeal for Johnny Depp. So yay. I'll keep thinking of more. Okay. I'm licensed in Virginia. If Johnny Depp needs an appellate lawyer, I'm available. Just, offering.
All right. Jack Sparrow, good name. Least handholdy, best exploration game ever is Elite Dangerous, all-time favorite. Elite's very cool. Get to drive your own spaceship around. C. Matherin, holy crud, Elaine said JD lost the exact same case in the UK and it found him guilty of SA. Mind blown. Okay, all right, I will have to read these interviews or watch these interviews and maybe transcribe them. If she's actually saying this stuff this baldly, that's a bit of a problem. What, if any, how can Amber appeal on the jury not being sequestered when they brought public opinion into the court? I.e., hashtag justice for Johnny, Amber Turd.
That is a good point. That's a pretty solid argument, I guess. Is like you were exposed to the public. Well, it's like, well, even if that's true, you kind of steered right into that skid. So that's a pretty good counter.
You did it. Moving forward, late to the party, I still think that they only gave Amber something because they didn't want to look like they were too against Me Too.
Yeah, I think this might be true, and I have problems with this. Because I think, I respectfully disagree with you and Emily on the harshness elements that you guys were discussing immediately before I joined, as I was, putting on my face, as it were, and getting the camera ready. To my mind, the mockery is deserved. I don't think in any sense it's mockery of victims of domestic violence or mockery of domestic violence or any of that stuff, because none of that happened.
Yeah.
It's a mockery of a liar. So I refuse to accept this premise that my jokes at the expense of Amber Heard, or my criticisms, or my vitriol even at this point, because I've listened to the evidence and I've drawn those conclusions. I refuse to accept the premise that is in any sense me making fun or light of domestic violence, me making fun or light of SA, me making fun or light of people coming forward with their story, because it's all lies. So I'm not doing any of those things. I'm making fun of the lies. And if people can't see the difference on some level, I don't know what to tell them. It's like, I'm not making fun of victims. I'm making fun of Amber Heard. She's not a victim. I'm not making fun of people of abuse. I'm making fun of Amber Heard. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so, like, if it's not okay to make fun of and memes at the expense of and rake over the coals and scorn not only a liar, but a liar who has done such incredible damage. And the lies are just outrageous. It's not just like the little lies. It's amazing lies. It's not just, again, like the whole thing isn't just like he grabbed me by the arm. The whole thing isn't he pushed me once, or he slapped me once, or even pushed me down the stairs once. It is he threw me on a table. He got on top of me and he's starting to wail on me.
Yeah, no,
and I'm like, you have got to be full of you. And then I come out here and I start making comments, and people start saying, well, I'm a misogynist. I'm like, you have got to be out of your mind.
I wouldn't call you misogynist, Kurt. No, I just think that the internet can go too far, even with that as your standard. And that's just like a disagreement on where the line is, just in terms of philosophy. But I get where you're coming from.
It's a little frustrating. I'm a little frustrated by it. In case you can tell.
I do want to thank 9210 A Tucker so much for the generous super chat. Hello from California. I've appreciated you all so much over the last several weeks. These have been the hardest years of my teaching career, and you guys have helped me stay sane. Well, that's fantastic. I'm going to miss you all when you're not on all day, every day. Happy second to last day of school. my kids still have a little bit more time in school, but happy second to last day in school for you. And I'm so glad that we could help make a tough years of your teaching career a little bit less so and keep you sane. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So yeah, let's talk about some of this stuff. I promised people headlines like an hour ago. We'll backstop some of this stuff. We've been just enjoying hanging out. We've covered some of the stuff that I wanted to cover. We did look at the Vox article a little bit today. But let's take a look at our favorites, the New York Post, right? And the New York Post has been in virtual legality here on Hangouts and Headlines a lot, primarily because a lot of their articles have been very anti-Johnny Depp, including articles that basically assume that Amber Heard's version of events is the real one and Johnny Depp's is the fictional one. So it's interesting to see the New York Post kind of flip around here. This is what you see from a lot of journalistic outlets, and we're not going to cover all of them, but there's a number of them that kind of went more neutral or otherwise responded to the jury making this determination and went in a direction that was a little bit less judgmental. Not all the way necessarily, but the New York Post then has an article that talks about, why all this happened. Look, you might have been reading articles from us for the last 2 months that suggest that this couldn't possibly happen. So why? And I personally think that that's a problem for journalists and outlets in general, because it does. If I was just reading you, if you were the only source that I ever read, I would be like, wait, what? And that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons that I try to do what I do with LawTube and here on Virtual Legality, is that I do think the more that you have that disconnect, the more that the outlets try to control the message, and then you still have the people that are in the courthouse actually determining things that aren't just looking at how it's reported, the more you continue to have those breakdowns of understanding, the worse it is for real reporting, the worse it is for people actually understanding what's happening on the ground. So I talk about these things with my legal friends here on YouTube to at least to say, well, this is how I actually see things. This is the actual trial evidence that's been presented. This is what the jury is basing its answer on. And so try not to be as surprised when you see this kind of flip turn. The New York Post just went all in, right? The New York Post said, oh, yeah, well, jury finds it. No problem. Why did this happen, by the way? Well, it happened for the reasons that probably will make sense to you if you've actually been following it, but you didn't see reported on in the New York Post before. So Johnny Depp won his bombshell defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard because the jury ultimately didn't believe she was telling the truth. Especially under cross-examination, the legal experts told the Post Wednesday the case was going to rise and fall on her credibility more than any nuanced legal question. And we talked about that in Legal Bites and elsewhere on LawTube. And she just did not make it through the trial with her credibility intact, said former California Judge Halim Donadina. I apologize if I get that wrong. The fact that she emerged from cross-examination in essence defeated and without any remaining credibility, that was the linchpin in the case for me. And I think if you go and look at our streams, and I'll talk to Kurt about this because he was with me in terms of evaluating things without extra knowledge. When you go and look at the streams, the end of that cross-examination is when I say, okay, it's Johnny's case to lose at that point in time. Kurt, do you know how you felt after cross? And if that wasn't the time when you thought, okay, Johnny's got a good chance of winning this, when it was?
The cross of Amber Heard?
Yeah, the cross of Amber Heard.
Well, the most uncomfortable moment of the trial for me was day 2 of the Amber Heard cross when we started bringing in those tapes, because we heard that cackling tape, which made me so uncomfortable I had to turn off the camera for a while, and because it made me so uncomfortable. I was like, this is pure evil. And again, like in trying to find where the line is on these issues, it's like that cackling tape pushed me so far down a place. It's like I felt just a desire to burn, a desire to, just a desire to excise, a desire to, just because it's so evil. It's like, whatever rationality, it's like, this just needs to stop. It's a very visceral reaction. But because on day 1 of cross-examination for Amber Heard, somewhat famously, as the chat will, I'm sure, remember, I was fairly charitable. I'm like, I'm having trouble reading her. I'm having difficulty, reading her. And, she's coming off as reasonably credible to me. And, 8,000 comments in the chat about, I can't believe it. Are you kidding? And blah, blah, blah. But it was as that tape was going on, and as her story became more and more in the literal sense of incredible vis-a-vis the evidence. Yeah, I think it changed quite a lot for me, because I went from a reasonably neutral position to the devil must die. So, yeah.
Well, and yeah, I mean, I think after her testimony finishes up, that's you have the feeling it's like, wow, I don't want to. I did, at least. I don't want to believe she could lie about something so heinous, and yet I believe she's lying about it. And that's tough. I think that's why you see a $5 million putative award is essentially the jury reacting to this is very, very uncool, for lack of a better phrase. And you get all of this that we've been talking about for weeks. A lot of Heard's emotional cues on the witness stand didn't line up with her testimony. She would get very impassioned at weird times or make awkward attempts to connect with the jury by speaking to them directly. We definitely commented on that. It also hurt the case that she failed to keep her story straight during some points of the trial. She also was caught in far too many inconsistencies, making it hard to know which parts to believe and which parts to disbelieve. Even if there was some truth to her statements, her own testimony and her own words documented in audio recordings hurt her more than anything in this trial. And
I agree so very, very much, because
yes,
Rottenborn had the right legal idea. It was a winnable position.
It was a winnable
and
case.
I spotted that well earlier on. I mean, so Rottenborn's idea, Rottenborn, right?
Rottenborn, yes.
Rottenborn's idea was, I had said the same thing in terms of an idea, and so his closing in no way worked, and it could have worked, but Amber Heard put them in such an incredibly horrible position. I'm like, when Amber Heard testified and it became incredible, I was like, well, that was the end of that argument.
Yeah,
Rottenborn tries to bring it back, and God bless him, but his client, yeah.
Yep. No, I agree completely. It was a winnable case with a different version of going forward with what Amber Heard was going to say. I think that's where it comes into like client management, because Rottenborn knew how to win that case, but he didn't have a client that was going with him. So yeah, but it is interesting. This is Hangouts and Headlines. To see the New York Post, you can go back in headlines here with us and see the New York Post come out with what is effectively exactly the right analysis. Like, I think it's exactly right as to why this happened. It was a credibility fight. These are the things that happened. You can hear me on streams over at Legal Bites saying effectively, I think there could be a kernel of truth in there, but she's made it so impossible to see. I don't know how you win this case, because even if there's a kernel of truth, I don't know which one it might be. I don't know what it looks like. And that's why Camille Vasquez coming up in the rebuttal in closing arguments saying, no, you can't listen to Ben Rottenborn and say, if you find one instance of abuse, you have to take everything that she said to you when you're evaluating her credibility, because you have no idea which one might be the right one, if that's what you're using.
You have a point, right?
That's Amber Heard.
And it's interesting for me. I think it's interesting for me in particular, in some sense, because I consider myself such an analytical guy.
Yeah.
But at some point, I guess it's compassion fatigue, because at some point I just don't care anymore. It's interesting for me as an analytical guy not to care about wanting to tease out the nuance, because normally that's like my default method of living my life. And at some point, I guess it just becomes so much and so overwhelming that basically logic and reason at some point shut down, because I've been so persuaded that I cease to care, and I have no interest in trying to tease out what it is that's true or not. I'm like, it's probably there, and I just cannot be bothered to care anymore.
Yeah, I get that, Kurt. I do. And we're going to see some articles potentially here that are going to make you more mad. So I'll just prep you for that. But I did want to pop in on the New York Post, because we know the ownership group is shared with the Sun. We know at least some of that was driving some of the things we're seeing in both British press and some other press points, is that you do have that News Corp affiliation. And the New York Post effectively, and there'll probably be opinion pieces that are bad and those kinds of things, but effectively, at least as it happened, kind of threw up their hands and said, why did this all occur? And then they found all the experts they needed to say exactly what we've been saying for a number of weeks, at least. You also got some interesting tidbits from the New York Post, including, and we always take these with a grain of salt, A source familiar with Amber Heard's legal strategy told the Post she thinks lawyer Elaine Bredehoft was, quote unquote, too confident from the beginning.
Let's throw Elaine under the bus. It's definitely. I'm going to send Elaine some flowers or something. It's like, I'm so sorry Amber Heard happened to you.
Well, to some extent, right? This quote is interesting, though, at least. It is anonymously sourced. We don't know whose tilt it is. We don't know what bias is. We don't have the New York Post is making it up. So take it with as big a grain of salt as you want. From the beginning, Elaine was very, very confident. They thought Johnny Depp's burn email was enough to prove the case. They were too confident, and they screwed it up. Their team was out-dumped, the source said. So that at least suggests to me that someone with a bent towards the Amber Heard team, because I wouldn't actually describe what Johnny Depp did in this case as out-dumping them in terms of just pouring evidence on and hoping that something sticks kind of concept. But this is at least interesting from a source. This is the only time I've actually seen this repeated here, this particular rumor. And I just wanted to flag it because it's the New York Post, and they've been here a lot in headlines and hangouts. And the notion that they thought that the burn email was the silver bullet is interesting because it's not to Amber. It's metaphorical. It's bad. It reads bad from the top. I felt it read bad. I said, whoa. And yet when Johnny Depp says that's effectively from Monty Python, you go, it is. It's like it's a perfect kind of answer to what is a very, very kind of violent sounding text. And so, yeah, now that isn't going to stop people from using those texts still in headlines, as we will see in this very video when we get to it. But I did think it was interesting that, yes, kind of the rats fleeing the ship is happening already. They're leaking to the Post. They'll probably be leaking to other places. We'll get some juror commentary. We'll probably get some more inside baseball commentary from Amber Heard's team. Probably not the lawyers. They still have attorney-client privilege, but the team itself. And that's pretty interesting in and of itself. So I got a lot of people asking me to watch these interviews. I will watch the interviews. I won't watch it in this space. Because that's just always been my policy here. I'm very sorry. I did see chat saying that maybe Nate is looking at it if you want to check him out, and some other people. Just have policies on different channels. I don't like to mess with videos here on YouTube, so I do apologize for that. But that is just my rule here. So I will check them out, and if there's stuff that I think is useful to talk about in that headline capacity, I will transcribe them, and we do slides, and we talk about them just from the language basis. Mm-hmm. So. That's how we do things here. I'm very sorry if it is disappointing to some of you. I do know that it sounds like there's some interesting things being said, but that is how I operate this channel. So, Kurt, that's the New York Post. I wanted to cover them because they've been so often here, and the rest of that article doesn't do anything, so we didn't read the bottom of it, and it's also because I have like 16 articles here. But do you have any additional thoughts on the New York Post treatment, on the kind of a little bit flipping from what was Amber Heard's going to win, Johnny Depp is evil as their opening position, and what they went out there with the world, and everything else that they're reporting on right now?
My one thought that goes through my mind is trying to remember the maxim that you should never punish someone when they're doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
So I will praise the New York Post for reporting truth and go from there.
I hear you, David. I hear you. Yeah, no, absolutely. Never stop your enemy when they're in the process of killing themselves, and don't hit people that are doing the right thing with more controversy. All right, so that's the New York Post. We will be back doing headlines after a few more super chats here. The next is The Guardian. I know you're looking forward to The Guardian, so we will be back to them in just a few minutes, I think. You guys have been super generous, so we have to hit some of these. Moving forward, late to the party, I still think that they only gave Amber something because they didn't want to look like they were against Me Too. We did cover that, and it's a possibility. Certainly, Ben Rottenborn tried to suggest something like that in his closing arguments. Roxanne wins. It seems Elaine is a lying liar who lies. 2, hashtag no sympathy for Elaine. If what is being described is being said by her out in public, that very well might be the case. I will have to look at it. Soaring Kite, do you think she will change her law team? I think she'll have some appellate specialists. If she's going to go forward with appeals, you always have an appellate specialist.
Yeah.
Fat Boy Horror. Valdo and Marie is a Ubisoft title from the 90s. Thank you. It's just not one I'm familiar with. So there are games that I don't recognize, folks. So Valdo and Marie, Ubisoft game from the 90s. Thank you, Fat Boy Horror. David Smith, not to be off topic, but does Rittenhouse have a shot in his defamation case after this? It doesn't really change things. Defamation law didn't change. So I don't know what he's even suing on, if he's suing on anything, but this case wouldn't change that. Ladybug 82 SW, Elaine went on the Today Show and said they will appeal. Mountain of evidence excluded equals hearsay text, therapist notes, Sun UK verdict. So she's upset about those things being excluded.
The judge gets such wide discretion on the admissibility of what evidence is presented. So no.
Pure judgment call. Yeah. It's a tough way to appeal. Michael Clark, what are your opinion about courts not punishing overt perjury in family courts and attorneys that exploit this common fact?
Oh my God, I have so many thoughts about family court. It's just, well, for me, it's like, it's just it's the evil. I have no interest ever in that field of law. One of the reasons this case makes me feel uncomfortable is because this is family law. This is family law adjacent enough. That's like, I don't really like this field of law because it's the opposite of what I'm interested in. Again, because I'm an analytical guy. It's one of the reasons I like the appellate argument so much, because it's just pure law. It's basically appellate law is just pure philosophy. It's great. And then family law is basically the exact opposite. It was just an absolute slugfest of emotions. It's like best left for other attorneys, man.
Yeah, I can understand that. On the question, I would say, I think there's an overall philosophy that you can be mostly symbolic with things. We can think about penalties and statutes. We can think about perjury, that honor and justice will cause people to comport themselves with these things. I don't know whether or not that's good enough for society anymore, but certainly as you've watched this with us and you've asked perjury questions, the group has, the chat has, I think it's disappointing to everybody when we say, it's really hard to get to perjury. And there's a disinclination to go through those charges in almost every instance. So do I think that's good? No. I think you need to have actual teeth to penalties in order to make sure that at least they're applied and considered by people that are going to make statements. Does that manifest itself most problematically in family court? I don't know about that. But I think it can by unscrupulous lawyers, which is ostensibly why we have an ethics set of rules, that there's a lot of things that can happen badly if lawyers aren't acting ethically. They know how to use the levers of power and hit the buttons and say the magic words. So we're supposed to be bound by ethics. And I would hope that most lawyers continue to be so. Thank you, Michael Clark. The Wanda Life. Sorry if this was already asked. Just tuning in now. Is it true if Amber Heard files for appeal, she has to put over $10 million in escrow or as a bond in order to file any such appeal? Thanks to all for such great coverage. Video game controller, cupcake emoji, and happy face blushing emoji. I don't know what the Virginian rules are for appealing a case. So it's possible that you would have to otherwise be bonded for the amount in order to get it moving through the court system. I honestly just don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry. But maybe I will ask Rob or Kurt. I don't think you know that off the top of your head. I would be willing to bet.
I do not.
So maybe some people can look it up for you. It's a great question, the Wanda Life. It is the kind of thing that a court system could do. So that's within the realm of possibility. Yeah. McKinney Lopez, Amber would make an excellent Lady Macbeth. Yeah, she would. Yeah. Renoit 79, probability of Johnny Depp's production company hiring Amber Heard? 0. I'm going to go with 0. Don Hinton, has anyone looked into Amber Heard's disallowed evidence? We heard some of it in the proffer. We know, at least from one of the chats we just heard, that she wants to introduce the loss in the United Kingdom case, which is completely inappropriate, I think, to the question that was actually before the jury. So I don't think that's a winner. But we did see some Deuters text she wanted to introduce. We saw some other things that they wanted to introduce on the premise that they were acting on Johnny Depp's behalf and should have been admitted as essentially party statements. So, there are some things around the edges that you could argue were wrong, but the appeals court doesn't look at things from a vacuum perspective. They are, or at least not mostly. They're going to look and say, is this just beyond the pale of judgment? And I don't think anything Judge A did was beyond that judgment range that we afford judges.
Exactly so.
Lloyd Casey's, anyone remember the Panasonic 3DO console pre-PSX? I love my 3DO. 3DO is the first place I played Star Control 2, which is my favorite game of all time. 3DO is fantastic. So yes, I remember it. Johannes Potter, call me a cynic, but I don't feel like this verdict's going to change much for the wider public at all. Probably not. It's just a trial court. Welcome, Alita.
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing all right. Just took care of a couple things and then thought I would come back. I'm glad that you're here.
Oh, yes. I'm only halfway through my tabs. We just did the New York Post, which did a bit of an about face and actually explained why this decision happened in a way that I think comports with reality. So that was a little unusual.
That is very unusual. I would not expect that from the New York Post for this case.
Yeah, they flipped around. So at 7:47 p.m., they put up an article that's here's why Johnny Depp won. And it's everything that you would want to have heard here. It's going to rise and fall under credibility. After Cross, her credibility was destroyed. Her emotional cues were wrong. It was impassioned at weird times. She made awkward attempts to connect with the jury. It hurt her case that she failed to keep her story straight. It usually does. And she was caught in far too many inconsistencies, and it didn't match up with her own testimony or her audio recordings or anything else. And it's like, yeah, New York Post, where was this when you're busy making op-eds about how Johnny Depp is the devil all the time? But as Kurt rightly said, we do not punish people who are finally doing the right thing. So the New York Post flipping around is totally fine with us, but it might give your readers a little bit of whiplash. So I did want to point out, we did go through the New York Post. They also had a quote unquote anonymous source leak from someone familiar with the Heard legal team saying that Elaine was too confident and they believed the burn email would win them the case. And that they effectively got out. They say out dumped. I would say outflanked or something more.
You mean nice. the let's burn her text messages?
Yes, the let's drown her, burn her. Yeah. Those are Bettany, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
so, wow.
At these
she
points,
really thought that was going to do it.
Anonymous source, grain of salt. We don't know what the tilt is.
Sure.
We don't know what the bias is. We don't know if New York Post is making it up, quite frankly. But that is what they reported. Is that let's see here, from the very beginning, Elaine was very, very confident. They thought Johnny Depp's burn email was enough to prove the case. They were too confident and they screwed it up. Their team was outdumped, which does suggest to me that it is on the Amber Heard side. I wouldn't frame what Johnny Depp just did as outdumping them. So you're getting these little tidbits. We're mostly staying neutral.
Although,
we're ramping up.
I do have to disagree somewhat because ostensibly there is no such thing as outdumping Amber Heard.
Oh, very nice.
Well
very good.
played, Alita. I have to grant it to her, folks. Yes. No, that's nicely stated. You should be avoiding things like dump when you're talking about this case, I would say. But you did miss Emily. Emily Baker dropped in between international interviews. She looked like she was all done up and ready and positioned on the thirds for big time camera stuff. It was so nice of her to drop in.
Amazing.
She's got more today. She said she's already done a few this morning. So that's very, very cool. And then, we were just back to doing some super chats before we hit the Guardian, which honestly might be the one that's going to drive chat and everyone else that's listening up the wall a little bit too much. So we'll get there in just a minute.
I'm excited. I like that little teaser.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, guys. You're going to get outraged.
The Guardian one is real bad. I'll just warn you. Let's see. We were just talking with Johannes Potter. It's not going to change the situation for the wider public at all. We live in a time where facts and feelings are interchangeable. This will do nothing. Thoughts? I hope that premise that facts and feelings are interchangeable is wrong. I do think it's easy to fall into that particular crevice on the internet, but I stand pretty heartily here in Virtual Legality. I know a number of my compatriots do too. We can examine facts. We can look at things. We can still be emotional about what we find, but we can do it on the basis of what's actually in front of us and what's actually happening. And I think that's what we're about for the most part, is letting you see and evaluating and deciding Rick's an idiot and Kurt's the smartest one or Alita's my favorite, and figuring out through your own critical analysis what it is that you want to think about what happened.
People finally recognizing the truth. I mean, it's always a good thing.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Chesapeake, love it. Why hire an actor that can't sell their point of view? She failed as an actress on the world stage. What studio would hire such a bad actress? People would be interested in seeing what Amber Heard looks like in an acting capacity. Is it a money maker? No, I think you're probably looking at indies and small films that don't otherwise have a marketing budget, but I think she'll find a landing place. We'll see. Shem Pasta, OMG, y'all been going for 2 hours. It's 3.5 now. Question, do you think that this is the golden age for indie developers, especially after all the controversy with big gaming developers? I think so. I think that the tools and engines that are at the fingertips of indie developers and the intelligence and insight that they use on their games, essentially make indie development into everything I loved about like the PlayStation 2 era. I don't love AAA games right now. They're a little bit too risk averse. They're a little bit too open world, over the shoulder, action adventure that tends to feel the same. Indie games are fan-freaking-tastic. And realistically, with Unreal Engine 5, some other things that they can use, they don't even have to feel like quote-unquote indie games very much anymore. So I love it. Great question. Heather Swain, keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Heather. I will try. No Tax, Good Tax. Thanks for all you do. This trial has been great for my mental health and for avoiding the toxicity of current politics. We got some toxicity in covering this case, I think, but it is probably less toxic than current politics. I will grant you. Jason Wharf, send your tag. I am down. I write policy and lobby. Politics can be stressful. My escape too. Oh, gamer tags. Yeah, maybe I'll figure out where to publish those. I gotta be careful with those, and you never know who you're gonna play with. But I like the invite. Thank you so much. Alex the Bird, The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Great choice. Also, Jackbox Law 2, maybe?
We've got to do some Jackbox. We can open it up right now. I've got Jackbox. We can share the screen and audio. We can play some murder mystery trivia. It'll be fun.
Kurt is ready to go.
Kurt is ready to go. I will keep that in mind.
We could do it right now.
We're not Jackboxing right now, Kurt.
Okay. Just,
Kurt, there's a specific agenda for this live stream. Come on.
We will see if we can play games very soon. Like I said, I had to wait for the deal to be over, or the deal. Yes, I'm a transactional lawyer. I had to wait for the trial to be over. And then this big, long stream talking about all this stuff with the verdict with you all, which is fantastic. And then reassessing and figuring out schedules and everything else, checking in with my clients, that kind of thing. Jiling Chen, question, did you see Amber Heard say that she will appeal? I've heard it. Is it possible to get her own win reversed in the process of appeal? Well, there could be a cross appeal. Or is it limited to the 3 claims JD won? She would not be arguing what she lost. She could actually appeal 5. She could appeal her 2 losses and JD's 3 wins. 3 wins, right? I mean, like, I'm on top of it. She could do that. Chances are, if you're already going to the appeals court, Johnny Depp goes and argues about her 1 win, probably. But we will see on that. Sarna, parent, Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn was revamped and is much smoother to play. I love Final Fantasy XIV. I do. I love it. When I next get time, that's my next MMO. I assure you. Kate, ever play Wolfenstein? Yes.
Yes, classic. Great.
Memories of 10-year-old me playing in dial-up days. Hashtag not a gamer. Eyeball emoji. Heart emoji. Blue heart emoji plus gaming controller emoji. Wink. Seriously, heart the articulate, intelligent coverage of pirate flag versus mermaid emojis. Hoeg, your commentary in turns of phrase in particular. Make me smile blushing emoji. Thank you so much, Kate. I really, really appreciate it. That is a delightful chat. Don Hinton, can't find the SC pledge button. Super chat pledge button. It should be at the bottom of the chat, I think. But you're also super chatting right now. I'm very confused.
I think that he's referring to the word pledge as opposed to donate.
I see. Okay. Thank you, Alita.
You're
Gianna7575, thank you for the super chat. Britt Cormier, totally understand the after day of mental gymnastics. I want a game that is Zen. However, for me, it is Diablo 3. Perfectly good cookie clicker type game. Since I have so many hours on DH and Monk, I find that I can turn my brain off while playing, especially farming and not pushing. Absolutely, Diablo 3 is a great choice. One of my buddies on the Bitcast at Season Gaming says he falls asleep playing Diablo 3 because of the repetitive sound of hitting things. So, yeah, absolutely. Diablo 3 is a great choice, Britt, and thank you for the generous super chat. D. Whitaker 86 for Quest 2 games. I can't recommend Swarm enough. We had a chatter asking about Oculus Quest 2, basically like playing Galaga while swinging like Spider-Man. That sounds disorienting, but I'm very interested. So thank you for the recommendation. Apple Pie, mental image, JD versus Rottenborn, but it's the insult sword fighting from Monkey Island 3. Yep, I like that. I like that very much. Christina Rivera Scott, have you heard about the theft of Seth Green's NFTs? The apes, yes, I have. Do you think Green has a cause to sue for them back from the person who bought them from the thief? Ooh, digital property right. You got to get into the mental state of the purchaser. You got all sorts of fun there. Yeah, I'll look at that. That's a fun topic. Yeah, if you don't know, Seth Green lost one of his ape NFTs that he was making a show with, and the show had to be canceled out of development. All sorts of crazy stuff.
Oh, no.
Funa Ukweli, 1, how much would an appeal cost? A good chunk of money. Less than $2 million. I don't honestly know. 2, Amber Heard concedes nada, a highly competitive person who can't admit she's wrong. 3, I thought she wanted to move on. Yes, but she wanted to move on without a $10 million judgment on her head. I don't begrudge her considering appealing it. Clinging Kiwi, game suggestion, Secrets of Grindea. I don't know that one. I'll remember that. Garrett, any game in the Dark Souls series is great for beginner gamers. Winky face emoji. Why are you doing that to people? It's because I recommended Elden Ring for the guy that likes Morrowind. I think it can work, but don't recommend From Software games to beginners. We're not going to have Alita go out there with Bloodborne. All right. Michael Gerardo, favorite Zelda, go! Ocarina of Time. Mine is Ocarina of Time. Okay.
Hey.
Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild tied for second, but I will say I hate the stamina bar and I miss magic. I can understand that. Breath of the Wild is a different recipe. But Ocarina of Time, yeah, definitely my favorite.
I'd be happy to go back and play the other Zeldas now that I've done Breath of the Wild.
All right. Yes. Well, you'll find why some people disagree with it effectively on the not a Zelda kind of concept.
Okay.
Because Breath of the Wild is a very unusual take on Zelda. Zelda is not that kind of, it is open world insofar as you go around and do things on your own, but it's not that kind of open world.
Okay.
And it's much more puzzle focused.
I do remember Andy, my brother, playing Ocarina of Time some time ago, long time ago. But
anytime you can play a game with Ocarina in the title, you got to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a great game. It's a great game. Shem Pasta, did Emily D. Baker do a TED Talk? She did. It's online. You could check it out. My wife just watched it and said, that's very cool. Michael Majorado. Also, I need a Skies of Arcadia remake. We all do, Michael. We all do. That would be a fantastic remake. Sega, get on it. Roketsu86, Square Enix just redid the Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn campaign to speed it up and make it more engaging. Oh, that's what the super chatter meant. Perfect time to dive back in, Hoeg. Winky face emoji. They redid it. Okay, I'll probably play Final Fantasy XIV this summer. Okay, fair enough. Jenny, wishing all my fellow Brits a happy Jubilee Day. Oh, is it Jubilee? Okay, cool. Hogan friends, thanks so much for all the hard work and dedication over the past several weeks. Thank you, Jenny. I didn't know it was Jubilee. I should have asked BBB about that. Wendy's Cafe. Emily, I had to laugh at the interviews you've done. Sorry we missed Emily. Sorry, not sorry. I kept waiting for you to accidentally say those cursey words, which she did on our channel. Smiling, crying emoji. She did let one loose today. It was very amusing. Darius Me, teaching Legacy how to do actual mainstream, Emily. She is doing that. Jen, Emily, good to see you. Elaine was also on TV today. We need an Emily versus Elaine interview.
Ooh. I think it's pretty clear how that would go.
Yes. Elaine would be cowering in the corner, I think. Must see TV, purple heart emoji. Actually, I think Emily would do kid gloves, but she'd probably devastate her. Luke, not sure if you already have an editor, Hoeg, but I have some experience with Adobe and such. If you need to help, let me know. Nerd face emoji. Yes, I do, but they're busy sometimes as well. DM me and we can talk about it. Absolutely. Kate should say eyeball emoji, heart emoji, video game controller, blue heart, purple heart, and just law emoji, TV emojis, best lawyer math. I love it. You love watching us. I can get that math. Lamp 007, my guess is 22 million for Pirates minus 7 million for the divorce equals 15 million. Split between 10 million compensation, 5 million punitive, Amber 2 million for Aquaman since she won't get Aquaman 3. Why are we subtracting his divorce money from his winnings? He already paid that. I'm very confused. If we're going to use the divorce money, I think it has to get added. So I think it's the divorce money plus 3 million in emotional damages to get to a round number. That's my bet. But a juror will disabuse this of all of this at some point as to what their math was, and it won't make any sense at all. Fun times, curse jar for Emily. Oh, yes. Yes, when she did that, we had a curse jar chat. Julianne Cochran, Hoeg, you are a truly good person, and I love your Harry Potter references. Favorite Harry Potter book? Half-Blood Prince. I love the background on all that stuff. I love the darkness in that particular book. So Half-Blood Prince for me. I don't know if that's anybody's favorite ever, but that is my favorite.
I think Prisoner of Azkaban.
Sure. Actually, I should have asked you, Alita. I know you're a big Harry Potter fan. Prisoner of Azkaban for you?
I think so. It's I've got to look back. Although, like, I just have such a sense of nostalgia for the Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone if you're outside of the United States.
First go arounds are always that way, right?
That's how I feel
about Stranger
there's
Things
something
1.
about it. There's something just magical about like looking at the title, feeling the excitement that I felt reading it for the first time. And when I got to introduce in between undergrad and law school, I was living with my older sister and her husband and kids. And so her oldest was in kindergarten at the time when I decided to introduce Harry Potter to them. So we would do Harry Potter dramatic readings. And it was just like, it was such a great feeling to like go
Dramatic
through
readings?
all of that. Oh yeah. But just to go through all of that all over again and to introduce them for the first time. It was just such a great feeling. It really gets me in the feels. So I don't know, maybe I should say the Sorcerer's Stone, but I do really like the Prisoner of Azkaban too, because you have this perception throughout the entire time, and then you realize, oh my God, everyone was wrong.
That's true. That is true. That's in that book. I think I felt resentful of Azkaban because it was so thin compared to what I wanted to read. And then Goblet of Fire you can just kill people with if you threw it at the wrong direction. So it's all good. But yeah, Half-Blood Prince was my favorite. I love the ending of that. I love all the background on Riddle. Which didn't make the movie. So check that out if you've only seen the movie.
Is Rob in the chat? I'm seeing people
are people
tagging
talking about
Law and Lumber.
Maybe he has a favorite Harry Potter we don't know of.
Maybe.
Oh no, people are talking Law and Lumber.
Oh, there
Rob,
he is.
Come in, you're always lurking.
Yeah.
Always lurking.
His excuse is going to be, I'm trying to work.
Yes, I'm working on a brief or whatever. We all know that you're researching defamation law since the dawn of time for your next video or whatever. So you can come in here, Rob. But yeah, we're having fun. The Guardian article, you don't want to miss that. Mobile Chaos, the winners are the lawyers, experts, and LawTube. We didn't not win. But that's primarily because of a hole in the market that was left by our journalistic legacy before us. So we didn't not win. McKenny Lopez, if people look at Tarana Burke's last 2 Instagram posts, she is not saying that the movement she created, the Me Too movement, is dead. She made some interesting points. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, I think journalists are getting that wrong to some extent. So that would be interesting. Definitely. Alicia Peterson, Elaine B is on today's show lying about the jury being compromised because of the 1 week off and it being televised. Hi, Emily and Rick. Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, you can see some of the things they're going to try to do potentially at appeals. I don't see a strong likelihood of success for any of them. Wendy's Cafe.
If you think about it, they kind of have to make their case, right?
Sure.
They have to make their argument, even as ridiculous as it is. Although it would be ironic if something that Elaine said ended up getting her into defamatory issues.
It at least as described. I have not watched these interviews yet. I will watch them, potentially do headlines on them with transcriptions. People are mad at me because I don't do videos here, but it is what it is. I will watch them. I will check them out. Some of them sound like defamation. You can't just lean on the UK court's findings that you weren't involved in, by the way, as a party, to try to get out of defamation here. Especially
when you're responding directly to a very particular verdict. Like that's the context. Everyone knows what she's talking about here.
Yep.
And especially because the counterclaims were based on a lawyer making statements on behalf of his client to the press.
Think you'd be more sensitive. You think you'd be more sensitive to that. You just made a case about Adam Waldman. So, you just sue Amber Heard for defamation on what Elaine says. That'll help. And yes, Rob is responding to those very interviews. I needed a place to vent. Angry, censored emoji ×4 after waking up to see that a particular attorney has decided to give a few interviews that some reasonable minds might say were misleading. I can understand that, Rob. I can understand that. Wendy's Cafe McMuffin has been saying they're going to appeal. McMuffin. Okay. So is she now working pro bono because Amber has no money? I'm pretty sure an appeal won't be free. So this is the day after, right? So, let's just talk about this realpolitik a little bit. So Ben Rottenborn and Elaine Bredehoft, this is their names are as known as they could possibly be. So them doing a media tour after the verdict, not that surprising. I'm sure they would have preferred to do this media tour after a victory verdict. But it's also not surprising for counsel to basically say, oh, yes, we have many grounds for appeal. They are very strong, and we are going to bring them. We are planning to appeal, take that under advisement. It doesn't always manifest itself. There's going to be conversations that are had. There's going to be an examination of what the chances of success are. There's going to be an examination of whether Amber Heard can pay them. And all those things happen essentially after, where this is the window immediately after this. This is striking while the iron is hot for Elaine Bredehoft. I don't know where Ben Rottenborn has gone. He might not have gone to ground on this. Doesn't want to be affiliated with any of this particular media tour. None of that is unusual. But yeah, all these conversations will be had about paying legal bills and things like that. And she'll need an appeal specialist if she's going to go through appeals. The trial lawyers are not appellate lawyers, or at least not always or often. And that there's a special skill set for going up to the appeals court and arguing your case. So we'll see. We will see. Highly caffeinated, and Amber Heard just bought that $1 million house. Or maybe she just pledged it since she showed on the stand she doesn't know how buying a house works. No joke. Well, yes, I responded quite heavily to, that's how you buy a house. No, it's not.
Well, at least there's one asset that we know he can take from her.
It sounds like the punchline, and like you're setting up a punchline. What is the one asset Johnny Depp can take from Amber Heard?
Well, it's well, I didn't mean it as a joke. I mean, it's the house that she just bought.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I don't know in terms of residencies and things and what she has, but yeah, certainly second houses you can take in general. So yes, we have one asset that you could potentially go after. Yeah. And we don't, yes, even buying it in the midst of this trial sounds almost a fraudulent conveyance anyway. So there's all sorts of things that pop up here. People keep asking how the process works. It's a big court process, and being able to use powers across jurisdictions and things like that. He's got the right to go ask the courts to go help him now. And whether or not that actually comes to any assets is a process.
And I'm seeing that in the chat, Victoria Preston says, no, the house is in a trust to the daughter. I would very much look into that.
Did
I
you
would
just
be
buy
so
it?
curious. As a trust person, I would be very curious to look at the document conveying that to her daughter.
Yeah,
that would be very, very interesting.
If you look at it closer to my neck of the woods, anything that's in the shadow of a bankruptcy, for instance, moving assets around can be wheeled back. So there's rules to that. There's specialists for that in law. So I know enough to be dangerous on that, but yes, if she's moving assets in front of a verdict that might go against her, there are definitely things that could potentially happen. Emberoni, Washington Post wrote an article slamming the trial outcome. Didn't bring the Washington Post up to the party, but we have a lot of days in Hangouts and Headlines. Debbie Pledger Yannikakis, thank you so much for the super chat. Don Hinton, you can buy reprints from the Washington Post online. Does that constitute republication? Yes, they probably would have to stop the reprints of that particular issue, would be my guess, to avoid that fully. Oima, not going to lie, Hoeg with Emily and Natalie is my favorite mix of personalities. I need more of it. I haven't seen Natalie yet today, but she's very, very cool. I like all the peeps, of course, but you guys play off each other very well. Emily, please stick around for some articles if you can, Purple Hearts. Emily, she shows up. It's a cameo appearance. It's a lightning strike. She was awesome. She has to go interview with, like, I don't know, Sky, the president of Earth, other folks, because she's everywhere. Emily Aarons, waiting for your collab on Girardi. Hearts to you both. Purple heart emoji, video game controller emoji. Yeah, she says she wants to do that. We'll talk about whatever that guy did. Should be eye-opening, according to everybody. Wendy's Cafe, Jax yesterday on LD's stream showed that text thread with Amber Heard and Drew. I was shocked when I was the attached photo with the 4 knives in it that they plan on using to threaten JD with. Yeah, you didn't bring up a picture of knives, I don't think, but you said there was a picture of knives.
I didn't show them to you. I could show them on this stream if you want to see it.
Oh, I mean, you're welcome.
We can show the text thread with and then with the image if you want.
There's a picture there. The thread says like I will control him and kill him or something like that, and then there's a picture of knives.
Well, something along those lines. Let me pull this up here.
Sure.
I actually have it pretty quick here. Okay. I'll share my screen.
Text thread is in reverse chronological order, so read it bottom to top. Okay.
No, it is top to bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the yellow is Josh Drew, the blue is Amber Heard. So it says, "Hey lady, I'm going to make some dinner when I get back from the airport. You or JD interested in joining us?" She says, "Duh." Then he says, "Get the F out of here. That's awesome. No problem. We'll bring it over. We'll bring it over when it's ready." And then she says, "But Johnny is getting my tattoo tonight at the house. 9:30 would be perfect because it gives Jay and I time to talk, otherwise known as me threatening his life if he misbehaves while I'm gone." Hilarious. Then he says, "I think 9:30 is for dinner probe." He means probs. We'll keep an eye on him. Yeah, probably. I'm picking her up around 8 or so. And then she says, "Jay and I have to have a little talk tonight when we get home, probably till like 8, and then we're cool. Rock gets in at 9:30, right? You guys want to come over after that and hang and eat and drink? Perfect." And he says, "I'll bring them just in case." Good, man. Ha ha ha. So pretty. Oh no, that'd be far too easy. Oh, Amber, you don't use it. You just show them to him. And so you can see this attached file.
Okay.
And then she says, "I guess I could reconsider." Wow. So
that's the knife. That's a picture of knives there.
Hang on, I have the photo. And just remember, this is January 13th, 2015. So this is after the December incident. And then I'll stop my screen and then I'll share it again.
Is there a December incident in 2014?
Yeah, that's no, 2015.
Okay, so that's a year before the December incident.
No, this is 2015.
Right,
oh, you're right.
Right?
My gosh, you're right. You're so right. I totally missed
the timeline's ridiculous. It's fine. I was just I have Headbutt in December 2015. I have Apartment in May 2016. I have what is it? It's Australia in like March 2015. I think he sends that picture.
Yep.
These people, I don't know what these people. Yeah, I mean, like the problem with the text to me is like some of it can come across as, you're just goofing, but it's in the context of everything else that it becomes a problem. So that's yeah, it's goofy, but also we know what is described and the trouble that they were having in their relationship. So it's don't send knives to your friends talking about threatening people. It's just, it's not legal advice. It's just like living life advice. Don't do it. So we're just going to go through a few more super chats now. Then we're going to hit the Guardian.
All right.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Wendy's. Dr. Indrushi Rajan, the conscious psychologist. Hi, Hoeg. I am loving your headline streams. I'm thrilled for JD and family, but I'm sad that Amber Heard got $2 million. I have a practice in Beverly Hills and work with actors and directors. I can't see studios hiring her. Sending you all purple hearts. Well, that'll be interesting. I still think she finds a landing spot, but you would know probably better than me if that is in fact your practice. So I will be interested to see where things go. Michael Majorado, Hoeg Law, I DM'd you a picture of the editor's note. I will check that out. Thank you. The Washington Post apparently added an editor's note to the article, the op-ed. Abel Wells, hey Hoeg, I watched you on Legal Bites the whole time, and I appreciate your style of comedy. Dry, somewhat off-putting. I'm so proud of you all. What's your thoughts on the perception of recovering addicts from this whole thing? I think in the whole case, I saw a lot of substance abuse and a lot of substance taking, certainly. And I would love to see all of those folks find solace in other directions. I think it's part of the case that gets missed a little bit. Johnny Depp does appear to have been righteous in his cause, but certainly was drinking a lot and taking a few things. And so, I think for all those instances, I would love to see people not have to do that. I think you've heard me probably say in these streams, to some extent, there's some brokenness amongst these two people, period, before we get into the specifics of the case. So I don't have much more to say on that. Thankfully, I'm blessed enough to not have to deal with that myself. But I would love to see everybody get the support they need on all those kinds of things.
Yeah. And I will say that this argument that because he was drinking and doing drugs that automatically made him violent was also wrong.
BS.
Very wrong.
Yeah. That's Spiegel, right? Our favorite psychologist. Emily came in and was like, oh, she loved it when they ate the candy in front of him when he said it was a narcissistic trait. It's just Islam. No one is mocking violence. No one is mocking victims. People are mocking someone who will look us dead in the eye and try to lie and manipulate us, which you heard from Kurt. Yeah, you heard from Kurt. I don't disagree, and I don't disagree with some level of that. I just think it goes too far in certain parts. That's all. So it's just a subjective disagreement on where the line is realistically. Moondragon, Amber Heard can fix this by taking time and seeing a therapist and coming back with an apology and a different attitude. Longtime WoW player switched to FF14. Loving the story. Computer emoji, mouse emoji, video game controller emoji. I love it. And yeah, I would love to see Amber Heard get some help, honestly. Dr. Indrishi Rajan, the conscious psychologist. Also, wow, just read EB's Today interview. She complained re jury being exposed to social media stuff, but they admitted the hashtags into evidence. Facepalm emoji. Yeah. Harley Harlita, y'all igniting the next gen of young lawyers. I do love the chats that come in and been like, I applied to law school. That's cool.
Amazing.
The girl with the Dragon Ball Z tattoo. I like that. Thank you for the super chat. Zach Frisch, have you ever played Shivers, my favorite DOS game? Yes, I have, but I haven't thought about it in a while. I can see that. I can see the cover of the box in my head. We won't start Alita with that one. Steph Jack UK, EB Press Tour, same as JDAW statement. Thoughts?
It is very interesting.
You were just saying this, Alita. You were just saying, well, you just won at least part of a case that was suggestive that lawyers should be maybe a bit more careful about what they say to the press on these topics. And here you are, out in public, saying
And arguably, this is worse than the Waldman statements because the Waldman statements were made in the middle of litigation, right? Whereas like there hadn't been anything that was adjudicated finally by some body, whether it was a jury or a judge. And then here you have a final conclusion that has been made, and then she's running around saying that conclusion is not conclusive.
It's wrong, yeah. Well, I would be interested in seeing precedent on. You say final. What we usually call it, if we were putting it in a contract, it would be a final non-appealable judgment, which obviously this one is appealable right now. I would be interested in seeing precedent about how much you can say badly about a trial court's findings pending appeal, because you're allowed to think they're wrong.
Right.
Yeah, it's just so interesting. But this is the problem I have with the Adam Wallman stuff at like a fundamental level anyways. It's like, well, he's advancing his clients. We're not really going to hold those to defamation standards maximally, are we? And I think one of the arguments the Depp team made was he's his lawyer and he's advancing the legal theory, and we're going to adjudicate that to see if it's true. That's how it works. The
irony would be if they do in fact proceed with an appeal, and then as a result they cause Johnny Depp's side to I mean, obviously they would respond and whatnot, and then all of that results in actually you guys weren't supposed to get the thing that you ended up getting. So not only does he win, but we're going to take away everything that the court also gave to you because, well, you made it an issue.
Yeah, using the Waldman standard against a new lawsuit against Amber Heard. Why not? Elaine's your lawyer. It's anything could happen. If they choose to appeal, I think Johnny Depp counter appeals on agency and scope of agency and the malice definition that was put in the closing argument and like all this stuff. So yeah, round 2. Get excited. Like and subscribe to Legal Bites so you can get updates on when round 2 might happen. It's not going to be on my channel. So, we'll go over there. We'll go over there. So we got to a reasonable place for where the super chats are at because you guys are awesome. Let's do the next round of articles here. The Guardian, the myth, the legend. I think you can already read the headline. I honestly was shocked at the body of this particular article. So the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial was an orgy of misogyny. I don't know that I have anything to add to that headline. I think that we can understand that for ourselves. The backlash to Me Too has long been underway, but this feels like a tipping point. So they're taking the societal framework, as we've seen some other places do. We get the text messages up at the top here, talking about the burnt corpses, the floppy fish market. We get a lot of Johnny Depp's texts. We know those always ring bad, and I don't think they're great. I wouldn't ever write like that. It obviously doesn't make him abusive on its front, especially when you don't have them directed to Amber Heard in any instance, I don't think. that I could see. Maybe the mushy one, not the burnt one. I know that. And then you get the overall argument. The texts became public as part of Depp's defamation suit against Heard, now at trial in a Virginia court. So the drafting here is interesting because she'll talk about the jury verdict in a second. Ostensibly, Depp is suing over a 2018 article that Heard published in the Washington Post. In the piece, the actress writes, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. The article does not mention Depp, but his lawyers say that the piece was about him and was defamatory.
His lawyers say. How about a jury found?
Well, she's going to get there, a jury. But this paragraph almost seems like it's from an earlier draft. Like she didn't know it was verdict day, right? Like this was already in process, and she just didn't change it. For those 11 words, Depp is seeking $50 million. Like all this present tense, that doesn't make sense after the jury comes back with a verdict. But you can see what they're trying to do with this sentence, which is to suggest that this is overwrought and undeserved. You can do a lot of damage with 10 words. And this is trying to disarm that by counting the number of words. And by the way, there's multiple sentences here, so that's already kind of faking what's happening. But trying to disarm that is disingenuous at best. But we've only just gotten started, people. So, hold on to your hats.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah, that's right. A jury thought he deserved it. On Wednesday, the case's verdict came in, finding that Heard defamed Depp, acting with quote-unquote malice when she described herself as a victim of domestic abuse. So, journalists, when you don't help people out with malice, this sounds like you're saying, essentially, how could they believe it was malicious in the way that we use English language words? Or like Elaine uses words when she's giving actual legal arguments to a jury. But that's not what malice means. We now know that, everybody. They could probably recite it with me. It means knowledge of falsity, or it means reckless disregard for truthfulness. It does not have anything to do with how you might snarl or throw papers on anybody or look angrily at them. It has nothing to do with those kinds of things. So when you frame it this way, you're already stealing bases that you don't deserve. Bizarrely, she continues, the same jury found that one of Depp's lawyers defamed Heard when he said that her account of abuse was a hoax. No. In fact, we have specific understanding that it's not just saying hoax. It's not at all just saying hoax. We know that's the one thing they're allowed to say. They found it twice. Hoax is fine. You can be completely generic with telling the world that Amber Heard is a liar. You just can't be too specific about it unless you're sure. So this is already starting off great.
Fantastic.
And we haven't gotten to the opinion part yet. The verdict came after a trial that was televised, an extremely rare situation for a proceeding that concerns allegations of domestic violence. It did not concern domestic violence specifically. It's one of the aspects here, but of course it did generically, so we'll allow that. I didn't highlight this. And which was subject to almost inescapable media coverage, nearly all of it in favor of one litigant, even as the jury was not sequestered. So
you're talking about Amber Heard, right? It was because it was all in favor of Amber Heard. That's what it was, especially going into this trial. You do have to like how the author doesn't commit there. It's certainly implied to be all in favor of Johnny Depp, and it's like, okay, so I've read a lot of headlines here. I've looked for a lot of headlines here. I've looked for a lot of headlines that go the other direction. And for the most part, I hadn't been able to find those until the verdict. There was a general kind of sea change amongst the less vociferously opinionated journalistic outlets. I will tell you this. They're not going to appear in this episode. There was a sea change that was basically like, okay, the jury has spoken. We will at bare minimum report this neutrally. There are a lot of those that say, okay, Johnny Depp wins, blah, 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 and we're out. But the ones that were doing these opinion pieces, the ones that were otherwise already here in headlines, for the most part, they didn't reverse course, with the exception of the New York Post, and that's only a little bit. I expect an op-ed to reverse course in the near future. And then you see here the talking point, right? We now know this is Elaine Bredehoft and Amber Heard's team's talking point about the jury being sequestered. We didn't hear anybody talking about the sequestering of the jury. Not that I could find at all anywhere before verdict day. I'm sure there's probably somewhere in the dark corner of the internet talking about the jury being able to be influenced, maybe particularly during break week. But as a thesis in their opinion statements, this is pretty much brand new, and it's repeated in a number of locations. So you want to talk about PR teams, you want to talk about talking points, this pops up a lot now. And we saw Elaine bring it to the news party this morning. So reasonable minds can differ, but that looks to me like a talking point.
The strange, illogical, and unjust ruling has the effect of sanctioning Depp's alleged abuse of Heard. Fantastic use of the word alleged, by the way, when you're making an opinion point like this. What the hell are you doing?
Just spreading some Amica cream over it. That's all.
Right. You don't want to get sued because, if you don't put alleged there, it doesn't make sense. And of punishing Heard for speaking out about it. You do recognize that Amber Heard just lost a defamation suit on this concept here at the end of your sentence, right? And no, you're not likely to be in the same position because you're not in the room. You don't have the same kind of malice level, whatever. But you do have a jury verdict in Virginia. Now, you're the guardian. You can stick with your trial court. We got a whole mess here in terms of what you're allowed to say because of these two courts. But yeah, illogical and unjust, strange. It will have a devastating effect on survivors. We're also going to cover that towards the end of the tabs I have open and the articles I have open, who will be silenced now with the knowledge that they cannot speak about their violent experiences at men's hands without the threat of a ruinous libel suit. In that sense, women's speech just became a lot less free. This is the Guardian's op-ed after the verdict in favor of Johnny Depp. So we can break this down, but this bucket, jury's not sequestered, that's coming up a bunch. This bucket that survivors will now be silenced is coming up a lot. And I think, like all good things, there is a legitimate kernel of a sincerely held concern that seeing how Amber Heard was treated, if you think that your case is maybe a little bit ambiguous or whatever, that there could be on the margins that kind of effect. And I think that voicing that concern is legitimate. But you don't have to drag the jury or the judge or the court case in Virginia or Johnny Depp on any of these points. You can talk about these things without having to adopt Amber Heard's position and say, Amber Heard's a unique case, but it was a famous case and everybody knew about it, and that might have a negative effect. It also, by the way, is worth mentioning, it might have a positive effect on people that otherwise look and say Johnny Depp can be abused. Johnny Depp, movie star, rock star, can be abused. Then, yeah.
I wanted to point out that
I can go on forever. I could do these on my own. So Alita, just jump in. Just yell at me.
I was just going to say, I wanted to point out that this is also very nefariously implying that only women are ever victims.
Yeah, there's a little bit
survivors. So it's which is A, annoying as a woman, and B, annoying if you're a man, and especially if you're a man that is also a DV survivor. More than annoying, really, it's offensive.
No, I think that's fair. And this is all going to be offensive. I mean, it's rare. I think Rob popped in once and said, I've never seen a paragraph like this. I don't usually do this, right? I say, you highlight everything, you highlight nothing. I wanted to highlight every sentence here because this is their overall thrust of this. And then women's speech became a lot less free. Interesting in and of itself, coming from a UK publication in terms of freedom of speech in the United States, but fine. We'll put that aside for a second. No, this isn't women. This is Amber Heard. Almost all these articles could be broken down into that fundamental concept that it isn't a social movement referendum. It's looking at what was presented by this one woman in this one case and disbelieving what she had to say. Over the past 6 weeks, as the trial was live streamed online, many of those who have tuned in to watch have treated Heard with the same contempt that Depp did in his texts. Now, you're using many of those locutions, so I'm sure this is true in the broadest sense, but many did not. Many looked with open eyes as to what was being presented to them. A broad consensus has emerged online that Heard must be lying about her abuse.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
The jury came up with that conclusion for a reason. I mean, there should be a value of some kind given to going through the judicial process and coming back with a unanimous verdict, right? I mean, there should be some deference to that, but you're not seeing any here. She has been accused of faking the photos of her injuries from Depp's alleged beatings, painting bruises on with makeup. She's been accused of convincing the multiple witnesses who say Depp abused her to lie repeatedly and under oath for years.
And there was evidence to back it up.
There's evidence to back that up. And it's also very interesting because fundamentally the closing arguments were that Amber Heard was saying everybody else was lying. These conspiracy theories are unsupported by the facts of the case. Hot damn.
Definitely not true. Tell me you didn't watch the trial without telling me you didn't watch the trial.
What an assertion, though, right?
Yeah.
Here's the stuff that's in there, and I'm going to assert that I know what the facts of the case are. I have No dog in this hunt. I don't care about the actual reality except for finding out the evidence and listening to the trial court case. I like some Johnny Depp movies. I really didn't know Amber Heard that much, but I've said on the record I like Aquaman. My dad actually texted me last night, Papa Hoeg, and said Aquaman sucks. I don't know why you recommended this. So, reasonable minds can differ. But I actually like Aquaman. And so I looked at this and said, let's find out what the truth is. And then it got crazy and there was bloody writing on the walls and all sorts of things happened. And I wound up on Legal Bites for like 7 weeks. But the conspiracy theories are unsupported by the facts of the case. So
the problem with that is that they are trying to gaslight the public for the evidence that they saw. And all that does is it ruins the use of the term conspiracy theory. Yeah. Because if they end up tying that to something that is obviously provably true, which people have found with their own eyes, then you go back and you say, okay, conspiracy theory doesn't mean what you say it means. Right. Like if we're ultimately looking at the same reality, the words that you are using lose meaning.
Yeah, I mean, this should be devastating to an outlet or an author's credibility. You look at this and then you frame what you don't like as a conspiracy theory. Then you tell me that it's unsupported by the facts. And again, what I really feel for is not me. I watched this whole thing, hell or high water. What I really worry for is like, this is where you got your news about this. Oh, she says it's unsupported by facts. To some extent, while I do this critical analysis of media and I talk to you about it and I make people sad, I do want to believe that you could otherwise, listen to these folks, that they wouldn't just straight up lie to you. And unfortunately, like you get this kind of stuff out there, and I feel for the people that this is their only news source. Online, the case is taken on a heady mythology, and belief in Depp's righteousness persists independent of the evidence. What a paragraph. There isn't an argument here. See, we talked about argument and rhetoric, and this is just an assertion. This is just a raw
assumption on top of assumption on top of assumption.
Well, you understand, Alita, in the service of this myth, any cruelty can be justified. So it's not people looking at things and seeing that there are heinous lies that really would devastate anyone that found themselves in their circumference. It is that these are all truths. But we can create a myth about the lying Amber Heard, and then you can justify the memes or what have you. It's an alternate view of the world. It's a multiverse of madness coming from The Guardian. When Heard took the stand, she became emotional as she recounted how Depp allegedly hit her, manipulated and controlled her, surveilled her, and sexually assaulted her. Afterwards, ordinary people, along with a few celebrities and even brands like Duolingo and Milani, took to social media to mock or undermine her. Duolingo did? I didn't know that.
I didn't think there was anything involving any other languages other than English.
I don't know what Duolingo said, but there you go. They took screenshots of her weeping face and made it a meme. Many performed mocking reenactments of her testimony, lip-syncing along as she recounted the alleged abuse. The audio of her crying became a TikTok trend. This cruelty has now been joined in and compounded by the jury, who have gone beyond mocking her for telling her story and now declared that she actually broke the law by doing so. All right, I have like 50 problems with this, not the least of which is there was nothing mocking about the judicial process or of the jury going into a room and making a decision. So it's not above and beyond mocking. It's the jury doing the job that the freaking state made them do for 2 months. It's not something that they wanted to do. They came out, they analyzed the facts, and this is what happened. That you disagree with it, totally fine. Okay? You can disagree with the jury. You can tell me why the jury is wrong. Putting this kind of motivation on those jury members, I think, is complete and utter bullshit.
Yep.
And I'll say that because it's not fair to them. You have no idea what they were doing, what was going on in their heads. And your premise is already so biased at the start here with all the facts that you have behind you, as to look at this with only one person coming at things from a biased perspective that I can see in this article. We've got the UK case. They note that UK courts are much more amenable to defamation claims than American ones, but Depp still couldn't prevail, with the British judge finding that the Sun's characterization of Depp was substantially true. Yet the actor and his fans claim that it was Heard, not Depp, who was the abuser in their marriage. Well, I got news for you, Guardian article writer. Now you got two. At bare minimum, each side has a lawsuit that they can back up if they want to. So it's you. I can say the same to you. Yet the author of the Guardian article could not realize that Depp was not, in fact, an abuser in the marriage, despite what the jury of 7 Virginians said in 2022. I mean, we could do this all day, right?
Yep.
But let's ratchet up the editorial stakes a little bit. The trial has turned into a public orgy of misogyny, which I feel I missed out on. While most of the vitriol is nominally directed at Heard, it is hard to shake the feeling that really it is directed at all women.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And in particular, at those of us who spoke out about gendered abuse and sexual violence during the height of the Me Too movement. Okay. It's an evaluation of Amber Heard. It's not directed at all women. I don't know how you arrive at it's directed specifically at women who spoke out in Me Too. Me Too didn't even exist during the TRO period, did it? Am I getting my dates wrong?
The TRO existed before Me Too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it can't be that Amber Heard's a symbol of that specifically. You can drag her in with the Washington Post article, I suppose. But it's this kind of statement. And it's really why when you watch those closing arguments, I get so pissed at Ben Rottenborn. That is completely anathema to the blind justice judicial process. To say that Amber Heard is a representative of women, to say that she's a representative of Me Too, that you need to consider how this looks to the outside world, is absolutely the opposite of what a trial is designed to do. And yes, you with your op-eds and your Guardian masthead, you can 100% say that maybe I don't like that that's what happens in a court of law or in a trial, and that's okay. But you can't impugn the actual trial process and say that someone that doesn't believe Amber Heard doesn't believe all these other things. It's just wrong. It's a poor argument, poorly made, with nothing to back it. Nothing more certainly than just saying all of the stuff that you might think about Amber Heard is wrong and all of the facts support that Johnny Depp's an abuser. That's clearly not the case. Reasonable minds can at minimum differ, and you don't allow for that space at all. Sorry, Alita. I'm just ranting now. So
no. It's good. It's good. I didn't want to interrupt it.
Well, what do you think about this? I know you jumped in on that. What do you think both about the direction that this started in and where it's heading in this particular opinion editorial about this? Remember, this is after the verdict. This is responding to the verdict and saying essentially this whole courtroom's out of order.
It's getting way ahead of itself.
Yeah.
Way ahead of itself. It has absolutely no grounding in fact, because if it did, this author would understand that the Justice for Johnny Depp movement is largely female and largely DV survivors who are quite upset about the fact that somebody is masquerading as one of them. This is like, the outrage that I've seen from the last 6, 7, 8 weeks, whatever, what have you, basically the last 2 months, and really getting to understand the outrage from it. It reminds me so much of the outrage that you'll see from combat veterans when they see somebody who's walking around in a uniform pretending to be a combat veteran, because it is a certain very specific experience that people go through that changes the rest of your life. And so when you and other people recognize the, I don't know if this is the right word for it, but status, I guess, that you can get from talking about those experiences that you had, that sort of helped to formulate who you ended up becoming as a result of those experiences. Okay. So I completely understand why DV survivors who say, I went through this major life-changing experience, being exceptionally upset with somebody pretending to be one of them. It's such a horrible offense. And so for authors like this to completely miss that and to just assume that all DV survivors are on the same page as Amber Heard is just completely devoid of all facts. And this sort of basically, connected to this case and connected to the people that that they really care about this case.
I don't know. I think that's a great point. I'd never actually really thought of it along kind of stolen valor lines. Obviously, it's not valorous, and I think you described it properly, but it is transformative. And seeing someone try to take that platform or the rights of that platform, whatever they might be, in a insincere fashion, must be horrible for those people that had to deal with those horrible things.
Yeah.
If you come to that conclusion, it's bad. Yeah. Continue. I'm sorry.
And no, it's okay. Ian Paler in the chat, recognition. That's the word that I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you. It's not nothing so much as what I was saying, but recognition exactly is the thing that when someone has gone through something, they have been through something that is absolutely life-changing. Having that kind of recognition for that experience and for overcoming those experiences. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Well, and we go a little further here in op-ed land. We are in a moment of virulent anti-feminist backlash, and the modest gains that were made in the era are being retracted with a gleeful display of victim blaming at a massive scale. One woman has been made into a symbol of a movement that many view with fear and hatred, and she's being punished for that movement. In this way, Heard is still in an abusive relationship, but for now, it's not just with Depp, but with the whole country. Now, I've got problems with this line of argument as well. I will actually, say, we say nice things about the authors. There's some good turns of phrase here, and there's some good metaphors. I like this metaphor. It's wrong, but I like it. And I don't know. I don't know the status of feminism or anti-feminism. I'm the wrong person to ask on these things. I don't know.
I can talk about it.
Yeah, in a moment of virulent anti-feminist backlash, I do think we are. I honestly can't speak to it at all.
I haven't seen it. I wouldn't deny that it exists in some corners of the internet and some corners of the world. I don't know how large it is or how vocal it is. It could be a small minority that is incredibly vocal. Yeah. There always have been those that were anti-feminist, but also another difficulty with that is the definition of anti-feminist relies on what a feminist is. And even that is a term that people can't exactly agree on these days. I think that the definition of the term has changed over time, and it hasn't exactly been clear how it has changed and to what extent. So when you start tossing around these terms of feminist and anti-feminist, things get muddy very, very quickly because people like to assume that everyone understands their version of these terms.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's necessarily the case.
That leads to communication errors all the way down. Certainly true. Yeah, and I don't want to speak against it. I really can't speak on the existence or not of it. The problem with the argument, of course, is that Amber Heard stands in as a representative of whatever feminism or the Me Too movement, et cetera, which is the author's primary kind of concept here. And I think that's fundamentally wrong. So the rest of this, one woman has been made into a symbol of a movement. I don't know. I don't know the far corners of the internet are doing with these various things. Like I said, I don't like to be associated with groups of basically anyone on these topics. But that being said, just because there are bad groups that are otherwise on that side doesn't mean that side is in and of itself wrong. And I think the evidence in the trial bears out that Johnny Depp had the better side of things on a preponderance of evidence standard. I don't really think it's particularly close. I thought if there was going to be an issue, it was really because it's just so damn hard to win a defamation claim. But I think that the right verdict was reached. And so when you see this kind of animated response to that, the jury is part of the mocking, that the jury was animated by this kind of thing, I start to have a real problem.
You don't know, not unless you talk to them. Yeah. All you know is that they determined yes or no on a series of questions. That's all you know. And then they awarded money. That's all you know.
Yeah, maybe a juror comes out and says, yeah, I really hated Me Too. I thought Amber Heard was a representative of that. Well, then you can write your opinion piece. Since she published her post piece, Heard's life has been consumed by the rage and retaliation of Depp and his fans. Lost in the scandal and spectacle of the lawsuit has been this reality. It is Heard, not Depp, who has been put on trial, and she is on trial for saying things whose truth is evidenced by the very fact of the lawsuit itself. That's a catch-22. She's right because she's getting sued for being wrong is a hell of a thesis to go out with. Depp's frivolous and punitive suit. Okay, let's talk author for just a second. When the jury comes back with a verdict, finding for the plaintiff, you probably should not be framing it as frivolous. We've crossed a number of thresholds to get to that point in time. And a lot of reasonable people don't think it's frivolous. Now, maybe this is essentially the vestigial tale of the version of this that you were drafting before the verdict came in, which seems self-evident from the top of the article. Okay, clean that up. It's definitely not frivolous. You can call it punitive if you want. It's a punishment lawsuit. I disagree with you, but you can call it that. You cannot call it frivolous at this point in time. And the frenzy of misogynist contempt for Heard that has accompanied it have done a great deal to vindicate Heard's original point that women are punished for coming forward. What happens to women who allege abuse?
No. People are punished for lying. That is the more accurate way to state that sentence. It's not that women are punished for coming forward. People are punished for lying. And it's not misogynist to say that. And this person happens to be a woman. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to say
you don't get to like she doesn't get to like just slide on out of that just because she's got a couple ovaries. You know what I mean? Like
well, if Johnny Depp were saying the same thing, if it was exactly reversed and we had the same testimonies coming out of the same just in opposite to who the parties are, I would say the same damn thing about Johnny Depp. He's not believable. He's not reliable. That story doesn't make sense. It doesn't match with the rest of the evidence. Everybody else doesn't comport with that. It's not about the gender of whose mouth it came from.
Exactly.
It's that those were the stories that came out, and they're unbelievable. They are incredible at a literal level. So, yes, it's all kind of reverse engineered, right? You start with the premise that Heard is right, that the system is against her, that there's all these various forces arrayed against her, which of course is the Washington Post op-ed in and of itself, which is interesting. And then you backfill. All right, how does this happen? Well, the jury was co-opted. Well, everybody is misogynistic. Well, Amber Heard is a representative of this movement I believe in. And you've heard me say on this stream and others that I am all in favor of a movement that is putting a shining spotlight on the judicial process and the law enforcement process and finding out places that it does not afford people redress properly. And I am entirely in favor of that process.
Yep.
But you do it and you backfill and you come out with this. And it is essentially reverse engineered. What happens when a woman who alleges abuse comes forward? They get publicly pilloried, professionally blacklisted, socially ostracized, mocked endlessly on social media, and sued. Wrath indeed. Amber Heard does, because Amber Heard is unbelievable. I don't think that is an exemplar for what happens to everybody else. But I do get the kernel of truth that says somebody might think that.
But the perfect rebuttal for that is, well, let's talk about some examples of women who did come forward and weren't ridiculed, who were supported by the public. Ultimately, when it finally came out, I'm not saying that those came out very easily. Like, the women's gymnastics team, as an example. Yeah, there was a long time. That is one of the clearest examples for what was good about the Me Too movement. Was finally, you had Larry Nassar, who's going to hopefully spend the rest of his days in prison and thinking about the awful things that he's done and what's going to be meeting him on the other side of the rest of his life as a result of his actions. But the public, no, the public did not blacklist, ostracize, or mock the women who came forward and testified in front of Congress to talk about their experiences.
No.
Same thing with the woman who spoke out against Harvey Weinstein. Yes, of course, he was a monster. He was a monster who basically did essentially socially held captive a lot of women in a lot of ways after abusing them in horrific ways. So, or example in the chat, how about Rihanna? She spoke out. She was not mocked.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And I think to the extent that also extends out to, trying to get rid of the scorn or whatever other issues you might have with coming forward, the more that you see it, the more that it's in general on the margins a good thing. That, Depp going out there and saying this happened to me and the jury believing him is certainly helpful in the other direction. Whether that's men, whether that's just movie stars, I don't know, whatever that applies to in the long run, I think it's good all around when we try to kill off whatever shunning or scorn there would be for people coming forward. But you do actually have to present a story that happened to you. And what happens with Amber Heard is that we don't believe it happened to you. And that's a very poor foundation on which to build your editorial argument, with everybody essentially looking at it and saying, That's fine for symbols and things like that, but I don't believe Amber Heard, and that's where all of these fall apart, because they almost have to be premised on the notion that Amber Heard is telling the truth, right? But mainstream coverage of the trial has not seemed to grasp this. I don't know what mainstream coverage they're watching, but instead there's been tremendous focus on Heard's mistakes and worst moments over the course of her relationship with Depp. As is typical of domestic abuse victims, Heard does seem to have done things many of us would not be proud of. She fought back. Depp's outbursts and insults left Heard resentful and angry with him, and sometimes she told him so. Many are quick to point out that Heard is not a perfect victim, but no woman is. We are told that the lawsuit is complicated, but the lawsuit is not complicated. It is abuse. And now that abuse has been sanctioned by a jury. Damn. So yeah, we've got a few things here. We actually don't have the editor. Yeah.
It is abuse.
Yeah.
Recklessness on that statement?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe. It's like I said, you're not going to win most defamation claims that look like the one you just watched. So I think that the quality of them being the parties against each other was almost necessary.
Not saying that Johnny Depp would go after every single publisher or author of every single article here, but it's like clearly folks were not paying attention.
Yeah.
And part of that is in the reporting here, because to say it is abuse, that is a very strong statement to make.
Yep.
And
all right. Maybe we'll just have an episode where we try to spot defamation in the various articles. We'll call it the defamation episode. We'll just try to spot lines that are not paying attention. But yeah, you can see they're trying to play a game here similar to the one that Amber Heard was playing, honestly, which is that they talk about all this stuff. Oh, it's obvious that he was violent, etc. And then this is actually about outbursts and insults, and then framing it as Heard was resentful and angry and sometimes told him so. This is the most wild understatement of what was presented in court from what actually happened between these two that you could possibly make. And look at this description without knowing anything about the trial. Well, Depp outbursts and insults left Heard resentful and angry, and sometimes she told him so.
I told you, I'm so hurt by your words, Johnny. That's not how things happened.
I was going to say, I think this could apply to any marriage ever, basically. This particular sentence. It's sometimes I make my wife mad. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes Mrs. Hoeg Law is upset at me. It is in fact the case.
Sometimes Mr. Bites is upset with me.
No, yeah, it just happens. But it is abuse, says the Guardian.
Just that minimization of sometimes she told him so. Never mind the like knockdown, drag out fights where she's lopping off digits.
Yeah, sometimes fingers are lost. Sometimes bottles are thrown.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yes. Sometimes, things happen. Sometimes she yells at him. Sometimes she tells him he was hit and not punched. Sometimes she says she throws pots and pans. Whatever. She tells him so. It's just in her own way. And so, yeah, anybody that watched the trial is already well past believing any of this. But if you didn't, that's where I get concerned. Maybe the persistence of this notion that Heard is somehow equally culpable for what happened to her is why people like the New York Times' Michelle Goldberg have characterized the trial as the death of Me Too. If you're interested in my take on that article, it is in this playlist. It shows how easily a victim can still be blamed and isolated, how easily what happened to her can be taken as a failure of her personal character rather than as a part of a social pattern. Not all women are alike, but feminism was supposed to let us see how we are all similarly vulnerable, both to gendered abuse and to the gendered application of double standards and unjust blame.
Gendered abuse is one result of this trial, in my line of thinking, is this term gendered abuse. I absolutely hate it now. I absolutely hate it, because abuse is abuse, regardless of who's committing it and who's on the receiving end.
And that's how the laws are written, rightly so. It's a person and a person. It's not gendered at all.
Yeah.
But this is the premise. This jury verdict can only come back if it's an orgy of misogyny, and that's a premise that I don't agree with. So it's going to take me some convincing, and this editorial utterly fails on those grounds. For their part, Depp's fans seem to not so much deny Depp's alleged violence, alleged Heard, but to approve of it.
What? Huh? Who said that?
I don't know. Their example is he could have killed you, says one viral TikTok supporting Depp. The text superimposed over photos of Heard's bruised face. He had every right. The post has more than 222,000 likes. TikTok, the last I saw in an article, has something like 16 billion views on Justice for Johnny type videos. So this is plucking the worst of the worst kind of thing to establish a premise. I hate this. I always hate it everywhere on either side, whether it's mine or somebody else's. I hate it every single time. This is saying if you're a Depp fan, which I think is an unfair characterization of somebody that believes Depp had the right of the legal argument anyway. But if you're a Depp fan, then you're in support of violence against Heard, which is complete bullshit. So again, they found one that has 200,000 likes, not an insubstantial number, not a remotely representative number of all the TikTok views we've apparently seen. And you go and you find this, right? You send your associate down there and say, go find me the worst thing you can find on TikTok in an hour. And then this goes in the article. And that's crap journalism. So there you go. You're welcome to come on and defend your article if you like, by the way, author. And then I think that's all that I actually put here. I don't know what her final slug line is. Begging for global humiliation is what they finished with. Wasn't a very strong ending, so it didn't get a highlight. So sorry about that. So Moira here is apparently the Guardian's U.S. columnist, so that might be why you're seeing some of the free speech conversation and things like that. This is by far the most committed to this line of attack that I saw in the articles. There's a lot of stuff we can look at, some of which I didn't actually have a chance to highlight earlier, so we'd be reading it through together, which we can. But this was by far the one that I did get a chance to look through that was the most aimed at continuing down the path that these articles had forged before the verdict came in. I will be interested to see if the Guardian reverses tack at all coming out of this. I will say early indications are no. If we look at other coverage of this from the Guardian, what will Johnny Depp's legal victory mean for his and Amber Heard's careers? Pretty neutral title. We get a little summary of what's happening here. You will be interested to know that they don't think Depp will get any roles. In actuality, the delivery of a verdict is not likely to dramatically improve the future prospects of either. Hollywood studios will be wary of hiring an actor with so many distressing abuse accusations against him. And so Depp, by far the more successful and high-profile actor of the two, is not likely to find work in a big-budget mainstream film in the foreseeable future. I will take that bet, Guardian, not least because their own workforces are increasingly activist and could well refuse to work on a Depp project. That would be an interesting news story.
That would be an interesting news story. Also, there could be a lot of activists that hate Amber Heard because she's a fraud.
Yeah, there could be. It's a fair point, Alita. However, the same strictures will not apply to independent producers. The examples of Mel Gibson and Kevin Spacey show that it is possible for actors to continue to secure roles in smaller scale films despite being mired in scandal. The man literally just won a verdict for him. Yeah. I mean, it's like this. It's like it didn't happen in these articles. Heard, on the other hand, I meant to highlight this. So we'll just highlight it all and we'll figure out what should be highlighted after the fact. Heard, on the other hand, is in a different position. Her acting career has largely comprised a string of supporting roles with occasional leads in smaller films such as the 2006 slasher, All the Boys Love Mandy Lane. Her most recent lead role as Nicola Six in the Martin Amis adaptation London Fields. Aquaman? No?
Yeah.
Collapsed into ignominy after the director and producers fell out and launched legal claims against each other, with Heard also sued by the producers, reaching a settlement in 2018. She was sued for $10 million on this. This is fun stuff that I found in other headlines. Heard's acting career was enhanced by her association with Depp, although she firmly rebutted claims that Depp got her Aquaman. And since that connection has severed, her career momentum has consequently diminished. Heard's long-running outspoken defense of domestic abuse victims is more likely the key to her future activities, as with, for example, the actor and campaigner Rose McGowan. She now has a considerably higher profile as an activist than an actor and may well wish to concentrate her efforts in that sphere. You lost a court case on defamation that was based around domestic abuse allegations being effectively found false, and your future is as a successful activist, and Johnny Depp's just screwed. Guardian, keep doing you. So we'll see what happens with the Guardian. The Guardian's been in this space a lot. I am very interested in their stuff because they are the ones that are pretty much the most extreme on this pretty often. And we will see where it goes. But that is the Guardian, folks. What did you all think of that? I'm interested. I never get to read the chat while I'm otherwise going through those or ranting. And so I'm interested in what you think about that particular article. Alita, was the teaser Did the teaser get you to where the Guardian was? Was it as bad as I suggested?
It did. It was bad. It was bad. It was completely divorced of reality. Kind of like Amber Heard's case in chief.
It does seem to have that fault. Of course, Elaine's out there saying it would have won if it wasn't for those crazy kids. So we will see. We will see. Fat Cat Lim saw someone claim that media is afraid Depp will sue them next if they assess the evidence and conclude he has been abusive. Any validity to this? Not from what I'm reading. If there are people scared of defamation claims coming from the Depp team, they aren't in the articles and op-eds that I am seeing today. That doesn't mean some weren't quashed. We don't know what doesn't exist, right? But certainly a lot of people are fully willing to go out with, as Alita properly pointed out, it is abuse. That's a sentence. There's no qualifiers there at all. KCAS 2853, what is your personal best to worst ranking of the Borderlands games and why? I actually think I like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands the best. I like 2 second best. I like 3 next, the pre-sequel, and then 1. There you go. Sky, I appreciate you and Kurt. Thank you for great commentary during the trial. Wanted to know if you were excited for Rings of Power. Also, Kurt, you were great. I disagree with you a lot, but I appreciate your views. Thanks, guys.
Ah, nice.
I look at the Rings of Power project with significant concern and low expectations that I hope to be exceeded because I'm an optimist. Wendy's Cafe, the DV therapist I mentioned in my previous super chat compares Amber Heard to Chris Watts. I don't think I know Chris Watts. Do you know who that is?
Mm-mm.
All right.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Wendy's. Claudia Hardison, are they going to include Amber's phone with texts in the appeal? Elaine's viewpoint seems to be very close to Amber's. I watched the whole trial. If it's as described, she certainly seems to have adopted some of her clients' kind of views. I don't know. I don't know how else to frame that. So yeah, I think that's interesting. Jacob Culberholm, I agree with Kurt. Liars don't get immunity by lying about sensitive issues. Exposure and ridicule is the right way to go. I don't have an issue with calling out the lying. I just have an issue in places where it goes too far. Issa Mello felt bad for Elaine, but not anymore. Somewhat suspicious looking to the side emoji. Elise Rose just watched Elaine interview. TMZ guy was right, presumably in his getting her on fame commentary. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a surprise. I thought Ben Rottenborn was lead, so I wouldn't have expected Elaine to be the one to go on the media tour. But it's possible Ben doesn't want anything to do with this. Leon Homer, Hoeg equals Wallace Shawn. Is it just me? Nah, that's inconceivable. Both of you are awesome, by the way. Esme Cat, hashtag cut for Amber is apparently trending on Twitter. Sad emoji. I honestly don't know what that would mean.
Like ending rolling on a film set, like her career cut.
That's a cut. That's a wrap for Amber. Okay, yeah, I can get that.
Maybe.
I hope. I don't want it to go more violent than that. So who knows? Twitter hashtags, man. Aaron Flemings, Amber lost her credibility by being inconsistent and exaggerative, and Johnny was consistent in his testimony. I think that's the truth. Samuel Anderson, could have JD's close included the punitive damage cap? Usually you're not supposed to talk to the jurors about any of that. I know somebody raised that Elaine did. I honestly don't remember that, but it was a long day of speeching at me. So I don't know. Logana 3334 Fury, Kurt, if Amber's team contacted you, would you take up the appeal? He said, I know Kurt's not here. I will say he would be happy. He's barred in Virginia to take on their appeal case if they needed to. So we'll see. Or maybe he'll do Johnny's appeal. Carly Lives Big Bang German Hoeg Fan Club. What do you think how successful the appeal might be? All appeals have a very low chance of success. I haven't heard anything, at least as delivered to me by Super Chat here, that would suggest to me that it has a high likelihood at all. Samuel Anderson, it's inconceivable.
Yeah.
I do know what that word means. Che Dustin, can we keep repeating that in the UK win, Amber Heard was not a party? It was not her win. Yes, please do repeat it. A lot of people seem to need to know.
Yep.
Michael Sanger, Elaine just lied on national TV. How can she still be a lawyer? Not some fuzzy around the edges stuff. Hard lies. How? Please explain.
It's because everyone knows that lawyer is Latin for liar. I hope everyone understands that reference.
You know, lawyers get a bad rap, and that bad rap is generated by folks doing that kind of thing, honestly. And I understand it, and yet I don't love it.
No, I get it. But yeah, and I was, and in case anyone did not understand that reference, it was to Arrested Development. Hilarious quote by Job, one of my favorites. But
lawyers.
Yeah. You know, that accompanied with I've made a huge mistake, which is like Amber Heard's mantra, I think, throughout this trial, probably. Yeah, it's just lawyers are people too. Sometimes you get ahead of yourself and you say things that are not good for you.
You get in the moment. You're on Good Morning America.
People are inviting you on. You've been smelling your own cologne for so long. You think you're right. And then when the world slaps you in the face and tells you you're wrong, makes you think, how could that be? Everyone else is wrong.
It's the jury that's wrong. Fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I like this next one, I think. Did you by any chance comment on EB's interviews this morning? No. But might be tomorrow. Yeah, I have to watch him. Might be tomorrow. Seems interesting.
Yeah.
Tauzochi, as a native New Yorker, Post is very much more tabloid than news. I get that impression. It's not like I'm reading them a lot. A bit more hyperbolic like gaming media, Hoeg. We know that well. LOL. We do. I do get that vibe from them.
Mm-hmm.
Isamello can only imagine Amber's text friends, eyes up into the side emoji.
Oh, we've seen some texts. Didn't really come into trial, but the ones that we talked about earlier and yesterday, Jax showed me some more too that were not so savory.
Yeah, I get that impression. Raina Fagel, I had a meeting I had to go to, so I missed like 90 minutes of the live. Did you ever play Boogerman? That's the question. I've not played Boogerman. I don't know what that is. I did play Earthworm Jim. There's a booger level. That counts. Michael Sanger, the Monty Python quotes. Did Elaine actually believe they would not get the Monty Python quotes? Please tell me it's not because they were Asian. I have no idea why she would think that was the silver bullet for her case. If that is in fact the case, you have to take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, the burnt texts don't make the case for her at all. Nicole F. I grew up in Waterford, Michigan. I know Waterford. This feels like home. Happy blushing emoji. Thank you. ST Naughty 3 Hype doing anything live with the Bitcast. We got a state of play today. I'm unfortunately unavailable to do the Xbox thing, but I think we're going to do it the day after. And we might be doing the Summer Games Fest live. So stay tuned. And I'm sure Ains is upset at me already for probably getting that schedule wrong. But we're working on a calendar right now. Alexander Rolla, just want to show Kurt my support and appreciation to him expressing his views and approach to humor. Much love to you all. Cowboy head emoji, blue heart emoji, video game controller emoji, and a hammer and sickle. Thanks, Alexander. Penguin 322 question: weren't the Stephen Deuters not allowed because he didn't testify, and that is because his wife's testimony was struck for following some of the trial, which is due to Eve Barlow. So it's Eve's fault? Emoji. I don't know. Was that his wife? Was that the other Deuters?
It was, yeah. Gina is Stephen's wife.
I don't know how that would have like trickled down to everything because it's pure hearsay in the texts.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
And what foundation would they have used to get those texts in through her? Like if she said those texts were actually from me or something.
Yeah, I don't. I took control of the phone.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't actually realize until this tweet that was related to Stephen Deuters. Okay, cool. Trisha Buell, please make a Reasonable Minds Can Differ sticker. I'm getting the sweatshirt, but I want it on a water bottle too. Necessary for family reunion conversations. Happy face emoji, closed eyes emoji. I will tell. Co-counsel has taken over the merch store. She is now in charge because I'm terrible at it.
Good.
So I will relay that. Yeah, so Lita, if you have any ideas, you can just talk directly to co-counsel.
I've got ideas. Of course.
Jay Michelle, looks like Virginia significantly changed their civil appeals process as of January 22. Looks like Cowboy Hat, and it doesn't get produced for me, blank, will have content
logs.
for many, many months to tune. Oh, Law and Lumber.
Curtain Rob. Yeah.
I don't have the logs emoji. I don't know why. Bob St. Clair, recommendation on Quest 2, Resident Evil 4. Might be a little bit much for someone asking us here about what to play on the Quest 2, but maybe not. A little jump scary. Callie H. watched Hannity last night. They got most of the facts right, but they're still using those texts that were horrid that were sent to him as his. Burning of the corpse in a boat. Love all of you. Hearts emoji, hearts emoji. Many of them are his. There's a bit of a fight around the edges there. A lot of bad text from Johnny Depp. We don't need to undersell that. But he did explain them as dark humor and references that can at least make us understand what was happening. Wendy's Cafe. Oh my God, I would pay $1,000 to see Emily versus Big Muffin. Elaine should do it. She'd go on Emily D. Baker's channel. Emily will treat you kindly. She will devastate you rhetorically, but you'll be treated kindly while it happens. KR, I love your headline show and straightforward approach. Waking up and checking in from Los Angeles. Good morning, Los Angeles. Jay Michelle, also Virginia rule requirements for appeal states that a bond or surety and amount of judgment is required to appeal. So if somebody asked me that about it before, and I said, well, it would depend on the jurisdiction. It is the kind of thing a court could do. So if that is in fact the case, which I haven't done my own legal research on this, yeah, you'd be looking at a $10 million bond, which is not cheap. So we'll see. Michael Sanger, she won the UK trial. That's what Elaine said today on national television. She knows darn well that Amber Heard couldn't because she wasn't a party to the trial. How can Elaine still be a lawyer? How? I don't know. That's Amber Heard's statement, right? Like when she put out her statement yesterday, she says she won the UK trial. And I don't know. Elaine's adopting like some of that vernacular. I don't know. Heather thinks win or Heather thinks W. Can we discuss the Joke Wapo editorial note? We can if I can see it. I haven't been able to get outside of this zone to grab that editorial note, but I'll see if I can grab it as part of this episode. Rachel W. was streaming H&H while driving to visit a client. The appeal bond issue is largely dependent on the judge. Could be as well. A lot of judgment type things whenever you're talking about those processes. Crazy Cat Queen. Rob said he needs a place to vent. He always does. Realistically, Rob always needs a place to vent. So Rob was stomping around our chat a little bit. Raphael C. Hey, Hoeg and Alita. Greetings from Brazil. It was awesome to follow the trial with you guys. Hoeg, you mentioned the Stormlight Archives. I did. I can't recommend enough the Audible audiobooks of them. Yeah, Brandon Sanderson's one of my favorites. So yeah, check it out. And I referenced yesterday Call to Adventure, which is a board game I really love, has a Stormlight Archives edition, if that interests you, which is fantastic. But I will check it out. I don't do audiobooks very much. Bailey Legulian, which I'm sure is a horrible pronunciation to your name, and I apologize. I'll watch some
Leguion, maybe?
Leguion? That sounds better, maybe. I don't know. Please play together soon. Yes, Kurt keeps trying to drag us in there. Let's just level with each other. There's just like 5,000 of us here. You give Jackbox to people, and sometimes content comes out that is a little bit, let's say, not virtual legality friendly. All right. So we got to work on that with people. And maybe Kurt will maybe do Jackbox games, and we'll do games that are otherwise a little bit more controllable. We don't know. We don't know how that'll look yet. But certainly Jackbox, especially when you've got creative endeavors in those games, they can get a little out of hand. So still trying to keep it to the rules here. I know some of you disagree with those rules. That's a-okay too. But that is how this channel is operated. Clinging Kiwi, a little behind. Legal Bites, Nintendo expansion pack gives access to Zelda games. Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Careful on the extreme love-hate of Majora, though. Majora's great, but it's weird. So yeah, you can pay for a subscription service on your Switch and play those games right now if you wanted to.
Well, maybe that would be a well-deserved break after this trial.
Play some Zelda.
Give myself some Zelda time.
Hey, I think that'd be awesome. Schmitty D. Elaine was calling herself a successful trial lawyer on one of the interviews. Happy smiling emoji.
Well, it depends on your definition of success, but you know.
I think that's being implied that that's one of the lies she said. Andy the Game Maker, shout out to my daughter Felicity, born late last night.
Born on verdict day.
Andy. You had a baby on verdict day.
Yep. I have another little baby niece adding to the baseball team of nieces and nephews. I have a whole army of them at this point.
Yes, for those of you that don't know, Andy is Alita's brother. Otherwise, that was a complete nonsensical statement from Alita. But yes, no.
I just claim all the babies as my nieces and nephews.
All of them in the world. Congratulations, Andy. That is awesome. That is fantastic.
Yes. We've been anticipating that for a long time. It's not their first, but just adding another one to their God, they're beautiful kids. I love their kids so much. They're so sweet and so much fun. And I can't wait to meet her myself. And we're going to be godparents too, Mr. Bites and I.
Oh, you're the godparents to Felicity. That is awesome, Alita.
Yeah. So very excited about that. We just did one of the things that was like with the timing and everything, managed to get off of the live stream yesterday. I had about like maybe 45 minutes or something after that. And then I had to do like a virtual sort of like preparation thing for it. And I had to like wake Mr. Bites up for it. It was just, fun overnight weird things when you're living overseas, but very excited.
Wow, that is awesome. I love that.
Yeah,
I love that. Congratulations again, Andy. Wendy's Cafe. People are saying that McMuffin was there as Amber Heard's legal rep in the UK. Does anyone know if that's a fact or just another rumor? Jack said that too. That's the closest I've gotten to direct statements on that. I've not confirmed it myself. But Elaine appears to have been involved in the UK case. Jacob Yas, a petition for Runkle to take Amber Heard's L'Oreal contract. I'm all for it.
I could go for that.
Yeah, get in there, Ian. Oima, Elaine prepping for her new media career, Nancy Grace 2.0, LOL. Good for her. She might as well get something out of this. We'll see where Elaine winds up. Eric Jensen, if you're Amber, who do you sue for $8.35 million next? I don't know. Who's wronged you? Who do you think you could bring a suit against? Which law firm will take it on non-retainer?
Many questions to be answered to answer that question.
Jose Montemayor, Hoeg, do you have any thoughts on Elaine's interview throwing judge and jury under the bus? My main thought is I'm definitely going to have to check out her interview tour this morning.
And
I'll have more thoughts.
And also, it doesn't surprise me that she would throw the judge and the jury under the bus.
But again, that would be mirroring Amber Heard so much. I don't know. Like these guys just kind of grew together.
I think that like attracts like. Sometimes clients find the attorney that matches their style, matches their vibe.
Elaine was already ready to do this. It's just wild. Gianna Bruliette. Question, have you all played Horizon Zero Dawn? Yes. And if so, have you played the second one, Forbidden West? Yes. Curious your thoughts. Horizon Zero Dawn is a very good start to a franchise. It's about a 7 out of 10, I would say. Forbidden West is considerably better with more world building, and I've enjoyed it quite a lot. I'm about 3/4 of the way through, so I don't know about the finale. You do have to have an appetite for a little bit more science fiction in your fiction on Forbidden West if you're interested. But very good games, can't go wrong. Lightning 65, never say never. Jussie is directing a show on BET and is doing some indie movies, always a market somewhere. Love your content.
I suppose so.
I think that's right, Lightning 65. I really do. Name recognition is name recognition in the era of the internet. Doreen, how about them admitting fake photos and duplicate photos for same incidents? Looked bad, didn't it?
Looked really bad. Looked really, really, really bad.
Skaggy, is EB trying to bait JD? If JD is watching Good Morning America, I will eat my hat on stream.
Yeah, I think he's doing everything but that.
He is not watching American morning television. He might get a report on it. D. Whitaker 86, I literally just found out that Shivers and Shivers 2 are available on GOG. That's Good Old Games. Last weekend, bought them. I just wish I could find Rama. What a wonderful 90s game of full motion video, action, adventure, puzzle solving. And if you don't know, Rendezvous with Rama is currently being worked on as a movie by Denis, who did Dune and did Arrival and some other things. I'm so looking forward to that. Rama is one of my favorite first contact stories in science fiction. So we'll just add a little Hoeg lore there. Wendy's Cafe. I don't understand why there were no cameras in JD's residences to capture some of the abuse. With all of his money, why on earth didn't he install cameras? I don't know. There's nothing on actually abusing her on the recordings of any kind. That's one of the big problems for the mountains of evidence. Secret McSquirrel. No wonder Heard's team wanted the jurors to be anonymous. Yeah, they wanted to get out in front of it. That seems clear. In retrospect, certainly. Liz Kimber, sadly, 2 of my friends feel the gospel truth or get the gospel truth from The Guardian. That's what I'm talking about, right? If like that's your avenue for getting the news, then these things are bad. They're bad. Wendy's Cafe. Wow, Waldman filed perjury charges against Amber Heard to try to get her $2 million award reduced to 0. Did he?
No.
I don't know how that would. Oh, all right. Interesting. Something to follow up on.
Sure.
Delicious Cheats, Morning Law rock stars. If Amber Heard has such shattering evidence, why are they not filing a criminal complaint against Johnny Depp? That would be statutes of limitations. I lived for 10 years in Nashville. Awesome city. Miss it. Happy face emoji. Yes, Emily was on here telling me all the places she was going to take me in Nashville if I dropped by.
Nice.
So apparently there's a Taco Bell that serves liquor and has a open stage for musical acts.
Sounds about right for Nashville.
Which I almost want to see that. Taco Bell with like a stage.
Yeah.
But yeah, Emily's like, I'll take you to the Taco Bell. I was like, I mean, cool, Emily, I guess. But yeah, no, I would love to check it out. So no, they can't file a criminal complaint. It's long past, and they didn't have a case to win this defamation. They're not going to win a criminal hurdle. Coffee Dependent questions: some Amber Heard's fans are threatening to harm the jury if they get to know their addresses and names. Okay, so let's do the reverse of what I was just talking about in The Guardian, right? Finding the worst of the worst and associating them with a specific group is bad either direction, right? So I'm sure there's some ridiculous corners of the internet that are doing these kinds of things. Obviously, the answer to that is that's stupid, that's no, that's criminal, that's all sorts of things that shouldn't happen. Part of me doesn't believe it, says Coffee Dependent. The other knows the internet. Will their identity be hidden? It's under a seal right now for 1 year, so it would be revealed on June 1st, 2023, according to Virginia procedure. That could get extended, I guess, if people thought that they were still in danger or something along those lines. I would gather. I'm not a Virginian lawyer, yeah, I don't know. My sincere hope is that we aren't at a level where the jurors have to be worried of their physical well-being. Andy on, greetings from Germany. I get the feeling that outlets like The Guardian only survive because their readers don't use other sources. Maybe. I don't know The Guardian's demographic or distribution or anything like that. I just know that they come out with very extreme takes. The more you know, in layman's terms, can you explain the phrase scope of agency? And if you have time, an example of what it looks like both outside and inside this case. Scope of agency is what your agent is instructed / permitted to do on your behalf, right? So the judge basically swoops in and seemingly tells the jury that Waldman is an agent and you have to treat them the same, which doesn't strike me as right. But even if we take it as right, you still have to put some kind of rule, some kind of finding, some kind of evidence that the jury would be able to have to say, what is he the agent of, right? Because he's not the agent of driving cars for Johnny Depp. He's not the agent of painting houses for Johnny Depp. He's his lawyer. And does that extend to public statements made to the Daily Mail? Does it do all these other things? If you watch the Legal Bite stream at the time, Alita can vouch for this, during the motion to strike, I'm like, well, there's nothing on the record to establish what this guy has permission to do, period. So it would be pure speculation from the jury. And that's why I personally would have granted the motion to strike right there. Yep. Is that a good enough summary? I think it's.
Yeah.
Adida, media victims will not be believed. Adida, yeah, because now the valid example of Amber clearly lying about abuse can be used to silence them. Good effing job, Amber. Sarcastic thumbs up emoji. I think that's a valid concern that others have had in this context, which is that Amber has not just had all these other potential issues that you might even agree with some of these article writers about, but also if it has had that effect, it's because Amber is selfish and it's because Amber is lying on the stand and it's because Amber is about Amber. And that's where the vitriol should be directed. And I don't know that I disagree. If there are on the margin people that are less likely to come forward because they saw how Amber Heard was treated in general, and because there are op-eds in The Guardian and other places saying that it's because Amber Heard should have been believed and she wasn't, then yeah, on the margins, there might be people that don't come forward that we would want to come forward to seek that legal redress. But where does that blame properly fall? It's not on Johnny Depp and it's not on people that are analyzing the case. It's on Amber Heard. Sarcastic thumbs up. Granted. Gadishin, you should explain why you use the different colors and what they mean sometime. I don't recall ever hearing an explanation for the different colors of highlighting. Yeah, maybe I'll make like a 60-second video on this. So for the most part...
I've often wondered about that too.
Okay, Alita. Well, for the most part, they aren't color coordinated, right? It's not these kinds of concepts are in yellow. These kinds of concepts are in orange. The sole exception to that is I tend to use things I really want to emphasize. I highlight in red, although I also use red to sometimes indicate when I want to turn the page, when I want to go to the next tab. So your mileage may vary. Quotes from primary sources, I generally put in green, and then off colors, whether it's yellow, blue, or orange for the most part, are used for me to highlight changes in phraseology within sentences or different concepts. So I alternate because I'm used to doing this for legal documents, right? And if you've ever read a legal document in your life, you can have a sentence that goes for an entire page. And so my highlighting when I review documents is designed to be able to frame out, where the verb is, how the sentence works, and what the clauses are doing. So I will set off clauses and I will set off things grammatically so that we can see how the sentence operates better. But yellow, blue, and orange, for the most part, aren't designed as anything except to make sure that it's not yellow into yellow. It's yellow into blue so that you can see the phrase better. And that's really all it is, because I never wanted to be so rote about the highlighting in this particular context for the internet and for otherwise talking on hopefully an easy level. So I'm sorry, there's not a better answer. It's not coded. It's not, oh, that one's yellow. It's just that I want to be able to set off clauses, phrases, and sentences from each other if they appear in a big, long paragraph. So hopefully that's helpful. But that's my process, and I highlight basically everything. So thank you for the question. I should clip that out because I get that question a lot. MSCLRHD, this just pushes the left, right to extremes, and those of us in the middle to one of those sidelines. I haven't trusted MSN for a while now. I've talked about that. Yeah, the way some of these statements come out is they push you into buckets. They push you into sides. And I think that that's unfortunate because there's a lot of real good discourse that you can have with people on things that they otherwise agree with. Logana 3334 Fury, Duolingo posted, y'all think Amber watches TikTok or something like that. It's a language learning AI. Okay. I don't know that that's really worth putting in the Guardian, but sure. Emily Duff, why didn't Rob James and DUI guy tell about the orgies? I now feel their reporting was incomplete. Yeah, we didn't hear anything from anybody there about orgies at the courthouse, certainly. So I think your criticism is warranted. Lexi Autumn Stabs, believing women survivors of abuse or not believing Amber Heard are not mutually exclusive? Of course not. Yeah, that's the point. You hit it right on the head, Lexi. That's exactly right. Wendy's Cafe, ROTFLMAO. Is that you're rolling on the floor with that one? Ian is going off at McMuffin on Twitter. Did Ian not sleep? That's when Ian's best on Twitter.
Usually, yeah.
You are wrong. I think 10 million came from the TGE $50 million ask. JD proved 40 million damage. So 10 million was how much he thought he was emotionally damaged. They didn't care about him losing movies. Like JD said, he didn't, just emotional damage. I like that theory. He proved 40 and we don't care. So we gave him 10. Juries, you're thinking with portals now. That's how a jury could come up with that number. Lucky narked. Upset? Is that narked? At the Guardian for their coverage. Not many UK newspapers left to read due to crap opinions. Somewhat upsetted emoji. But I love yourself and Alita. I need a UK equivalent to you guys.
Aw.
BB. Arctic Arcanum, but you have to believe all women. They would never lie in court. Sarcasm. It's disgusting that Amber can use the platform of DV survivors to further her own career, and she should be called out for it. I think a lot of people would agree with you.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit an article. Say hello to Gawker. So Gawker went out with a tweet like this. And like I said, in this space, we're not just doing Twitter posts as headlines, but they are in a very real way the headlines that a lot of these outlets choose to go out with in terms of advertising how to get you into their space. So Gawker went out with this, and this was actually the first time I really heard this kind of being doubled and tripled down on. The jury, which was not sequestered, right, which is a non sequitur, could go home every night and see what the rest of us saw, amateur compilations intended to assassinate Amber Heard's reputation. You might note that isn't actually a description of the link at all. So we have to go to the link to see exactly how they reported on this. We've got a perfectly neutral kind of headline. Amber Heard loses defamation case to Johnny Depp. And then we have kind of the summaries here. We appreciate your sacrifices and your public service in the matter, the judge said with great warmth to the jury, who, though they did not fill out the damages form correctly, managed to agree that Heard had lied about abuse. What are you doing, Gawker? I mean, why are you impugning their ability to fill out the damages form? Why are we starting there? Like, there are actual journalistic outlets now that are going out with basically the jury sucks. They're misogynists. They are otherwise getting corralled by the social media.
They're joining in on the mocking.
They are part of the orgy of misogyny, which does sound like a good merch thing or a band name. But yeah, they're joining in. They can't be trusted. And I have to admit, even me, who's somewhat realpolitik and cynical about how the media would treat this, expected more of a turnaround from more outlets once the jury had spoken. I knew Amber Heard would go out with the system was broken. I really didn't know that so many places would go there with her, right? So that was at least a little bit of a surprise to me. You could come into my chat and call me naive, sweet summer child. I don't mind. But I really had hoped that once the jury said something, you would at least reflect on it. Hey, the judicial process led to this, right? Then we get a summary of the actual 2018 op-ed. What Heard wrote, says Gawker, is harmless and platitudinal, which is a fun word that I didn't know before. It's hard to read what she said and think that most people would disagree, let alone find her words full of malice. You know, Alita, I've been reflecting on the standards we use for defamation, and I think we probably need a label change.
Actual malice is a term that gets woefully misunderstood by anyone not willing to pay attention for 30 seconds.
Yes. Yeah. Well, because malice has a different meaning, right? Gawker isn't wrong to say you don't have to believe Amber Heard was bent over her desk thinking, oh, this is going to get him. I'm finally going to get him with this Washington op-ed. It's
like
not
scribbling with a massive like red crayon.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. And then Gawker, the chat room feature on the Godless Law and Crime Network says otherwise, erupting into cheers and sobbing emojis and laughing emojis as the camera hovered on Heard's downturned face.
Godless Law and Crime Network.
That's what Gawker is known for. Gawker is known for its God-fearing editorials. It's a very sacrosanct space. Of course, we know this about Gawker. The verdict is bad. Okay, but the gloating is worse. The courtroom full of women was abuzz with satisfaction and joy. Here's one thing about these articles, right? Okay, so you have your beliefs. Don't you ever just stop and say, hey, everybody else seems to be reacting differently. Should I re-examine my own precepts on this? And it doesn't seem to happen, ever. After the reading of the verdict, the judge said to the lawyers with a little laugh, you're welcome back to my court anytime. Whatever is being celebrated here is not worth celebrating. Where does this go from here? Heard said at the end of her testimony that all she wanted to do was move on. I hope that more than anything, she is able to. So it's a very short form article. You have Gawker going out, not even talking about what it tweets out, completely separate from everything, impugning the jury and just saying everything is bad. And Gawker is Gawker, right? This isn't the New York Times. This isn't whatever else. I can't remember what Ben Chu said about TMZ, but it was something along those lines. It was like, we're hardly talking about, it was like some famous newsman that Ben Chu used that I can't remember. We're hardly talking about Edward R. Murrow here, I think is what he says in response to TMZ. But yeah. So you have Gawker out there. We've got more, though. We got Vice. Breaking. After a jury heard a string of texts from Johnny Depp saying he wanted to do these very bad things, they decided Heard defamed Depp and acted with malice. What a headline, right? So this is clearly by design saying after all this came in, well, they decided against it anyway, because this is designed for anybody that isn't following anything with any detail to say, well, that's ridiculous. Obviously, I can discard this facially incorrect trial court decision, right? Like that's the design, and Vice doesn't care, right? Johnny Depp just won big time against Amber Heard. And we get that neutral headline. A jury in Virginia has decided after Johnny Depp was defamed by Amber Heard. The decision comes after the jury heard 6 weeks of testimony. The jury decided Amber Heard's statement in a Washington Post op-ed was false and defamatory. And the jury said Depp proved that Heard acted with actual malice. You got to put the definition in, folks. You know what you're doing. Come on. The jury also decided that Depp proved all the elements of defamation. They did that as part of the previous sentence, but it's fine. And is owed $15 million in damages. The jury was also tasked with determining whether Depp defamed Heard based on 3 statements made not by Depp, I would probably put in. According to the jury, only one statement was defamatory against Heard, and it said she should be awarded $2 million in damages. Heard was in the Virginia courthouse on Wednesday. Depp was not. Depp was watching from the UK, according to reports. She put out a public statement. She added that she feels she's lost the right to freedom of speech. Depp put out a public statement. And as the Depp legal team left the courthouse, a swarm of Depp fans cheered. Republican politicians also seemingly weighed in, with the House Judiciary tweeting out a GIF of Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean. Did that actually happen?
I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of people did that. But
Put out
what's
Pirates of the
wrong
Caribbean
with that?
stuff? No,
what's
there's
wrong
nothing.
with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. The judicial process has ended. But it is, I don't know. It's weird. Okay, this is just me again, right? People know me here in this space. I don't like to politicize this on these kinds of levels. And so I probably would have avoided it. But
I
reasonable minds
honestly,
can differ.
you could probably find some Democrat politician also voicing support for Johnny Depp.
Right. And that
Johnny Depp is not a Republican. He's far from it.
Decidedly not, right? Like he was very animated against, in particular, like the Trump administration, I think. So then we get
specifically Donald Trump himself.
Yeah. The piece didn't name Depp. And then we get into this kind of stuff. So one of the things you'll find online journalism, which was a little bit tricky for me to kind of piece out from yesterday, is that they're doing a lot of these things like putting them together for what otherwise was their reporting, so that they don't have to move off of what I would guess is like a pretty good SEO click article. But it makes like this, when was this written compared to what the previous sentence was written, etc. Right? So we then get we get a bunch of talk here, and we don't need it. So what you have here in both Gawker and Vice, the reason I slam these together is this is their headline to an important demographic of their social media. It is not reflected whatsoever in the article itself. Like, it's rare to me that you don't see at least something that kind of goes along with what they were saying here. And instead, these are just designed to make you discount the court decision on its face. And then their articles, while still being at least a little bit biased, are better representations of what happened in the courtroom. They just anticipate, rightly so, I would argue, that you're never going to read them. You're going to see this, and you're going to see this, and you're going to go on about your day, right? Or you're going to send it to Hoeg because you think it's an interesting article, and it is. I looked through these, and then you're going to do that. Let's just keep going with the articles. We next have a couple of articles that I'm not going to read through entirely. This is the Rolling Stone and The Root. That really talk about victimization and Amber Heard. And I bring up this tweet as kind of the entry point for that. We got one from Joanna Schroeder, who is apparently representing the media, bylines, New York Times, Cosmo, Time, WSC co-author. I don't know what that one is, but she's media. I don't care how you feel about Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. This is a very bad day for women who are victims. The silence so many fought against for so many years will once again descend over survivors of sexual violence and domestic violence. And like I've said in respect to the other articles, I think that there's a legitimate concern that what you saw, regardless of whether you want to call it an orgy or not, was in effect a lot of negativity and a lot of piling on of Amber Heard. And I think that, as Kurt said here while he was in this space, you can justify that for the heinous lies that you've identified coming from that camp, etc. But on the margins, somebody who maybe is reading this wrong, or reading these tweets, or reading these articles that we're covering in this space, could look at it and decide, well, Amber Heard should have been believed because of the Guardian author or because of anything else. And, I'm not the perfect victim, and I have things that I can't account for, and so I shouldn't go forward. On the margin, that's horrible. On the margin also, that's not everybody who watched this case's fault. On the margin, that's Amber Heard's fault. And so this doesn't actually say either direction, so I think this tweet is fine. But you do start to see, things like Teen Vogue, Spectacle of Abuse. You see The Root, and I'm just really using the headlines here instead of diving deep into these articles because we've gone on for 5 hours. We'll see if this one pops back up. Rolling Stone, men always win. Survivors sickened by the Amber Heard verdict.
Don't know which survivors you're talking to.
Yeah, it didn't matter what the verdict was, as one domestic violence survivor puts it. This case is my worst fear playing out on a public stage. And then the Root article, I just want to make sure I get it right. I know I can see it in the HTML here. Amber Heard verdict sends a message to Black women everywhere. And again, that's kind of demographically splitting things. And as you can see, it died there. Aw, snap, says Google. But that's an article that was up here. And I don't want to dive too deeply into these. A lot of these are intensely personal. And I don't want to take away anything from the authors that do those kinds of things, except to point out that whatever truthfulness there is in those things, it is all right to point out that it is a result of what 7 Virginians and a lot of people that have observed this in very significant detail see as someone that is lying and potentially using those social movements and those things that you want to have available to people that suffer abuse, women and men both, and that's why you get some of that vitriolic anger, right? That's why you get some of the stuff you're getting to Amber Heard, because they see them using this platform and they see her damaging this, and rightly so, right? So you can feel one way or another about Amber Heard. If you think she's lying, it's justifiable to say, hey, maybe that makes things harder on the edges. And at the same time, you can say, hey, Johnny Depp, if Amber Heard is lying, I'm glad you came forward, and maybe that makes things easier for people that are in your similar shoes to that. And in general, that's going to be male victims of domestic abuse. There's always so many things going on in a case. That's why I've said on stream after stream after stream, I don't want you to think of a jury examining evidence in a particular case, whether someone was kicked in Boston, whether someone was headbutted in December, all these various things as a referendum on these movements, because they will never be able to be pulled apart in this way. You can look at them in any different number of ways. So I do these articles, I analyze these headlines so that we can talk about them. But I also try to identify the areas where I think they get things wrong so that you can hopefully better think of these things and consider them for yourselves. You don't have to agree with me or my analysis of any of this, but you can look at it in the way you think is best. So that's realistically what I had prepared for you today. We're going to go through some more super chats. Alita, first of all, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, of course, for super chats. But do you have anything to add on basically, we talked about using Twitter headlines for ill, and we talked about the whole survivor concept. I don't want to elevate you and appeal to your authority as a representative of your gender. As we just said, you're just a person, Alita. But you
Women
might
are not a monolith, just like any other group of human beings, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. My opinion is definitely not the opinion of all women. That's for sure, because otherwise I would have the same opinions as Amber Heard, and we all know that's not true.
There you go. No, but I'm interested in hearing from you on that overall, because first of all, I'm not the arbiter of what's true, and I have blind spots just like anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that this idea that women have somehow lost something by this verdict is absurd. It's completely absurd. Just because one woman has lost something does not mean that it was wrong for her to lose it, A, and B, it doesn't extend that to anyone else. In fact, you'll find many, many, many women who are critics of her. Women also tend to be, if you want to get into generalities, this might be a bit of a generality, but statistically speaking, it seems to be fairly correct. Women tend to be women's most vociferous critics, which is why when you have a DV case in a criminal case, my understanding is that generally speaking, you don't want women on the jury, because rather than sympathizing with the female victim, assuming that the victim is a female, of course, but assuming that the victim is a female, you don't want women on that jury, because women are far more likely to look at the actions that she took at various points in time and to say, I wouldn't do that. Why did you do that? It's because it hits a little bit too close to home. For whatever reason, women are like that, whether that's a cultural thing, a societal thing, something in our wiring, I don't know. But this idea that somehow all women have been attacked by this one result against one woman is patently absurd. And this idea that she can do no wrong because she's a woman is also absurd.
Yeah, and I mean, I try to give benefit of the doubt to everything that I read and all these authors and their opinions, because a lot of them are opinions, and I talk about argumentation more than the overall thesis, because I just think they do that poorly, and sometimes it's because you don't have a lot of argumentation you can bring. But I do think that Amber Heard could have damaged things on the margin, but to the extent that she did, it's being amplified by the media that tells you that she did. By the media doubling down on Amber Heard was to be believed. Don't believe your lying eyes. And that, to me, is probably a bigger megaphone. And if you actually just reported on the case, if you looked at the trial and said, well, this is one instance. This is a person that is clearly, has mental issues and should not be taken as an exemplar for what we need to be doing, which is examining the judicial system and the law enforcement system and making sure that everybody that seeks redress gets the proper investigation and all that kind of thing, then you would have a message that Amber Heard doesn't wind up killing all of this for everybody, because you shouldn't be building your house and your editorials on something that almost everybody can agree on is just incredible. And that's the media.
And also think of it this way. As we watched the trial, we really discussed how the jury has a tendency to trust their own ability to determine or weigh the facts that are laid out in front of them, rather than to accept an expert, for example, experts, sure, people will listen to. Oftentimes when it's like when they're kind of on the fence about something, maybe on certain aspects, it'll help to sort of guide their thinking. But nobody is going to base their verdict decision solely on an expert. They're going to base it off of the facts and the testimony that they got to see for themselves and the ways in which they were able to evaluate the witnesses. So when Amber said basically that everyone else was lying, believe me, and talking about how all of those other guys that are supporting Johnny, they're all on his payroll. You can't trust them. They're all on his payroll. Meanwhile, the jury has had an opportunity to watch them while they are not just on direct, but also under cross-examination. When they're under the gun, things come out funny when a witness is under the gun on a cross-examination, especially if they are not being entirely truthful. So the jury is going to be using their own eyes and ears first and foremost to determine what the truth is. Yep. Now you take that scope outside of the courtroom and you put it into our society overall. We are all that jury, and we have all witnessed what has happened in this trial. And these authors of these publications are trying to play the attorneys in this case and trying to say, there are mountains of evidence. There's mountains of evidence out there. I promise you. Meanwhile, all of us are saying, we've seen everything. We have seen everything. We watched this trial. We were able to see the stuff that couldn't even come out at trial. So you're trying to tell me to trust you and not trust my own eyes, not trust my own ears. So all that does is it harms the way in which we value their word and the way in which we value their credibility.
Yeah, and it's horrible because I don't want to be sitting here telling you to not believe every single article that you ever read. I think it's important to have institutions that you can actually have faith in to some extent, because as a lawyer, I think we all know that we can't know everything. Like, that's just not the capacity of the human experience. And so getting reports that are fundamentally truthful and factual is kind of an important function. And the institutions themselves are in part burning that to the ground. I don't think that's a good thing for anybody. I'm not here to attack the mainstream media. I'm here to say, hey, you can do this better. And so I think it's bad. I think it's a bad thing. It's a bad situation we've been in. And what's interesting is you do wonder how often this has been the case for longer, because it's pretty rare and recent that we've been able to check primary source material on this stuff ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. They talk in a lot of these articles about it being a live stream trial. If it weren't, if you think about a federal trial, you're mostly getting reports through those gatekeepers. And should you believe the gatekeepers? I have questions.
And that's why, this question of how open our trials should be is a very valid conversation to have. I am very much, I've been, obviously, if I'm live streaming it on my channel, you know where I stand on that topic. You know that I'm very much in favor of having an open judicial system so that we can see for ourselves exactly how it's working. And if there are decisions that are coming out that we very much disagree with, while understanding that process, the more that we can do this kind of work to open these trials up for people and to explain to people what's going on while it's happening, so that people can come to their own conclusions. In the long run, we can do a lot of good with how our judicial system functions.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Kurt, how are you doing?
Hey.
Hello, how's it going? I saw we were doing some more headlines and more rage bait, and I felt the call, the bat signal, the uncivil law signal in the sky. Rage bait.
Well,
we want your comments on civil. No problem. Uncivil Unfiltered is here.
That's what I hear often, is we really want Kurt unfiltered. You just missed some of the more ragey ones, and we just finished the headlines for the most part.
Don't worry, Kurt. I took care of it.
Yeah. No, Alita was properly angry about some of these. I recommend the Guardian's Orgy of Misogyny article for your channel, Kurt.
The Orgy of Misogyny.
Yes, the Orgy of Misogyny. Let's see if I can pull this up just in terms so you can have the right site here. I will link these.
Is the implication that orgies are misogynistic? Is this a sex negative article on feminism?
No, it's using orgy as a metaphor, of course.
It's using orgy as a metaphor.
A metaphor for women getting effed?
It is, in fact. Oh, come on now. Kurt.
What? No, I'm serious. I'm asking.
I don't know why orgy is being used other than, confluence.
I think it's this idea that you have this mass of people that are all just sort of like in this hedonistic kind of like, yes, we're all just
There you go. Yes,
That's the description.
I actually think Alita nailed it with the sound effects.
Well, having been to my first orgy, I can say it was a positive experience, and I'm willing to go again. So hey.
All right. So in any event, Kurt, I know you like to do these on your channel as well. You'll want to check this one out, I think. I also talked about Twitter headlines effectively being used that aren't actually even indicative of the subject matter of the articles for Gawker and Vice, and how they were using those kinds of things in context. And then I talked about the kind of survivor question. That's actually what you came in on, Alita and I, talking about right here at the end before we go for more super chats. But there's a bunch of cool stuff for you to look at. Guardian has a couple of articles. There's an independent article I actually skipped. Rolling Stone has an article you're not going to love.
This is a very bad day for women who are victims. Oh my God.
Yeah. So, in any event,
this is surprisingly paternalistic and patriarchal in and of itself, because it's like women are so the implication is that women are so delicate and women are so fragile that if we show any flaw in them whatsoever, they will just completely fold like wet tissue cloth or something. They are incapable of withstanding any sort of scrutiny. So we cannot expose it to any light lest it become instantly destroyed, like some sort of piece of fragile art on the wall behind some sort of color corrective glass. In my increasing analogies, I can keep going.
I think you could read it that way. The problem is that most of these things are written as if you have to assume Amber Heard's telling the truth. So they come at it from a more righteous.
Do you though? Because it's like, even if Amber Heard's not telling the truth, it seems like some of these articles are like, this is what I was going to earlier. It's some of these articles seem to suggest that anything that is poking fun at, memeing, ridiculing, sardonically exposing Amber Heard is misogyny, anti-woman, making fun of victims, making fun of claims.
It's possible.
I thought it was all making fun of liars is what I thought it was, but that's because I'm a misogynistic asshole apparently or something.
Well, and we were talking, Alita and I were talking about, one of the things I posited is there is a kernel of truth here, that some person that's otherwise facing an abuse situation might on the margin say, man, I don't want any piece of that, and I don't want a defamation lawsuit. But and I would say maybe the bulk of that worry is coming from the media that is telling you that Amber was treated unfairly, that you should leave us and not your lying eyes, and that eventually they should have to take on to account that particular portion of their responsibility. Because a lot of people did look at every bit of the trial, and a lot of people did look at Amber Heard and come to the conclusion that she's more likely than not lying.
Yep.
So, I mean, the media has to deal with that. So I do want to say thank you to Crazy Cat Queen for this very generous super chat. Suffered DV and SA, which is just awful. Thought I got through trial well. Didn't cry or get sick. That's good. Elaine on CBS. I'm on the verge of tears and nauseated by her spewing poop. Hopefully not literally. I never know in this case. So unethical. Anything to be done? Class action lawsuit? No, you're not in a similarly situated class, so no class actions on this. DV victims against Elaine, law firm for mental anguish? Probably not. Anything? I'm very sorry to say that it's a very tenuous redress kind of claim that you would have there. But Elaine might face sanctions or might face other kind of problems of her own, depending on what she said. I have not looked at those interviews yet, but certainly as described, they seem to be walking some pretty fine lines at minimum. So I hear you, Crazy Cat Queen, that you hear those kinds of things and it bothers you internally to your core. I get that. I don't think the law has an easy way to get your back on that, and certainly not an inexpensive one. I'm very sorry to say. But thank you so much for the super chat. And we're going to talk about super chats here.
We got to have some more super chats. So it's just not my forehead on screen.
Yeah, it's just your forehead.
No, this is the perfect height.
It's just your forehead. Here, you get a little bit more. Britt Cormier, can you get a more perfect circle of logic? Then she's right because JD wants to sue her. If she's wrong, he would never sue. Thanks. I have a headache due to jumping through these hoops. Yeah. Look out for that one, Kurt.
It's a Kafka trap. It's called a Kafka trap.
I called it a catch-22. So I think.
Well, that also works too. Yeah.
That article.
You're a misogynist. No, I'm not. Oh, only a misogynist would claim they're not a misogynist. That just proves you're a misogynist all the more. Yeah,
the article actually says that the lawsuit, itself, proves Amber Heard's claims in the Washington Post article. So good luck with that.
Yeah, I've seen lawsuits, things along those lines. The things that really irritate me, well, there's so many things that really irritate me, so it's hard to know where to start and stop. But the ones that are implying or even flat out saying that the judge and or Vasquez are part of the misogyny or other language along those lines, I'm like, what a way to dismiss incredibly strong, competent women. I thought this was the goal of feminism. I thought this was the mission of feminism. We want women to be able to excel and be able to have the opportunity for their competence to shine. And man, the judge and Camille are doing that on spades. The judge, former Marine, I might disagree with some of her ruling, but she's fair and equal, whatever disagreements I have. And Vasquez just absolutely crushing everything before her. These are strong, competent, educated, talented, professional women. And the articles that are saying, and also even Legal Bites and Emily D. Baker as well, this idea that these professional, strong, intelligent, cogent, informed, reasonable women are somehow part of the misogyny, it drives me batshit crazy.
I get you, Kurt.
Because it completely ignores our independence and sense of self agency.
Yeah, no, it is actually very sexist. It undermines your autonomy.
Exactly.
It's all, it's very patronizing. There, little girl, you've been fooled by the big strong man into the attacking of other women and attacking of the sisterhood. It's all part of the patriarchy. You don't have a mind of your own. It's like, yeah, how insulting is that? Pretty insulting.
It is.
I don't think you're wrong, Kurt. Susan Lee, it appeared that Amber knew what the outcome was before it was actually read.
Well, I'm sure
she probably
lawyers,
had a feeling.
Her lawyers had words, I'm sure.
Well, once they get back, you have to put a damages amount down. I think there were thoughts.
Yeah.
To Zing 23, the MSM don't care about the verdict. The verdict is a tool for them. When it approximates their position, they will happily use it. When it doesn't, the system's against them.
Yep.
They're disingenuous. Yeah, well, certainly the outlets we've looked at here, the verdict changed nothing about their analysis, going so far as to take what looks to be a draft article in The Guardian and changing it up after the verdict came in. Apple Pie, I'm really enjoying the longer Hangouts and Headlines. Yeah, we can sometimes do these when we have a big enough topic. I think for the most part, we're going to be aiming Hangouts and Headlines to be like 7 to 9. Something like that, because then I can do my work day and do virtually galleries that people miss. Yeah, work. But probably something like 7 to 9, land the plane like we did when we had something to send over to Legal Bites, and go from there. But thank you so much, Apple Pie. Orange, appeal thoughts? Very unlikely. Love the content. Thank you.
I covered it a little bit just now. I just released a video. Actually, it was edited
check it
for
out.
the live stream yesterday, and I covered a little bit of the appeal options. I think Johnny Depp has better odds. I don't see a viable path for Amber Heard on the first of the statements.
Do you think
maybe on the second and third, but I don't really see a viable path on the first right now.
Because of like definitions of abuse or something like that?
Yeah, it's like, because maybe as a matter of law, you can't really get there on the second or third, but
all right. Well, go check out that video on Kurt's channel. We'll see. I don't know that Johnny Depp ever appeals if Amber doesn't force his hand.
She's going to absolutely force his hand. Of course she is. Because she can't stop.
We can act under the premise that she
can't
might
stop.
Not.
And then she's going to appeal to the Virginia Supreme Court, and she's going to file a cert petition, even though it doesn't make sense.
Cert to the Supreme Court of the United States?
That would be the one, yes.
On a defamation claim here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Tasha K said that she wants to do that.
Good luck. And this is where I get to say that apparently they agree with Donald Trump, who's like, we got to open up our defamation laws. Their defamation laws need to be open. That's totally unfair. So who knew that they would align with Donald Trump when it came to defamation laws at New York Times versus Sullivan?
When you say open up, you mean that that defamation should be more likely
easier? Yeah, this was Donald Trump during the campaign, because of course Donald Trump is getting attacked a lot during the campaign, and he's like, well, this is unfair, this whole public figure person, so we should open it up. We should appoint judges and everything to make it easier to sue for defamation. So I guess they agree with Donald Trump as a matter of policy.
Well, maybe you could. As for the Supreme Court, I mean, what is the cert pickup rate right now? It's got to be less than 1%, right?
It's about 0.7.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1 out of every 130, or give or take.
Yeah, the Supreme Court doesn't pick up many.
No, and no, there's no issues here. There's no federal. And even if you want to re-examine New York Times versus Sullivan, this is probably not the greatest vehicle, as we'd say in law. So,
Tom Sullivan deserves a refresh.
It needs a little help. It was not meant to deal with this. I just did a live with Rob on my channel very recently, where we went through New York Times versus Sullivan and its follow-on case called Curtis v. Butts, which applied the public figure status after public officials. So New York Times versus Sullivan, public officials, Curtis v. Butts 3 years later.
I know Sullivan. I have to admit, I'm not a scholar of defamation law. I'm
a scholar of all the Supreme Court law. So come to my channel to learn all about it, where I walk Rob and you through the defamation history and how we got to where we are.
I was just going to use the very intellectual argument that I think it fundamentally makes sense for a defamation case, an important one, to have a party named Butts. But in any event, Mr. Jupel, it's all about the holding the elites accountable and culpable, but they use propaganda to change the narrative. History continues to repeat itself. Again, I like to give the benefit of the doubt, but I also can't discount what you're saying here. So we're going to try to keep the media accountable here in Hangouts and Headlines. Peepers T, Moira Donegan is the author of the Men in Media list and is being sued for defamation. That author of that Guardian article? Oh my. So keep that in mind when she writes this.
Oh.
There you go.
That was a fun one on the Section 230 analysis by the trial court. I really like that decision.
Well, that explains a few things. Wendy's Cafe, no production company will ever hire her again because it will be a losing project. They may as well just burn the money to begin with and forget the film. No one will watch anything with her in it. I don't know, Wendy's. People might check out the car wreck. They might.
Insert some sort of the producer's meme at this point.
It's just an investment scam.
Yeah.
K-Dub, I've enjoyed listening to your perspective throughout the trial and appreciate all your time. Thank you, K-Dub. That means a lot to me. I appreciate it. McKinney Lopez, I read Johnny Depp was going to come out in Beetlejuice 2.
I saw something about that too. I don't know if that's just a rumor or what.
Could be fun.
It would be a weird rumor.
I would love it.
Poll.
I would absolutely love it.
And
I mean, it fits right with his style. I would absolutely love.
Is Beetlejuice Tim Burton? I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
And then you can absolutely throw in a cameo of Marilyn Manson because it fits in with the genre, which is just hilarious.
Yes.
I was talking with my friend Tim Burton. Yeah, we got it.
That's a pretty good impression. I was talking with my friend Tim Burton.
Miranda, I'm scared.
He said he had always wanted to make a sequel to Beetlejuice 2.
Another Beetlejuice, yeah. Get Michael Keaton in there. Miranda, I'm scared. Sometimes I send my friends random weird texts, mostly sarcastic or joking. If all your texts are evaluated, I will be in trouble. I think eyes wide open emoji, eyes shut laughing emoji. Yeah, writing things down. Crazy, right? Try not to get involved in the legal process, kids.
Yeah. If you ever do, your social media will come into court and it will not end well. This is true for everyone. I look forward to being sued at some point in the future when my hours and hours and hours of videotapes come in with all my many quotes I've made that are somewhat questionable according to some people's analysis of my sense of humor. Them all being taken out of context should end really well for me.
Just think some associate will have to watch 1,000 hours of your content or whatever.
More than that.
The views. Zing23 Hoeg, what do you think of the Yakuza series? It is fan-freaking-tastic. Thank you for asking. And do you think Herd is singing Bakamitai right now? No. Yakuza is great, though. Absolutely. One of the best series in gaming right now. Adito, women were ridiculed for speaking up against abuse. In Weinstein's case, it was said that they are doing this for fame and money. This is why I'm angry at Amber. Now there is a living example validating this stupid notion. I cannot blame you for being upset at that. Absolutely. Britt Cormier, I bet the author of The Guardian will never debate a dude because they're a man. She will also not debate a woman because they are full of internalized misogyny if they do not agree. She is welcome to come on here and chat with me. I welcome anybody to give their perspective on how they arrived at what they wrote in one of these outlets.
No, you can't have her on because you're very active at having her on and asking her questions is active misogyny, don't you know?
I honestly would take a pretty light hand on anybody that wants to come in and explain.
Oh, you wouldn't hold her to a full account. You go light on her. That's misogyny. You can't win, Rich. This is my point.
Oh, I was gonna say I seem to be in a trap, Kurt.
No doubt.
Wendy's Cafe. Seriously, Chris Watts is the man who murdered his pregnant wife and 2 toddler daughters. It was all over the news. I am sorry. I don't recognize it. I don't watch much news. This might surprise, but I do read about things, and I just didn't recognize it. So I do apologize, Wendy.
I didn't either.
Cool. I pledge 1 million dancing alpacas to LawTube. Thank you for your pledge.
That's from is it Parks
Brooklyn
and Rec,
Nine-Nine.
where he went in to question the guy who wrote the book about who's the boss? No, it's not Parks
Well,
and
who's
Rec.
the boss
It's,
is Community.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Community.
Cool is both OpEd and Community, and it's Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah,
OpEd
that's
and
cool.
Community.
Cool
Yeah.
is both.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
Cool.
Both references are accepted. Jennifer Hancock, you think Amber has a legal malpractice case against the lawyers who advised her that the statements were not defamatory? The one lawyer that reviewed it? Maybe. He did review it. He did what he was hired for that job.
Although
I don't know
lawyers can be wrong, and it's not necessarily malpractice.
Sure,
This
it
is
could
true.
be, against precedent, all these other things, but yeah,
But also, she has to kind of implicitly argue that he was wrong, because so therefore it was, so it doesn't quite work. So yeah.
I wouldn't love to be that lawyer with that verdict came in. I would be waiting for a phone call. Yuvra, cut for Amber movement. Looks like people are cutting themselves self-harm to show support for Amber, also calling to post pics of it. Well, that's awful.
That's horrible.
Don't do that. Don't cut yourselves. You support Amber. You support Amber as much as you want.
All aspects of that are repulsive to me.
Yeah, support Amber as much as you want. Don't do that. Okay, folks. I've dealt with that in my life. That is bad. So don't do that. Christopher Cozier Smith enjoyed virtual legality, and the coverage of the trial was great. Looking forward to more hangouts and headlines and gaming related stories. I don't blame you. We're going to return things to normal, but with more hangouts and headlines as we go forward. So this is the last big blowout day of Depp v. Heard. I know I've heard people say, can we talk about Elon and can we talk about gaming? And that is absolutely justified, and I want to talk about it too.
I'm gonna hold a party for all the Amber Heard supporters. I'm gonna call it the Fire Festival. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have just the best festival ever on an island.
Did you watch the documentaries on that? They are awesome.
Yeah. No. Fire Festival Part 2 for all the Amber Heard supporters.
Double Ray, unfortunately, cut for Amber refers to self-harm. That is awful. It's just awful. Phil Jones, how about unreasonable minds are inconceivable? Now, unfortunately, unreasonable minds are very conceivable, but you don't have to assume that someone disagrees with you is inherently unreasonable. That's what the motto of the channel is all about. And we just have a few more here, folks. I think we're gonna come in at about 6 hours. I'm very excited about this stream. You guys have all been great. So just a warning, get your super chats in if you want any in. But yeah, we're gonna land this plane very, very shortly, and do some other things. And I love having this community and chatting with you all. And I love all of you guys that come on the panel. Kurt, Alita, thank you so much. And I'll say thank you again when we get closer to the end. But I just want to say that so people knew. Marmar, someone needs to make stationery that says hearsay papers, or these are my hearsay papers. Smiling happy emoji. I would buy that.
Okay.
I do have shirts and sweatshirts and coffee mugs and stuff.
Go check out Alita's store. She gets
On
these
my
things
merch.
up in like 2 seconds.
Where can I find this merchandise, Alita?
Wait,
It is linked in my Twitter bio.
Oh.
in her Twitter bio. And what's your Twitter name?
Legal Bites Media.
All right. Yes, I do.
At
I like
Legal Bites
it
Media.
every time I type it. It's media.
And I noticed the counter in the background says 241K. Is that referring to a YouTube channel of some kind? And if so, where could I find it?
Yeah, it is Legal Bites.
Hmm.
You can find it on YouTube. There might be a link in the description to it. I don't know. But
There is, because you've been on the channel before.
okay. All right. So yep. You can find me all around YouTube. If you look for a blue plate with a fork and knife or fork and spoon, that is me. That's my logo.
That is. It was actually pretty great because one of the times there was like some kind of evidence you were bringing up on the stream and it just had the fork on the side and it looked like you were eating the evidence. Anyway, I enjoyed this. The streams are long, folks.
I need to do a logo competition. That'll be a good thing for 100K. A new logo competition for a new uncivil law logo. The one I have is okay, but I think it's time for a new one. Let's see what we can do about uncivil law logos. That'd be good. Get Rob to run it.
You can DM me, Kurt. I might
Rob
have a graphic designer that wants to help.
Okay, great. I'll DM you. I'll DM you and Rob. You guys can figure it out.
Okay. No Tax, Good Tax. Currently reading Landmore series by Jeff Wheeler. Any suggestions for easy reading fantasy? Easy reading fantasy. I do not think Brandon Sanderson is easy reading because I think his prose is generally pretty easily readable. If you don't like that, if you don't like Mistborn and Stormlight Archive, I don't know. Fantasy, I don't. Fantasy gets really wrought a lot of the times, and I don't like it. On sci-fi, I really love the Expanse novels. They are very easy to read, almost too much so sometimes, but have fantastic plot and narrative. That's science fiction, but has some fantasy elements. I will think on that a little bit more. Green Pepper, Alita, please go to bed. Sleeping, really face.
I will. Don't worry. I'm going to be getting some extra sleep tonight.
D. Sevic, is Morgan Tremaine a video game developer? He is an esports personality, I believe now. I looked him up while he was testifying. So he's a video game adjacent, I think. Clinging Kiwi, LawTube D&D one shot.
I love it. No, I do love that. Yeah, we could do a module. Yeah, that'd be good. Let's do a one-shot module. That'd be fun.
We'll do some tabletop. That could be fun. Yeah. Tauzochi, wait, 2 sets of lawyers and games dev, both pair Hoeg and Alita? Yeah. Jan carries Prieto. I'm very concerned over the recent cut for Amber trend. It sounds like it, where young girls are cutting themselves on social media for saying it's everyone's fault. Yes, that is god awful. That is awful. Don't do that, please. Yeah.
I don't begin to understand that on any number of levels.
Right.
Yeah. D. Sevic, get Morgan Tremaine on. He develops video games. Maybe he works on esports as well. Yeah. All right. We can reach out. They want me to talk to Dr. Curry as a gamer, apparently, and Morgan Tremaine. So, hey, why not?
Nice.
You get nobody you don't ask for. Lindsay Orgill, I would like some of these journalists, eye rolling emoji, to have a discussion with LawTubers. They're welcome. Martha Gill tried and she got a better deal on the day. That's fine. It's totally understandable, honestly. And we'll try to get her back in because she wants to talk about one of the articles she did. Don Hinton, hey Hoeg, does a super chat make you my lawyer? No. If so, are future super chats protected? I love this. We have to be very clear on this, unfortunately, and I have to sound like a lawyer asshole. No, I'm not your lawyer and you're not my client, but I very much appreciate the super chat. Donna Endel, Amber told the jury to look her up, yet complains that the jury wasn't sequestered. Ugh. Yeah, she did say look me up into open court. Charles Hagberg, disclaimer, this is Anne on my husband's account. Love the convo. Thank you. Claims of DV should be investigated, but the person JD is abusive to is himself, not being flippant, but Amber Heard needs help. I don't disagree with anything there. I would love to see JD get help too, from the things that were described here. But absolutely, thank you for the support, and we love having the conversation.
How much of it was coping mechanism just to deal with Amber Heard, though, is a reasonable question. I mean, there's some underlying stuff there, but I think a lot of it was coping mechanisms to deal with Amber.
Well, you see a lot of that kick in 2012. I mean, you see some markedly different things being reported on from him. So, I mean, I think that's a justified question. But I want everybody to get the help that they need. Continuing. Phil Jones, has Me Too made a statement? I would think they want to distance themselves from Amber, which would stifle a lot of comment. Is Me Too an organization? Do they have an organization body? I don't know that they do. It's not quite like BLM.
No. It's definitely just like a grassroots kind of movement, is my understanding.
Like saying, does LawTube have a statement? Yeah, not so much.
Yeah, no, I don't think they have a statement. There might be somebody that was like, representative of them that might try to make a statement. I haven't seen it. D Civic, Julie 543 at D Civic Morgan was on DUI Guys yesterday, but might want to do a game-based interview. And Morgan talked about charity stack up, gamers outreach, and extra life. Is that Morgan Tremaine or? Oh, Morgan was on. Okay, yes. Sorry, there's a little bit at the front. Morgan was on DUI Guy and talked about this stuff. All right, fair enough. Ruby at Juju 33, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, and Ruby at Juju 33, thank you again for the super chat. I hope you didn't accidentally double up. I apologize for that. Please review Elaine's appearance on Today. I will look at it. How is this not the equivalent of Depp's attorney commenting on a trial? I will definitely look at it. A lot of people want me to look at that. I will look at that, definitely. M.A. Elaine also said the jury had to have seen media. I know it's clear as day that they're going out with that statement. It is clear as day that that's one of their bullet points. Jules O. Hoeg, just watched the Today Show interview with Elaine. OMG, unbelievable. She is falling for all of Amber's lies and her hating on social media. I already don't like Elaine's trial approach. I really, All right. I'll just steal myself for whatever these interviews are. DX Ghostly, the difference between AH and JD was that AH had 5 lawyers and 2 supporters. JD had 5 lawyers and 1 million detectives. That's fair. Paul, AH attached to Me Too and Time's Up by original legal team. Yeah, she wants to claim that spot. And so that journalists are using that. But I don't know if I never thought of her as affiliated with anything in particular. Certainly not as respect to this case. Daft Digit, you don't have the logs emote because it's an Apple emote. Oh, fair enough. Okay, thanks. Ian Kinzel, it's frustrating how this case is spun as silencing IPV victims. If anything, evidence suggests that the IPV victim finally had his day in court.
But men can't be IPV victims. That's the thing.
Well, I think you could certainly read it that way, Ian. And Kurt, I mean, I think you're right in saying that some journalists appear to read it that way.
All women, and also there's the implication that all women are victims, because you even hear that, like that idea, which I think is way oversold.
Paul, 2, can JD sue every flaming article published after the verdict for defamation? Alita and I were joking that we could just do a video on which of these statements might be defamatory.
Yep.
Well, if Johnny Depp needs
defamation,
if he needs a new law firm, right? The LawTube law firm is looking to be created. We could be all Johnny Depp all the time.
It's just defamation. Liz Kimber, the result was purely that Amber Heard saying JD abused her was not proved true, and so was defamatory. It does not prove he didn't do it, only that they didn't prove that he did. Love to JD. So the burden of proof there is a defamatory statement. So that's right, Liz. But Johnny Depp actually had to have preponderance of the evidence effectively saying that Johnny Depp didn't commit domestic abuse. You can disagree with the jury on it, but his burden of proof had him needing to meet the majority of that, and the jury found that he had on ultimately the question of did he abuse his wife. And so I think reading the case, you can say that Johnny Depp proved he didn't commit domestic abuse, even though domestic abuse isn't specifically the legal framework under which the case was adjudicated. So I hear what you're saying, but I think Johnny Depp's burden makes this more important than you might otherwise say. Mega Carpal Tunnels. Interesting that we're seeing JD prevails over his accuser when it's equally accurate to say JD prevails over his abuser. Very telling choice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've seen that locution either way. But yes, the one thing that wasn't proved, because it was never called into question, was did Amber Heard abuse Johnny Depp? It wasn't fundamentally a part of the case, although I think it was important for finding that Johnny Depp wasn't the abuser in the situation. Wendy's Cafe. Explain chain of custody, evidence related. And if it's broken, can that evidence still be used in court? Well, that's going to be not evidence. Yeah.
Generally, you have to show that it's been held within a certain chain of custody all the way through. So if you have one break in it, you have some substantial problems in getting that into evidence.
Yep. Erica Fours, this decision was a victory for DV victims. I like to think so. Miranda, victim blaming is for a feeling safety. If I can say I would do this different than you, I feel it's more likely it wouldn't happen to me. Therefore, women blame women, and that's bad for women who are victims. Yeah, maybe. Alita was talking about a little bit of women being a little bit more critical of women's stories than men, potentially. I can't speak to that experience, unfortunately, but it's certainly a possibility. Erica Davila, Elaine stated Amber will appeal. What are your thoughts? We talked about it a little bit briefly earlier. I think that they might appeal. Kurt thinks it's a fait accompli. It will happen because of the client. I think it's like all appeals, very low chance of success. Clingy Kiwi, annoy me at first. I don't know why I felt so emotional on this case. I was abused growing up, and One Step testified I realized it was because my mom abused my dad too when they were married. My hope with the case is that people rethink abuse against men. I think it's a fantastic thought. I'm very sorry to hear about your history there. Tammy Mays, Elaine is going to push the Amber train. Seems like.
It's going to take a lot of pushing.
Yes, it's a big train. Stargazer, thank you so much for the super chat. Shem Pasta, Ian had a great point. Which director wants to take the liability of Amber Heard lying about a co-star? And if the co-star is the main actor, Jason Momoa, cough? Yeah, no, it'd be a one-woman show. It's going to be like in Antarctica, and it's going to be like a Thing sequel about whether an alien comes in and explodes, that kind of thing. One-woman show. Joe Mendoza, why were there an instruction first confirming agency and scope of agency involvement to Depp related to the statement? The current instruction appears to presume agency already. Thoughts? I think it does. I think that instruction is maybe wrong. and fundamentally wrong in a way that kind of makes Amber Heard's case much stronger than it would otherwise appear in the evidentiary record. It's one of the areas I think Kurt has said, and don't let me put words in your mouth, Kurt, is a potential area of appeal for Johnny Depp should it come to it.
Mm-hmm.
Stargazer, thank you so much for the super chat again. I appreciate it. Ashley Barber, sorry if already answered, but why is Elaine allowed to go on national TV and accuse jurors of improper conduct and viewing outside media talking about a trial against instruction? That's what's implied, right? Certainly what's as described, and I wouldn't recommend doing what has been described to me as what Elaine is doing. I can't get more specific than that because I haven't seen the interview. But why is it allowed? Generally, outside of the Adam Waldman case, you get a strong amount of leeway to go and advocate your client's position. Did she cross the line? It certainly sounds like it from some of the things you've described, but I would have to check for myself. Whitnell, have you ever played Sea of Thieves? I absolutely have. Thoughts on the game? I try to be a friendly member of the Sea of Thieves. I play my instruments out on the bow of my ship, and I always get shot in the face. So, it's an interesting experience. I really like the waves and the water mechanics in that game. But I'm thinking that we might wind up playing a game of Sea of Thieves over on the Bitcast with the four of us manning a boat at some point. So, stay tuned for that potential content. Sea of Thieves.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag was really good for that too.
Yeah, it's a very good game.
Great. I mean, the sea shanties and the pirate boat stuff is kick ass.
Yeah, no, Black Flag is a great Assassin's Creed. It's really the last great one, I think, before the shift over into a more open world RPG mechanic for that series. But yeah, Black Flag is a ton of fun.
I tried playing the Valhalla game and I really wanted to like it, and for some reason I didn't, which was disappointing.
Play
I had
Odyssey.
high hopes.
Odyssey is my favorite modern Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, okay.
Hannah Stiegel Beatty, Hoeg, you give me Gene Bob Belcher vibes from Bob's Burgers, and I'm here for it. Smiling, laughing, rolling on the floor emoji. I don't know who that is. I'll look that up. Joe Mendoza, question. Can you all explain about what convincing evidence the jury could have found about actual malice in Waldman's statement number 2? Don't see reckless disregard for the truth based on the deposition. You found the weakness in that particular jury finding, Joe.
You found one of the 4 weaknesses I found. Yes.
I have a lot of trouble coming up with actual malice because it sounds like a plausible type of events that might just well be wrong, but isn't like straight up fabrication. And Amber Heard is a public figure.
Yep.
Matthew Madu, I wrote an open letter to Lewinsky. It's linked in my pinned tweet on Twitter. Maddox won from Lewinsky's article yesterday. All right. Very interesting, Matthew. Penguin 322, Stephen D was scheduled to testify too, but didn't. And it was said due to his wife, Gina, following some of the trial. So he probably did too. Oh, all right. Interesting. They could have used that to try to get some of his texts in. Apple Pie, who, if any, is the likeliest to be a rule lawyer in your D&D one-shot? Oh, I love arguing gaming rules. Are you kidding? I will argue gaming rules until the cows come home. It's my favorite part of a board game. McCav, question, did you see Elaine's interview on CBS this morning? Not yet. Thoughts? Not yet. She said there was no proof the statement was about JD. Reminder, Heard admitted that it was. No proof the statement was about JD. What in the world did she say on all these programs? Okay.
Mountain of evidence. We had the best evidence. Just the best mountain of evidence.
Well, to some extent, she has to watch her own credibility.
Jury can't deny the mountain of evidence, so we have the best evidence.
Gabriella, Elaine went on Today's Show this morning. Did you guys see? Nope, not yet. Thoughts? Nope, not yet. Is this unprofessional from a lawyer? Nope, not yet, but it certainly sounds like it might be. I will check these things out. David, when you're a hashtag movement type person and only have time to read the MSM, I worry for you and feel sad for our culture. By the way, thanks for your coverage, Hoeg. Yeah, if it's the only avenue or mechanism for you to get the news.
It's why I guess we need to have some more bite-sized kind of things to combat that, right?
Like legal bitesy.
If only there was a way. If only there was a way I could get bite-sized information. But sadly, that
most of my content lately has not actually been bite-sized, right? Because
we wouldn't describe the last 2 months as bite-sized. No.
Yeah, although the recaps are a bit closer to bite-sized, but I mean, like being able to explain these headlines and whatnot in a way that is pithy enough so that people can digest it and actually not spend their entire lives, just trying to understand what's going on in the world. Yep.
Nope. Summarizing, helping people understand, that's a skill. And yeah, Legal Bites, Uncivil Law, some others that you've seen on this panel today and elsewhere. Yeah, I think it's very useful. Don't get your information from any one source. And I'm including me in this, right? Yeah. You don't just get it from Rick. You don't just get it from Alita. You don't just get it from Kurt.
You should absolutely just get it from Kurt.
Yeah. You don't just get it from Kurt. You don't just get it from The Guardian or Gawker or Independent or USA Today or ABC News or anywhere else that I've ever said in this space. Go to a few places. Critical analysis is fun. Hopefully I'm communicating that as well. Enu Baton, Elaine pulling a Waldman. Yeah, so it seems. Bethany Elizabeth Sykes, panel equals holy personality triad. What is the holy personality triad? Is that like
is this like this is the three bad things like narcissism and
no, that's not. It can't be the holy dark personality triad.
The dark triad. I think
we're not a dark triad. They're saying we're good.
Oh, a holy triad. Oh, it's the opposite of that.
We're not a dark triad, Kurt.
Maybe it's a dark triad.
No, we're not a dark triad. She's saying something nice about us.
He doesn't trust it.
He doesn't trust it. Harj, Me Too usually meant more than one person calling out an abuser. Amber was the sole person mentioning Depp and DV, so is that even really Me Too? I think Ben Chu puts that in his closing argument, doesn't it? Where are the twos or whatever he says?
In the box.
And it's like, yeah. It's a good point. Schmitty D, perhaps you could do a reaction live stream of all of Elaine's appearances on Legal Bites, where she allows us to use videos. We'll talk. I'm happy to consider it. I just don't like videos on my channel. I'm sorry.
Understandably.
Midnight Joker, thank you for the generous super chat. Donation to Hugs for Hogs. I'm going to give a hug to my wife. Today is our 15th wedding anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
15 years?
Today.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That's an impressively long con, Richard. I mean, wow, you're doing great.
I feel the same way, Kurt, honestly. She's not onto me yet, so, it's all good. But no, 15 years, awesomeness. I think you've seen some of you, Mrs. Hoeg, in the chat. Mrs. Hoeg is the best. She is awesome. I couldn't be happier and more blessed to be with a woman that I love 15 years later, actually 20. We had a 5-year kind of courtship. And it's one of the best parts of my life. So I'll mention that right now. Hugs for Mrs. Hoeg, and she'll give me hugs too.
So what are you doing for
Midnight Joker? I really appreciate it.
First of all, what is the 15th year anniversary? So I don't have to look it up. And second of all, what are you doing for your 15th year anniversary?
Well, I've been otherwise a little bit busy, so we're probably going to move it to the weekend and see if we can't do something fun. We have.
Gotta take her out to dinner, right?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. She got me a wonderful note today. We'll share a little bit with the people. A+ would marry again.
Aw.
So
I love it.
So we like that. She's fantastic and wonderful. And yeah, it's today. It's hard to believe, actually. It feels like 2 minutes ago. Honestly, it really does.
I love it.
I'd marry you, Rich. You're a great guy.
Yeah.
Congratulations. It's a huge accomplishment these days. Sticking with the one that you love, even through the highs and the lows. And I'm sure you guys have really, really been through a lot together.
Everybody, you get to that point in time, everybody has, and we have 2 wonderful kids. And I don't have any complaints in the world on that kind of stuff. So I'm very, very lucky, and I recognize that. So there you go. 15 years for Hoeglaw, Mrs. Hoeglaw. I don't know if she's in the chat or not.
She is.
Is she?
Yeah.
All right. Well, fantastic.
Although, I find it interesting that she's not a mod, which is fine. You could decide not to mod her, but
I didn't. No, that's not deliberate.
So would you recommend others considering marrying Mrs. Hoeg? Is she a good recommendation?
She's not available, Kurt.
I think that's the whole point of getting married.
There you go. I have modded.
I was trying to work some joke in there, and I wasn't quite sure if it was working the way.
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I have modded her. Look out for her if she gets, drunk on power. I don't know. So absolutely.
That's my anniversary gift to you, Mrs. Hoeglaw.
Here's a wrench. Thank you so much. But no, it was a good time to mention it. Thank you so much, Midnight Joker. I really, really appreciate it. Erica Davila, what is in that cup you drink out of every day? Me? Like this? This is usually honey tea. a green tea with honey in it.
And of course, it comes from our good friends at Dragon's Treasure Tea, who makes the very best tea. If you're looking for great tea, don't forget to check out the Dragon's Treasure, who makes truly great handcrafted teas. And don't forget to use that discount code AmberTurd for 10% off your discount. Yeah. And also it helps to support our good friend Legal Bites. So
yes,
it is great tea. In fact, I'm going to go get some of the tea, and I will show it to you on camera. Hold on.
I think this is Twinnings or Twinings. I never get that right. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, my co-counsel brings me the teas. She's been so supportive in all this stuff. So, and she'll run in if she hears my voice going.
Aw, so sweet. I love it. I love it.
So yeah, it's usually tea. These are pretty self-explanatory. This is my other caffeine injection, Diet Cokes. And yeah, that's what I'm usually drinking in here. Belly Laugher, I agree 100% with Emily. I find listening to how you break down an article so helpful. Oh, what is that? I can't get the focus. What kind is it? The Dragon's Treasure Skooma.
That one's good. I've had that too. It's delicious. All the teas are great.
Fantastic. I find listening to how you break down an article
Richard,
so helpful.
What is skooma from? Is it a reference to some sort of thing? And
it's so funny. I recognize it immediately as a reference, and I don't know what it's to.
It's from the Elder Rings. No, not from Elder Rings. From Skyrim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, it's the drug of choice in Skyrim.
Yep. Okay. It's funny. I'm like, oh, I know that I recognize that. Okay. And I know that Dragon's Treasure likes its nerdy names.
There's one. The tea that will pierce the heavens. I mean, wow, that's a big sell.
They're very funnily titled.
And you can get this. You can get this at the Dragon's Treasure.
Thank you, Kurt.
Use discount code AmberTurd for 10% off on all your tea-related needs. I'm here to help.
Thanks, Kurt.
Fair enough, Kurt.
Although, remember that we are on Rick's channel right
now.
That's
all right. So... They don't sponsor me.
No, that's exactly what I'm hijacking Rich to sell things that sponsors neither one of us.
How about that remarkable pad, Alita?
One that sponsors none of us.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's do it.
He just loves it.
About this pad. What's it called?
No. All right. We got to get through these super chats. I find listening to how you break down an article so helpful. You're teaching us how to do it. Please don't stop. Heart emoji. Dollar's not a reflection of your value. Just by dollars constraints. Crazy emoji. You never have to super chat. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the kind words.
The Gryffindor common room.
Kurt. How many of those do you have down there? Jordan Pollard, will you invite authors on to defend their articles? I've done that the whole stream. Actually, it's a little bit intimidating how many authors reach out to me. Yes, they're always welcome. We're happy to have those conversations. And in general, it's an open playing field here. For the most part, I would want you to just present your perspective. So if you feel any concern about that, that is not what I would be doing, much to some chatter's chagrin, I would say, but I would not be debating you or anything like that. The Keg 4 just came from BBC rant of Amber Heard not getting all her evidence in. And for those supporting JD, clearly didn't watch the trial. Why is news always skewed? Huffing emoji, which is perfect for talking about Elaine. She was on the BBC too. All right, maybe she wasn't. Maybe that's just the BBC doing it on its own. Caitlin Weeby, going through the full audio tapes, one point that stands out is when Amber goes off on a rant and then you hear her give a pill to Johnny. What's this for? Giving you a Xanax in case you need it. Smiling happy face emoji. Yeah, I didn't hear that part yet, but yeah. I mean, certainly the Australia audio we did hear sounded very different from the story we were told. Mm-hmm. Game Master Craig, can we get a LawTube D&D one-shot? Would DM.
Well, if you're going to DM, man, I'm definitely in.
Under consideration. Sure. All right. Thank you, Game Master Craig. Bethany Elizabeth Sykes, well-contrasted personalities and positive. Oh, the Holy Trinity. Awesome. See? We're well-contrasted personalities, Kurt. Got 3 people here with different personalities.
Yep.
Britt Cormier, Hoeg, we finally agree. I do not like videos on your channel either. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Thanks, Britt. Wendy's Cafe, congrats on 15 years to you both. You have a ways to go to catch up to us. We just passed 43 years in March. Tongue out emoji. Congratulations, Wendy's. That is amazing. Dun Talk, happy anniversary to you both. Thanks to everyone for the excellent coverage of the trial. Thank you, Dun Talk. Joe Mendoza with tongue hugs for the Hogs. Well, that's graphic. We'll see. You never know. Fuzzy Lopagus. Elaine out there getting her 15 minutes of fame. Facepalm emoji.
Cute.
Yeah. Stale Knutsen, could Elaine be suffering from Stockholm syndrome? Toothy grin emoji.
Yeah.
With Amber, anything's possible.
Yeah.
Tiffany Byers, Hoeg, please cover the Rolling Stone article that just dropped. Men always win. I did pop my head into it. I didn't want to go into the detail there, but it's referenced in this video. Maybe I will cover it in detail more. I didn't want to go over 6 hours. We almost met that. We still have super chats, but we're getting there. So let's just see here. Got that one. Just a few more. Tarsurian, to be fair to CBS, their hosts tried to push back. Oh, well, that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
Charles Hagbird, and again, traditional 15th anniversary gift is not an engraved knife. Just saying, 22 years for us this year. Congratulations on that. Heart emoji. No one will be gifting anyone else an engraved knife. I can promise you that. Burton McCready, I'm worried all these articles and people saying it's a step back for women victims are sadly pushing that belief onto victims, even more so making them feel they won't be believed. I agree. That's my thesis in the middle of this stream, is saying to any extent that Amber Heard's responsible, to any extent that watching this trial is responsible, the media and the megaphone that is saying that Amber Heard is believable and yet wasn't believed is enhancing that problem on the margins for people. And honestly, if they're intelligent at all, they should damn well know that they're doing it. So I don't hold much sympathy for that. And thank you for the super chat. Cynthia Roberts, couple of things. Thank you all for all of your insight and information. You are all great. Alita, I love Indy. I had a chocolate lab named Annie.
Me too.
Last, I don't think Amber Heard will ever have money issues if Elon Musk is her baby daddy. She'd have to prove it. Enu Baton, Khajiit did nothing. Khajiit is innocent of this crime. Elder Scrolls. Let's just see here. And I think the last super chat, fitting, Tiffany Byers says, get Kurt to 100K. Kurt, what's your number?
Well, it is on screen.
I know, but it is small on my StreamYard.
It is 96,101.
All right, fantastic. Go on over to Kurt's channel. He actually had a number of videos in this stream alone that sounded like they were on point for some of the questions you all were asking. Check it out. Check out Legal Bites. Alita, Kurt, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you to Emily for popping in. Thank you to Nate for popping in. It's been a fantastic stream. Supersized, as I said, 6 hours and 15 minutes. And yes, I'll be working on timestamps for pulling the headlines, and I am going to talk to an editor about potentially just pulling them and making a playlist from all of the headlines and Hangout stuff that we have done so far, because I know folks are interested in that, and I honestly think it's a fantastic idea. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to Ains, who came in here, video game guy, wasn't too sure about sitting here with some lawyers, did a fantastic job for the first 2 hours of the stream. Thank you so much, Ains. I'm looking forward to seeing you on Sunday. And everybody else, check out that channel, Seasoned Gaming Bitcast. And thank you so much for hanging out with me so much on your Thursday morning or whatever time it is where you find yourselves. A few late hangers on here. Grace Evans, Me Too, is an organization by Tarana Burke to support Black women and girls when reporting DV&SA. I didn't know that, honestly. Co-opted in 2016 by the Me Too movement, she has spoken on socials wanting to distance herself from this. Well, that is interesting. I'll look at that. I'll follow up on that. I honestly did not know that at all, so thank you for bringing it to my attention. Lainey Dempsey, thank you for the super chat. And Trevor Seath, the jury intended to award JD $50 million and Amber Heard 2 for a net of 13 to JD. That's twice the divorce settlement, less $1 million for the $950,000 that Amber Heard donated. Maybe their goal was to be poetic. Could be. I think juries often aimed at poetry. That's a little fancy for the math in the jury room, but doesn't mean it didn't happen. So thank you so much to everybody who joined. Thank you for everyone who popped into the chat. Thank you to Mrs. Hoeg, of course, for putting up with me for 15 plus years. And thank you to everyone else. We'll be back in virtual legality before you know it. Thanks again, everyone.